Hey, what's up? It's cute what if this side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku was quirkless but still became a hero. Before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. In an apartment in Japan, a small child faced the shattering of his dreams. Izuku Midoriya, with tears in his eyes, gazed at an old clip showcasing the debut of a certain hero. When Inko looked at him, she saw a face filled with despair. All she wanted was to help her son achieve his goal. She encouraged him, saying he could become a hero if he worked hard enough. Hearing those words brought a glimmer of hope to Izuku, who felt grateful to have someone believe in him. Over the next 10 years, Izuku dedicated himself to training harder than anyone else. He grew strong for his age and mastered various martial arts. Alongside his physical training, he excelled academically, becoming the top student in his school. He also created equipment, including a multipurpose staff and small bombs with unique properties, as well as various weapons and fighting gear. The first time his training bore fruit was when he confronted his former friend, who had turned into a bully, at the age of 8. Katsuki Bakugo, looking down at Izuku, taunted him, insisting he needed a quirk to become a hero. Izuku, fueled by determination, shouted back that he would no longer be a punching bag and that he would become a hero, no matter what. Katsuki, taken aback, saw an opportunity to teach his former friend a lesson. He attempted to attack Izuku with his quirk, but Izuku was ready and skillfully dodged the blow. In a surprising turn, he managed to push Katsuki down to the ground, holding him in place. Calmly, Izuku declared that he would not be bullied any longer and walked away, leaving Katsuki speechless. From that moment, the bullying lessened, though it never fully stopped. Despite the challenges he faced, Izuku remained hopeful about becoming the first quirkless hero. That was until one fateful day when he met his idol. All Might, in a blunt manner, told Izuku that it was not possible for him to become a hero and suggested he consider another profession, like becoming a police officer. Izuku was devastated. He had sought reassurance from his idol and felt crushed by the rejection. He fell to his knees, his dreams feeling shattered. All Might left him with a few parting words, mentioning he had to deliver a villain to the police. As he flew away, he regretted almost revealing his true identity to Izuku, wishing to keep it a secret. Meanwhile, Izuku was left to reflect on his life and decisions. Later that day, Izuku wandered through his thoughts, feeling lost and disheartened. He wished for just one person to believe in him, to counter all the negativity he faced. He learned that a villain had escaped and needed to be defeated again, feeling as though everything he touched fell apart. Determined, he resolved to go somewhere that brought him solace. Meanwhile, All Might searched for Izuku, hoping to apologize for his earlier words. He wondered where the boy had gone. Izuku arrived at Dagoba Municipal Beach Park, where he observed the mountains of trash littering the area. The ocean currents brought debris, and residents misused the space to dispose of their waste. Izuku often came here to clear his mind, recognizing the parallel between the polluted beach and his own struggles. Today, however, he needed to release his pent-up frustration. Suddenly, a scream filled with anger and frustration echoed as Izuku unleashed his emotions, striking a microwave in a fit of rage. He questioned why everyone opposed him and discouraged his dreams. He longed for just one voice to tell him he could succeed. In a moment of fury, he hurled the damaged microwave into the ocean, where the currents carried it back to shore. Sitting down, Izuku began to cry, expressing his feelings of unfairness. He lamented how Katsuki, with his powerful quirk, was celebrated while he was pushed down for wanting to help others. He felt that despite his hard work, no one understood his determination. All Might, the hero he admired, had let him down when he needed encouragement the most. Taking a deep breath, he shouted out his frustrations, declaring his hatred for the unfairness of the world. Izuku reflected on his struggles, feeling that despite his efforts, he was continually rejected by a system that needed to change. He vowed that if no one else would fight for quirkless individuals, he would take it upon himself to prove everyone wrong. He promised to become a hero and ensure that no one else would face the same discouragement he had endured. In the background, a weary Toshinori Yagi, known as All Might, observed the young boy, reconsidering his earlier words. Izuku felt a pang of guilt for telling him he couldn't be a hero, but he knew it was important for him to understand the dangers of being quirkless. Perhaps he could have expressed it better, but he had been in a bad mood, and the encounter had nearly exhausted his patience. Eventually, the boy would come to realize the truth. He had to. As he coughed into his hand, tasting blood, he reflected on the need for a successor, and soon. Time was not on his side, and he doubted the boy would be suitable, especially with his lingering grudges and lack of heroic spirit. With that thought, Yagi walked away before Izuku could see him. When Izuku returned home, a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes, one his mother had never seen before. She noticed the change and asked if something had happened. He recounted the day's events, and when he finished, she expressed her unwavering belief in him, stating that All Might was foolish for rejecting someone like him. She was confident he would achieve great things. Grateful, Izuku thanked her and promised to make her proud. He then inquired about dinner, to which she replied she would start preparing it, reminding him that she would always be proud of him. As he entered his room, he took down the All Might-themed sign hanging on the door. Inside his room, the overwhelming presence of All Might was evident. The only items not themed around the hero were his bed, desk, computer, and school supplies. Everything else was dedicated to All Might posters, toys, bedsheets, carpets, lamps, and collectibles. After over 10 years of collecting, he was about to discard it all. He calmly began taking down posters and packing toys into bags, tossing everything out the window as soon as it was removed. He muttered to himself that this was the start of the new him while surveying his now nearly empty bedroom. The following day, Izuku stood at Dagoba Municipal Beach Park, surveying the work ahead of him. Even if he didn't pass the exam, he could still help by cleaning the beach, which had once been beautiful in his childhood. Filled with a determination few could match, he began his daunting task, marking the beginning of 10 months of intense training. For the next 10 months, Izuku had no free time. His days were consumed by sleeping, eating, attending school, studying, cleaning the beach, working out, training in martial arts, and developing his support equipment. It was exhausting, but he could see the results of his hard work. He was progressing faster than before, filling him with hope that he could achieve his goals. The first milestone was the beach cleanup, which he completed after 8 months. On a Sunday morning, after a night of hard work, Izuku stood triumphantly atop the last pile of garbage ready to be removed. His victorious shout echoed across the beach, though no one was there to hear it. A thin, skeletal man with blonde hair watched in awe at the feat before him. He marveled at Izuku's determination, recalling how he had doubted the boy's commitment when he first saw him cleaning the beach. The man thought that if power were granted based on will and determination, he would be concerned about Izuku, but that was not how the world worked. He couldn't bestow his quirk on someone who held a grudge and had yet to demonstrate the heroic spirit he sought. With a sigh, he turned to head back to his apartment. As he walked away, he heard Izuku's voice asking if he was lost, having noticed the man deep in thought. The frail man turned back to see Izuku standing there with a curious expression. Izuku mentioned he thought he had seen the man around the beach in recent months. The man confirmed he had been watching Izuku's impressive work and asked why he was cleaning the beach. Izuku explained it was part of his training to become a hero and inquired about the man's name, feeling he recognized his voice. The man introduced himself as Toshinori Yagi, mentioning he had been on a few radio shows, which might be where Izuku had heard him. He encouraged Izuku to continue pursuing his dream, expressing confidence that he could achieve something great. Grateful for the encouragement, Izuku thanked him and mentioned he needed to head home after a long night of work. Yagi wished him luck as he walked away, thinking to himself that Izuku would need to work harder than others, but he still believed he should consider a different career path. With the beach cleanup completed, Izuku found himself with more time to focus on his equipment and workouts. He decided to tackle a project he hadn't had time for before, an exoskeleton that could potentially compensate for a low to middle-level strength-enhancing quirk. The main challenge was its size, as it was quite bulky and could slow him down, but he was determined to find a solution. Meanwhile, he assessed his other equipment and contemplated what improvements were necessary. The multi-purpose staff was nearly complete. It could extend and retract, split into 2 rods for different fighting styles, flatten out to act as support beams, and transform into a spear. However, the electricity charge still needed improvement. Most of the bombs were finished, including the regular small explosion, smoke screen, flashbang, sound grenade, concussion mine, and capture foam bombs that required more strength. There was also a basic stun gun. Lastly, he examined his omnidirectional gear, reminiscent of the equipment from a popular anime. He quietly acknowledged to himself the need for more training, feeling like a flailing mess. His mother called from upstairs, announcing that dinner was ready. He responded and quickly turned off the lights before rushing to enjoy a nice meal. After 2 hours of training with the gear, which involved a lot of unintentional face slamming into walls, he decided he had practiced enough for the day. At least the exoskeleton was now compatible with the gear. As he made his way out of the back alley, 2 individuals blocked his path. One of the men approached him, questioning what a kid like him was doing in such a place. Izuku thought to himself that this was the last thing he needed. He attempted to find another way out, but the second man informed him that they needed something from him before he could leave. Izuku insisted he had nothing of value and that his equipment was not for sale. A low growl emanated from the third man, who had been silent until now. He charged at Izuku, transforming into a wolf-like creature. Izuku quickly activated his gear, dodging the attack and delivering a powerful strike with his staff, knocking the man out. He then turned his attention to the second man, who began emitting flames, forcing Izuku to halt his assault. Before the man could taunt him, a small explosion and blinding light interrupted, causing him to lose control of his quirk. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku knocked him out with another strike from his staff. He then faced the last man, who claimed to be stronger than the others. The man prepared to use his quirk but found himself unable to do so. Izuku smirked, throwing a smoke bomb to obscure the area before launching himself into the air. Just as he was about to land a blow on the last man, 2 streams of gray, scarf-like material ensnared him, pulling him away. When Izuku landed, he looked over in confusion to see the man bound by the material. Standing over him was a weary-looking hero dressed in black, wearing a gray scarf and yellow goggles. Recognizing the hero, Izuku was surprised. The hero acknowledged that it was rare for someone to recognize him, as most people mistook him for a villain or vigilante until he showed his license. He asked for Izuku's name, to which Izuku introduced himself, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. The hero inquired whether Izuku had fought in self-defense and if he had used his quirk. Izuku explained that the attackers had struck first, which he believed counted as self-defense, but he also admitted that he was quirkless. The hero seemed relieved, stating that he wouldn't have to deal with paperwork. He then asked why a kid like Izuku had so much support equipment, wondering if he planned a career in the support business. Izuku hesitated before explaining that he wanted to become a hero and attend UA. He was aware that it might sound foolish, but he was determined. The hero was taken aback by this ambition but remained composed. He reflected on the idea of a quirkless hero, acknowledging Izuku's potential. He shared that while reaching the top might be difficult, being a smaller hero was not impossible. He cited his own experiences, emphasizing that he often faced challenges with quirks he couldn't erase. As the hero spoke, Izuku felt overwhelmed with emotion, finally hearing the words he had longed to hear from someone he admired. The hero reassured him that he could be a hero. Izuku, moved to tears, was reminded that crying was not typical for a hero. Once he composed himself, the hero prepared to continue his patrol, expressing his hope to see Izuku at UA when the semester began. As the hero walked away, Izuku set off for home, using his gear to practice more, filled with a newfound hope. Later that night, a tired hero lay in bed, deep in thought. He considered the possibility of a quirkless hero, reflecting on Izuku's determination and the equipment he possessed. The hero pondered the entrance exam at UA, feeling it was biased toward flashy and physical quirks. He recalled his own struggles with it and was troubled by how Izuku had reacted, sensing the boy had expected rejection. Perhaps he had faced bullying due to his status, or maybe another hero had turned him away. Just then, one of his cats jumped onto the bed, seeking attention. Izuku had no time to dwell on his thoughts. School awaited him the next day, and he needed sleep. With that in mind, the sleep-deprived young man quickly drifted off, knowing he would be awakened by his alarm in just a few hours. As he stood before the gates of UA, the school of his dreams, Izuku felt a mix of awe and determination. He had never imagined he would actually set foot on the campus, but here he was, ready to fight for his place in the most prestigious hero course in the country. As he entered, he noticed the curious glances directed at him due to the equipment he carried. Most students relied on their quirks to pass the exam and hadn't considered support gear until after they had succeeded. However, Izuku was too absorbed in the thought of finally pursuing his dream to pay them any mind. Lost in his excitement, he stumbled over his own feet, expecting to hit the ground hard. Instead, he found himself floating. A girl around his age, with brown hair and a bright smile, had used her quirk to catch him. She apologized for using her ability without permission, explaining that she had thought it would be bad luck for him to trip before the exam. Introducing herself as Ochako Uraraka, she wished him good luck before dashing off toward the briefing hall. Izuku, still processing the encounter, realized he needed to hurry or he would be late. Inside the hall, the atmosphere was tense as the pro-hero present mic welcomed the future heroes to their chance at entering the course of their dreams. He called for enthusiasm, but the crowd remained silent, focused on the exam ahead. Present Mike explained that soon they would be sent to one of 5 replica cities to participate in the practical exam, where they would face foe villains to earn points. Each type of villain had its own point value, and they would need to immobilize or destroy them to score. When a tall boy with blue hair and square glasses raised a question about a misprint in the informational sheet regarding the number of foe villains, Present Mike clarified that there was indeed a 4th type, the zero-pointer, which was more of an obstacle than a target. As the participants were instructed to board the buses for the exam grounds, Present Mike stopped Izuku. He inquired whether all the equipment he carried was related to his quirk. Izuku hesitated before explaining that he was quirkless. Present Mike insisted that if the gear didn't give him an advantage, he couldn't bring it. Just then, a tall, tired pro-hero dressed in black intervened, allowing Izuku to keep his equipment. Izuku recognized him as Eraserhead, who encouraged him not to fail the exam. Grateful, Izuku promised to do his best as he boarded the bus. After the bus ride, Izuku marveled at the enormous gates leading into the replica city. As he scanned the area, he spotted Ochako, the girl who had helped him earlier. However, before he could approach her, the tall boy from before grabbed his shoulder, warning him not to distract her. Izuku quickly explained that he only wanted to thank her. Just then, a loud voice echoed across the arena, signaling the start of the exam. Without hesitation, Izuku propelled himself toward a building, eager to hunt for points in the city, which was perfectly suited for his gear. His training paid off as he deftly maneuvered through the air, using his staff to strike the foe villains at critical points while reloading his gas supply and deploying small bombs to take them out. In just 7 minutes, he had accumulated 33 points, feeling confident about passing. Suddenly, a massive explosion shook the area, and a building collapsed. The zero-pointer appeared, towering over everything. Izuku felt a surge of fear at the sight of it, contemplating escape. But then he heard a cry for help and turned to see Ochako trapped beneath the rubble. Without a second thought, he rushed to her side, using his exoskeleton to lift the debris and carry her to safety. The zero-pointer was already aiming its fist toward them, and Izuku realized he didn't have time to run away. He had used the last of the gas to get here. He told the girl to hold on, as it would hurt a bit. Before she could respond, Izuku threw a mine designed to create a powerful shockwave and activated it. The pressure propelled them away from the zero-pointer to a safe distance. There, Izuku continued to run while carrying Ochako, adjusting the gas supply for his ODM gear. Eventually, he set her down and asked with clear concern in his voice if she was okay. She responded, exhausted but grateful, that she was fine. Just as they were about to continue their pursuit of points, a voice announced that time was up. Earlier, in the observation room, the teachers were watching the different responses to the release of the zero-pointer. Eraserhead, known as Shota Aizawa to his colleagues, observed with interest as the green-haired boy ran in to save a girl. When the boy used a mine to escape the impending punch from the zero-pointer, Aizawa expressed his desire to have him in his class, surprising his coworkers. One of the teachers remarked on the rarity of Aizawa making such a request, suggesting he saw something special in the boy. Aizawa confirmed that he did. In the back of the room, a frail-looking man with blonde hair sat in deep thought, recalling the boy from the sludge villain incident. He pondered whether he had misjudged the boy, who had performed better than most in the exam. He considered the possibility of apologizing when the opportunity arose and wondered if the boy's heroic spirit might be worthy of receiving his power. Later, outside the entrance of UA, Izuku and Ochako were talking. Ochako suggested they exchange numbers to stay in touch and inform each other about their results. They exchanged numbers and then went their separate ways home to share their experiences. Izuku Midoriya was extremely worried for her son and what had happened during the exam. She asked if he had done well, if he was hurt, and if he was sure about his decision. Izuku reassured her that he thought it went well, mentioning a few bruises but nothing serious, and he expressed his certainty about wanting to be a hero. He also mentioned meeting a girl, which made Izuku grin widely. Flustered, Izuku insisted they were just friends. Izuku playfully told him to take a shower because they were having katsudon for dinner. 1 week later, a letter arrived from UA. Izuku excitedly called out to Izuku, who was already standing right behind the door. He quickly took the letter and closed the door to read it in peace. Tearing it open revealed a small metal disc that activated, projecting a holographic screen. The booming voice of All Might filled the room, announcing that he would be a teacher this year, helping to shape the heroes of the future. Izuku felt a mix of annoyance and excitement at having All Might as a teacher. The hologram continued, informing him that he had passed the written portion of the exam with flying colors and had scored 83 points in the practical portion. The secret scoring system awarded him an additional 50 points for his heroic actions in saving Ochako, making him the second highest scorer. The hologram concluded with a warm welcome to UA, and Izuku sat at his desk, filled with excitement. Izuku's mother shared in his joy, proud of her son for achieving his lifelong dream. Ochako was equally thrilled to learn she had been accepted and that they would be in the same class, 1A. A week later, Izuku stood in front of a tall door marked 1A, ready to take another step toward becoming a hero. When Izuku opened the door to his new classroom, he was greeted by an interesting scene. Katsuki was being scolded by the blue-haired boy from the entrance exam for putting his feet on the desk. The taller boy, with robotic movements, pointed out that it was disrespectful to their upperclassmen. Katsuki retorted with a sharp comment, which took the boy with glasses by surprise. The boy introduced himself as Tenya Ida from Sumai High, to which Katsuki responded with disdain, questioning his place in the school. Before the tension escalated, Tenya noticed Izuku standing in the doorway and acknowledged him as the boy who had saved the girl during the exam. Izuku felt flustered by the compliment, insisting he had simply done what was right. He introduced himself, and Tenya confirmed his name, noting that he had overheard. Just then, a third person appeared, cheerfully greeting Izuku and startling him. It was Ochako, who was also looking forward to the first day. Tenya approached Ochako to introduce himself, stating that he was Tenya Ida from Sumai High. She responded positively, and before they could engage in further conversation, a yellow caterpillar appeared, interrupting them. The caterpillar, which was actually a tall, tired man recognized by Izuku as Eraserhead, emerged from a yellow sleeping bag. He informed the class that it took them 8 seconds to become silent and that in a real battle, they would all be dead. He introduced himself as Shota Aizawa, their homeroom teacher, emphasizing that this was the hero course and their focus should be on becoming heroes, not friends. He handed out UA gym uniforms and instructed them to meet at the PE grounds, adding that Midoriya could use any equipment he had with him. As they made their way to the PE grounds, Aizawa greeted them while lazily holding a ball. He explained that while they might have had tests in middle school without using their quirks, this was UA, and they would be pushed to their limits and beyond. He asked Bakugo what his best throw in middle school had been, to which Bakugo replied it was 67 meters. Aizawa instructed him to throw the ball using his quirk, reminding him to stay within the circle. Bakugo nodded, stepped into the circle and with a fierce shout, launched the ball, enhancing it with a powerful explosion. When it landed, Izawa displayed the result on a device, revealing a distance of 705.2 meters, leaving the class in shock. A girl with pink skin expressed her excitement, but Izawa reminded them that this was the hero course, not a social gathering, and warned that the student in last place would be deemed to have no potential and expelled. The class erupted in disbelief, with Ochako voicing her concerns about fairness. Izawa countered by pointing out the unfairness of the world they were training to enter, stating he could and would expel anyone he deemed lacking in potential. He urged them to do their best and uphold the school motto, plus ultra. The tests commenced, and during the 50-meter dash, Izuku clocked in at 1.38 seconds using his ODM gear, beating Ida's time of 1.53 seconds. In the standing long jump, he achieved 17 meters, but only managed 2 meters in the height jump due to the limitations of his gear. His grip strength was exceptional, measuring 675 kilograms thanks to the exoskeleton. When it came time for the ball throw, Izuku stepped into the ring, prepared to swing his staff. He launched the ball with all his might, sending it soaring for 436 meters. After everyone completed their tests, Izawa revealed that the expulsion threat had been a ruse to motivate them, showing the results with Izuku placing 5th. As Izawa instructed them to return to class promptly, someone questioned why Midoriya was allowed to use his equipment, suggesting it gave him an unfair advantage. Momo Yaoyorozu, who had come in 3rd, raised the concern. Izawa clarified that Midoriya was quirkless, prompting gasps from the class, except for Katsuki. Izawa continued, explaining that Midoriya's admission to UA was a testament to his skills and that many heroes relied on support gear. He insisted that Midoriya should not be treated any differently and would be pushed just as hard as everyone else. With that, Izawa left, allowing Izuku to hear the murmurs of his classmates. They expressed their surprise and admiration for Izuku's achievements, but before he could respond, Bakugo charged at him, furious and ready to strike. Izuku anticipated the attack, dodging and causing Bakugo to trip and fall. He reminded Bakugo that he was not there to compete with him but to become a hero to inspire and save others. As Bakugo got up, the rest of the class walked away, bombarding Izuku with questions about being quirkless while he tried to answer them. Bakugo, still simmering with anger, muttered to himself about making Izuku understand his place. The remainder of the day passed with regular classes, and as the first day of school concluded, the aspiring heroes began to leave for home. Izuku was heading toward the exit of UA when he was approached by Uraraka and Ida. He greeted them and asked if they were going the same way. Ida congratulated him again on being accepted into UA, calling it truly inspiring. Izuku downplayed his achievement, suggesting anyone could have done it. Uraraka insisted that it was special, noting that no other quirkless person had ever made it into a hero school, especially UA. She questioned why he hadn't mentioned being quirkless during the weeks after the exam, to which Izuku acknowledged that it was a bit impressive. After not mentioning something because it hadn't come up, Izuku and his companion walked together, engaging in normal conversation and getting to know each other. Eventually, they had to part ways and say goodbye for the day. When Izuku got home and answered a dozen questions about his day, he enjoyed Katsudon with his mom before starting his workout schedule. After completing his workout and taking a shower, he headed to his workshop for some late-night work. He began to mutter to himself about his projects, expressing his need to improve the speed of the ODM gear and the movement speed of the exoskeleton. He also needed to enhance its strength to accomplish more tasks. He thought about starting on the net launching gun, ensuring the net would be durable and considering a reliable way to activate the shock function. The capture tape wrist launcher required significant work, and he needed a good storage solution for the capture tape. Additionally, he aimed to reduce the overall weight of the exoskeleton, as it needed to remain functional even if the main system failed. He decided to send a backup blueprint of all the equipment to the UA support department in case anything was damaged. He continued to mutter as he worked on the gear, lost in thought until he finally went to sleep. Class 1A was seated, eagerly waiting for their teacher to arrive for their first foundational heroics class. Various discussions took place about who their teacher would be and what they would be doing. Suddenly, a loud voice resonated from the hallway, announcing the arrival of the number 1 hero. The entire class perked up in surprise as All Might entered the classroom, many expressing their excitement over his Silver Age costume. Among the reactions, Izuku stood out. He felt resentment toward the pro-hero. He thought about how All Might had tried to crush his dreams, but his frown transformed into a smile of determination. He resolved to prove All Might wrong and become a symbol of hope and inspiration for everyone. As Izuku pondered, All Might began his lesson, informing the class that their costumes had been designed and were in numbered suitcases. He instructed them to change into their costumes and meet at Battleground Beta. Before anyone could ask questions, he dashed out the door toward the battleground. After a while, all the students arrived at Battleground Beta, dressed in their hero costumes. There was a great variety of costumes that complemented each user's quirk or personality. Izuku arrived last, having taken time to fit his equipment to his costume. His costume was the result of years of modifications and design. Initially, it had been a simple green outfit with white lines and a rabbit-like mask, symbolizing All Might's hair and smile. Over the years, the design evolved to accommodate his support gear, with the bright green color darkening and the white stripes being removed, leaving only the white gloves. Black knee and shoulder pads were added when Izuku began martial arts, and he ultimately removed the bunny-like mask, unable to bear the reminder of the hero who had almost made him give up. All Might surveyed the class and remarked that they looked like fine heroes, but they lacked experience. He explained that most battles seen on TV occurred in open spaces, while most encounters between heroes and villains happened indoors, involving secret dealings and hostage situations. He announced that they would train in these scenarios, dividing the class into teams of 2, with one team acting as heroes and the other as villains. The villains would need to protect a bomb until time ran out or incapacitate the heroes using capture tape. He demonstrated the tape and explained that the hero team would need to either defuse the bomb by touching it or capture both villains. After addressing several questions, All Might assured the class that there would be no expulsions and that team assignments would be decided by lottery. Izuku was teamed up with Uraraka, and they would be heroes facing off against Ida and Bakugo as villains. They had 5 minutes to devise a plan. Izuku shared his thoughts, predicting that Bakugo would likely disregard his teammate and search for him instead, leaving Ida to guard the bomb alone. He speculated that the bomb would be placed on the upper floors, as their opponents would expect them to enter from the bottom. After discussing their strategy, they felt prepared when a voice came through their earpiece, signaling the start of the exercise. Izuku instructed Uraraka to hold on as he flew to the rooftop using his ODM gear. Once she released her grip, they entered the building from above, moving quietly in search of the bomb. They overheard Ida monologuing, clearly unaware of their presence. He was enthusiastically playing his role as a villain, declaring his intentions with dramatic flair. With Ida's loud voice guiding them, Izuku and Uraraka quickly located the room where the bomb was hidden, with Bakugo nowhere to be seen. When they reached the closed door leading to the room containing the bomb, they set their plan into action. Izuku used a small explosive to blast the door open, catching Ida off guard. Without wasting any time, Izuku threw several smoke bombs from one of his pouches, filling the entire room with a thick smoke screen. He then activated the heat vision goggles he had requested with his costume and moved in on Ida. Unable to see anything but smoke, Ida was at a clear disadvantage. Izuku swiftly delivered an uppercut followed by a powerful kick to Ida's abdomen. Before he could continue his assault, Ida used his immense speed to disperse some of the smoke with a gust of wind. Unfazed, Izuku took out his staff and separated it into 2 sticks. He anticipated Ida's move and threw a couple of capture foam bombs toward him. Ida barely dodged them and charged at Izuku, attempting to land a kick, but Izuku successfully blocked the attack with his sticks. This back and forth continued, with Ida trying to strike while Izuku defended himself, unable to land a hit due to Ida's speed. Meanwhile, the initial smoke cleared, allowing Uraraka to see the bomb. Before Ida noticed, she touched it, declaring the victory for the hero team. Later, in the observation room, the class waited for the 4 combatants to return when a loud explosion echoed. Moments later, a green-haired boy rushed through the door, a hint of fear on his face. He expressed his concern about Bakugo wanting to confront him. Just then, Bakugo barged through the door, explosions emanating from his hands, demanding a fight to prove his strength. Before Bakugo could act, All Might dashed forward to hold him back. He explained that the purpose of the exercise was not to determine who was the strongest but to test their strategic skills and adaptability. He reassured Bakugo that there would be a time to showcase strength, and he believed Bakugo would excel when that time came. Bakugo calmed down and was released from All Might's grasp. As he walked past Izuku, he warned him not to think he was better, vowing to prove his superiority before retreating to a corner for the remainder of the lesson. All Might then asked the class who they believed was the MVP of the match. A girl with black hair tied in a ponytail raised her hand and confidently stated that it was Midoriya. She explained how he devised a plan, predicted his opponent's moves, executed most of the strategy, and held off Ida long enough for Uraraka to touch the bomb. All Might, slightly taken aback by her detailed response, acknowledged her answer but suggested she could keep it shorter next time. The students who had yet to fight cheered in anticipation of their turn. As the tests progressed, Izuku focused on noting down his classmates' quirks in his notebook, analyzing them for weaknesses since he would be training and fighting alongside them for the next few years. He found many of them manageable, but some intrigued him more than others. He noted that Kirishima, with his hardening ability, would be tough to damage and would likely need to be worn down. Tokoyami's powerful quirk seemed reliant on distance, making him vulnerable in close combat. Todoroki's ice quirk was extremely powerful, requiring great mobility or strength to counter. Izuku pondered the melting aspect of Todoroki's ice, wondering if it was connected to Endeavor's fire quirk or if it had a different origin. At one point, he began muttering to himself, drawing the attention of his classmates and All Might, who eventually approached him and gave him a light chop on the neck to bring him back to reality. After that, Izuku fell silent. When everyone had finished their battles, they gathered at the exit to conclude the lesson. All Might expressed his admiration for their efforts and assured them that with the right training, they could all become great heroes. He then coughed into his hand and seemed to hurry away, leaving the students confused. Kaminari, a boy with yellow hair and a black streak, questioned All Might's sudden rush, to which Izuku admitted he had no idea. As Ida, Uraraka, and Izuku walked through the halls of UA on their way out, Izuku spotted a familiar face he did not expect to see. The frail man, dressed in an oversized yellow suit, was recognized by Izuku. He greeted the man, who was surprised to be recognized and took a moment to respond. The man expressed his happiness that Izuku had made it into UA and explained that he was assisting in some of the other courses. Izuku proudly mentioned that he had come in second place on the exam and asked why the man hadn't informed him about working at UA. While they talked, Uraraka and Ida continued toward the gates to meet up with their friend. After a brief conversation, Izuku and Toshinori realized they needed to part ways. Izuku bid farewell, expressing it was nice to see him, and Toshinori echoed the sentiment. As they walked away, a thought struck Izuku. The suit Toshinori wore resembled the one All Might had worn in the acceptance letter. He paused to consider it for a moment but ultimately dismissed it as a coincidence. Back with his friends, Izuku engaged in conversation, answering their questions about the man they had just met. It was a new day at UA, and as Izuku approached the gates, he noticed a crowd of reporters. Listening to their questions, he realized that the news of All Might teaching at UA had broken. Students attempting to enter were being interviewed extensively. Izuku thought to himself that he didn't have time for this. Fortunately, he had his equipment with him, so he activated his ODM gear, soared over the wall, and landed on the other side, catching the attention of many reporters who wondered about the Quirkless student in the hero course. Later, in Class 1A, the students awaited their homeroom teacher's arrival, discussing what he might have planned for them. Ashido, the girl with pink skin, expressed her hope that it wouldn't be another quirk test. Kaminari remarked that for Midoriya, it would be more of an equipment test. Izuku mentioned that he had made some upgrades he wanted to try out. Just then, Aizawa walked in, and the room fell silent. He announced that they would be selecting a class president that day and instructed them to complete the task before the end of class. Afterward, he climbed into his yellow sleeping bag and slumped down onto the floor. Immediately, The classroom erupted with students eager to become class president, while Mineta made a comment that earned him a slap from Yaoyorozu. Ida shouted for quiet, bringing the room to silence before delivering a lengthy speech about the importance of the class president's role. Once he finished, they wrote down their votes on paper, collected them, and counted them. Most students voted for themselves, but only 2 received more votes: Momo Yaoyorozu with 2 votes and Izuku Midoriya with 7. When Aizawa awoke and announced the results, he declared Midoriya as the president and Yaoyorozu as the vice president, instructing them to head to the lunch hall. In the lunch hall, Izuku pondered who had voted for him. He realized he had voted for himself, so that accounted for 1 vote, but he was curious about the others. Uraraka, Ida, Kirishima, Ashido, Kaminari, and Hagakure all chimed in, revealing they had voted for him as well. Kirishima explained that they admired how Izuku had made it into UA without a quirk and had excelled in combat training, which they found incredibly inspiring. They continued chatting about various topics until an alarm blared, announcing a security breach. Panic erupted in the canteen as students scrambled to exit the building. Ida grabbed an older student to inquire about the alarm, learning that the school perimeter had been breached, something that hadn't happened in years. The hallways filled with students trying to escape, many getting pushed against walls and windows. Izuku looked outside and saw that it was just a group of reporters who had crossed the perimeter. He attempted to inform everyone, but his voice was lost in the chaos. A plan formed in his mind. He instructed Uraraka to use her quirk on Ida so he could fly to the door and explain the situation. Following his guidance, Uraraka and Ida executed the plan successfully, calming the students as Ida announced that it was only the media. Eventually, the students returned to class, and the reporters were escorted off the school grounds. The rest of the day passed without incident, and the students went home at the end of the day. The following day, Class 1A stood in front of UA, preparing to board a bus that would take them off campus. Izuku directed everyone to line up and fill the bus from the back to the front. Once everyone was on board, the bus started its journey. Azui, the girl with green hair and frog-like traits, spoke her mind, asking Izuku where he had obtained all his equipment. He explained that he had made most of it himself since no support company would assist him, except for his costume and goggles. Kaminari complimented him on his impressive skills. They continued their conversation until they arrived at a massive dome-like structure. Upon entering the building, they were greeted by the space hero. The class was excited to be taught by another pro hero, especially Izuku, who was thrilled to meet Aizawa, inquired about All Might's absence, and 13 explained that he had been busy with hero work and couldn't join them. Aizawa accepted this and prepared to proceed with the lesson. 13 then caught the class's attention, announcing that they would be practicing rescue techniques in a facility she had designed, called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short. She emphasized the importance of using their quirks to save people rather than harm them. Suddenly, a purple mist appeared in the central plaza of the building, and villains began to emerge from it. Kirishima exclaimed that they had even brought in fake villains, but Aizawa quickly corrected him, asserting that they were real threats. He instructed 13 to take the students to safety while he confronted the villains. The students watched in awe as their teacher engaged multiple villains at once, showcasing his skills in battle. Canceling their quirk, he attacked them and flung them into each other with his capture gear. They noticed 3 figures that seemed to be in charge: a skinny and pale man with hands all over his body, a guy made of purple mist, and a large muscular figure with dark purple skin, an exposed brain, and a bird-like beak. Everyone needed to evacuate, and 13 urged the students to move, but they were suddenly blocked by the man made of mist. He remarked that they had expected All Might to be present, but since he was elsewhere, they would have to eliminate some of his students. As he spoke, Bakugo and Kirishima charged at him, only to be enveloped by darkness and vanish. The mist then surrounded the rest of the class, teleporting them to different parts of the building. When Izuku regained his vision, he found himself in the water of the flood zone. Quickly, he used his ODM gear to launch himself out of the water and onto a boat in the middle of the area. Upon landing, he saw Tsuyu leaping out of the water while carrying Mineta and landing on the boat next to him. they noticed several villains with water-based quirks surrounding the ship. Mineta, terrified of the situation, exclaimed that they were all going to die. Izuku reassured him, explaining that they had an advantage because the villains were unaware of their quirks. If they had known, they wouldn't have placed Tsuyu, who had a frog quirk, in the flood zone. Tsuyu asked if Izuku had a plan, and he confirmed that he did, but needed to know how far she could jump while carrying both him and Mineta. Tsuyu estimated about 5 meters. Izuku felt this was perfect and began explaining his plan. However, before he could finish, one of the villains cut the boat in half, causing it to start sinking. Mineta immediately panicked, but Izuku and Tsuyu managed to calm him down. Once ready, Izuku instructed Tsuyu to jump. As she leaped, he threw one of his concussion mines into the water and detonated it. The pressure pushed them further away, creating a whirlpool that dragged the villains in. Mineta began popping off the purple ball on his head, causing the villains to stick to them and each other. Once they were close enough, Izuku activated his ODM gear and pulled the trio to dry land. Upon reaching the edge of the central plaza, they saw Aizawa confronting the final villains. One of the leaders was monologuing, expressing that the worst thing about heroes was when they lived up to their reputation. Aizawa charged at the man seemingly behind the attack, but suddenly found himself in great pain as the man covered in hands seized his elbow, causing it to disintegrate. The villain claimed he was not the final boss and commanded the Nomu to attack. The muscular creature charged at Aizawa, overwhelming him. The students watched in horror as Aizawa was struck down, his face bloodied and bruised. The students were jolted from their shock when the misty villain reappeared beside the pale man. The pale man asked Kurogiri if he had killed anyone, to which Kurogiri responded that one student had managed to escape but he had severely injured the other hero. Kurogiri suggested they should leave before the teachers arrived, but Shigaraki insisted they should eliminate a few students to destroy the pride of the so-called symbol of peace. He then turned his attention to the horrified students at the edge of the plaza and began running toward them, ready to disintegrate their heads. As Shigaraki approached, he reached out to touch Tsuyu's face, but it did not turn to dust. He turned to see Aizawa using the last of his strength to cancel the villain's quirk, saving his students. Shigaraki acknowledged Aizawa's persistence but declared it would not save him or his students. Just then, Izuku snapped out of his trance and picked up his classmates, using his ODM gear to fly away. Shigaraki, furious that Izuku had ruined his kill, commanded the Nomu to pursue him. Izuku managed to drop Tsuyu and Mineta at the entrance before the Nomu chased after him. He skillfully outmaneuvered the massive creature, thinking to himself how grateful he was for his upgrades that allowed him to keep the creature at bay. As the Nomu closed in, Izuku quickly turned and flew past it, throwing a couple of bombs with capture foam. The creature got stuck, but the foam was beginning to break apart. Wasting no time, Izuku dashed toward Aizawa, picking him up and bringing him back to the rest of the group. After ensuring Aizawa was safe, he changed the gas canisters and prepared for another chase, but the Nomu crashed into him, sending him into a forested area. Realizing the exoskeleton was damaged, Izuku deactivated it and opened it up to escape. He noted that the gear felt much heavier without the exoskeleton assisting him. Soon, the Nomu found him again, and they resumed their game of cat and mouse, with Izuku skillfully evading the creature at high speeds. He realized he couldn't keep running forever and was about to change his tactics when the doors of the building flung open. The booming voice of All Might filled the entire building, but his expression was serious rather than joyful. Shigaraki, seeing All Might, commanded the Nomu to attack him. He was genetically designed to defeat opponents, equipped with shock absorption that rendered attacks ineffective. All Might disregarded the villain's taunts and continued to fight. He attempted to suplex the Nomu into the ground, but the creature never made contact. Kurogiri had created a portal, allowing the Nomu to escape and reappear beneath All Might, catching him off guard and causing him to bleed. They remained locked in that position for a while until Todoroki froze the Nomu's arms. Kurogiri remarked that the opponents were weaker than he had anticipated, noting that they had already been defeated. He then turned to attack Todoroki, but Bakugo intervened, pinning Kurogiri to the ground with a metal collar. This distraction allowed All Might to break free by shattering the frozen arms of the Nomu, but they quickly regenerated. Shigaraki laughed, declaring that All Might could not win. The Nomu's regeneration meant that only carbonization could stop it, a feat All Might was incapable of achieving. Undeterred, All Might charged at the Nomu once more, and the two titans engaged in a fierce fistfight, exchanging blows at blinding speed. The force of their strikes created a powerful wind that knocked everyone back, forcing Izuku to brace himself against the ground with his gear. He noticed that Bakugo had lost his grip on Kurogiri. Seizing the moment, Izuku pulled out a net gun and shot it at Kurogiri, ensnaring him. The edges of the net anchored themselves to the ground, preventing the villain from escaping. Amidst the chaos, All Might pushed beyond his limits, delivering a powerful punch that sent the Nomu flying out of the building. He stood amidst the smoke, proclaiming that in his prime he would have only needed 5 punches, but now he had delivered over 300. Shigaraki, furious, accused All Might of cheating and insisted that he was supposed to be weakened. He declared that he would finish the job himself and charged toward the #1 hero. Izuku warned Shigaraki not to proceed, pointing out that he seemed to lack an escape route, indicating Kurogiri trapped in the net. Realizing he needed Kurogiri, Shigaraki rushed to disintegrate the net. Once Kurogiri was free, Shigaraki turned his attention back to All Might, vowing that he would not let the hero escape alive. Just then, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet struck Shigaraki's hand, halting him in his tracks. The shot had come from the pro-hero Snipe, who had arrived with the other teachers. Ida announced that reinforcements had arrived as the pro-heroes began to subdue the remaining villains. Enraged, Shigaraki understood that he needed to retreat. He declared that they would return for All Might before stepping into a warp gate that closed behind him. Cementos urged Izuku to leave, but All Might interrupted, insisting that it was fine for Izuku to stay and witness. Cementos complied, creating a barrier to protect the other students. Confused, Izuku watched as the wall went up, but his confusion deepened when he turned back to All Might. He was shocked to see a frail man dressed in the same clothes All Might had worn, the man he thought he knew. All Might reassured him, saying he was indeed All Might, just in his true form, and suggested they have a proper conversation when they returned to school. Izuku nodded, speechless. Over 90 villains were captured during the incident, and fortunately, no students were harmed. However, Aizawa and 13 had sustained significant injuries, and All Might had weakened from pushing himself too far. Izuku was taken directly to UA with All Might, and they remained silent, unsure of what to say. His classmates had questioned why he had to leave so abruptly, and he simply stated that he needed to be somewhere. As he followed his former idol, he pondered what All Might would say. He wondered if the hero wanted to apologize or if he intended to tell Izuku to give up on his dreams. He believed All Might thought he could not succeed, but Izuku was determined to prove him wrong. Eventually, they reached the teacher's lounge and sat down in silence. After a long pause, All Might broke the quiet, expressing his regret for what had happened 11 months ago. Izuku looked up at All Might, then down again, letting out a chuckle. He remarked that it seemed All Might expected him to forgive him easily, reminding him that he had shattered his dream that day. Izuku's gaze met All Might's, who looked down in shame. Izuku continued, sharing the dreams he had worked his entire life for, the dreams that had made him a target for bullying. He questioned why his childhood friend had abandoned him and why no one had supported him. He had known the answer since he was 4. It was because he was quirkless. Society did not believe that someone without a quirk could achieve anything, and because he dared to think otherwise, he was shunned. All he wanted was to save people, to make them feel safe, and to offer them a comforting smile, just like his idol had done. With another chuckle, Izuku added that it was true what they said about not meeting your idols, as they often let you down. All Might was supposed to be the symbol of peace and hope, inspiring others to believe they could achieve anything. Yet, when it mattered most, he had failed in that role. It was beyond All Might's imagination that someone quirkless could become a hero, so he had turned Izuku down. Izuku questioned why All Might had rejected him, simply because he did not possess the same level of power. He looked at All Might, searching for a response, but the hero remained silent, knowing the truth in Izuku's words. Izuku clarified that he had never hoped to reach All Might's level. He only wanted to be a hero, not the hero. He wanted to save some people, to make a difference, and to have someone call him a hero. He had noticed All Might's visits to the beach, even that day 11 months ago. What was amusing was that someone had believed in him just 8 months after All Might had turned him away. 8 months after the destruction of his dreams, Aizawa became the source of Izuku's confidence. He was the first person, aside from his mother, to tell him that he could become a hero despite his circumstances. It was somewhat ironic. The very person who had shattered his hopes had also helped him realize a truth he had long denied. No one would believe in him or give him a chance to become a hero. Instead, he understood that he needed to seize his dreams for himself, as no one would hand them to him. Izuku leaned back on the couch, waiting for All Might's response, and pondered what the hero might say to regain his trust. All Might expressed his sincere regret for his previous words. He explained that he had been having a rough day and had reached his limit, which led to his thoughtless response. He acknowledged that he had failed in his role as the symbol of peace. Although Izuku might never forgive him, All Might now believed that Izuku could indeed become a hero. He declared that Izuku was worthy of inheriting his power, describing it as a sacred torch passed down through generations. Each user refined the power before passing it on, making it stronger. All Might extended his hand to Izuku, inviting him to become the 9th holder of One for All. Izuku's immediate response was a firm rejection. He pointed out that All Might's earlier admission of failure and apology felt insincere. All Might had only suggested that Izuku could be a hero because he wanted to pass on his power. Izuku reflected that if asked 11 months ago, he would have accepted without hesitation. Now, however, he felt that All Might's belief in him was conditional. He stood up, locking eyes with All Might, and declared his intention to prove society wrong by becoming a quirkless hero. He vowed to make All Might take back his words and genuinely apologize. With determination, Izuku walked toward the door, making one last remark about All Might's past as a quirkless individual before slamming the door shut behind him. In the now silent teacher's lounge, All Might could only think about how he had truly failed as the symbol of peace. Rumors circulated in Class 1A about who would teach them in homeroom since Aizawa was injured during the USJ incident. No one expected him to enter the classroom wrapped up like a mummy. The class expressed their concern, asking if he was all right. Aizawa reassured them that he would survive and instructed them to sit down and listen. He announced that something important was happening in 2 weeks. Despite the recent attack on UA, the principal had decided to hold the sports festival as a demonstration of strength. The next 2 weeks would be dedicated to training for the event, emphasizing that many pro heroes would attend to scout for potential recruits. He reminded them that they would only get this opportunity 3 times while at UA, so they needed to make it count. He also mentioned that any support gear would require an application. With that, he dismissed the class. Excitement erupted among the students as they began planning for the upcoming festival. Izuku, in particular, was caught up in a whirlwind of thoughts until Ida gently interrupted him with a small chop to the neck. Izuku, surprised, realized he had been muttering again. Kaminari commented on how fast he spoke, likening it to an art form. Izuku apologized, explaining that it just happened. Ida reassured him that everyone had different ways of processing information. Later in the cafeteria, Izuku, Uraraka, and Ida were discussing their aspirations when Izuku asked what motivated them to become heroes. Ida's eyes lit up as he proudly shared that his brother was the pro-hero Ingenium, and he aspired to be like him, a hero who inspires and leads people. Izuku, excited, let his admiration for Ingenium slip out before quickly calming himself to avoid drawing too much attention. He then shared that he had once wanted to be a hero because of All Might, admiring how he saved people with a smile. However, after their meeting 11 months ago, his ambition had shifted. He still wanted to save people and make them feel safe, but he also wanted to prove that anyone could become a hero, regardless of their circumstances. When Izuku turned to Uraraka and asked for her reason, she looked away, feeling a bit ashamed. She admitted that her motivation was money. Ida quickly reassured her that it was nothing to be ashamed of, as everyone needed to earn a living. Uraraka clarified that her desire to earn money was for her parents, as her father's building company was struggling due to competition. She wanted to help them by becoming a hero. Izuku praised her noble intentions, earning a smile from her. Ida then realized something important. He asked Izuku about his encounter with All Might 11 months ago, noting that Izuku seemed unhappy around him. Izuku recounted how All Might had saved him from a villain, and in that moment, he had asked if he could still be a hero without a quirk. All Might's response had been a firm no, suggesting he consider another career before jumping away, leaving Izuku feeling broken. The interesting thing was that after the USJ incident, he still hadn't fully believed in Izuku. Determined to prove him wrong, Izuku resolved to give his all at the sports festival to reach the top. Later that day, as Class 1A was about to leave the classroom, they encountered a crowd filling the hallway. Bakugo shouted for everyone to move aside, prompting some to step away from the door. Ida, with his characteristic enthusiasm, admonished Bakugo for calling others extras, simply because he didn't know them. A student from Class 1B, sporting spiky silver hair reminiscent of Kirishima, stepped forward and declared that Class 1A was egotistical for thinking they were superior just because they had fought villains. He confidently stated that Class 1B would defeat them and prove who was better before walking away. Following this, Bakugo pushed through the crowd to exit. Izuku, feeling the need to clarify, mentioned that they shouldn't judge Class 1A based on Bakugo's behavior, as he had always been angry. Just as he was about to leave, a boy with messy purple hair stopped him. He noted that not everyone in Class 1A was bad and explained that based on the sports festival results, students from other courses might be considered for the hero course, which could lead to some being moved out. He then announced that he was delivering a declaration of war from the other courses toward the hero course before departing. Eventually, the crowd dispersed, allowing Class 1A to head home. Izuku trained diligently for the next 2 weeks, driven by his determination to reach the top and prove All Might wrong. After a week, he received a response regarding his support gear application, instructing him to meet with the principal. When he arrived, the small white animal named Nedzu offered him a seat and asked if he would like some tea. Izuku accepted and inquired about the purpose of the meeting. Nedzu explained that they typically only accepted support gear necessary for a person's quirk, but since Izuku was the first quirkless person in the hero course, they would allow him to use equipment he had created himself. However, to ensure fairness, he could only select 4 different pieces of equipment. Izuku felt confident he could manage that and asked if there was anything else. Nedzu reminded him to finish his tea, prompting Izuku to drink quickly, eager to return to his training. Nedzu then revealed that he had heard All Might offered his power to Izuku. Surprised, Izuku nearly spilled his tea and stammered in disbelief. Nedzu clarified that as the principal of UA, he needed to be aware of such matters and emphasized the importance of keeping this information confidential. The only others aware of this secret were Recovery Girl, a retired hero named Grand Torino, a detective named Naomasa Tsukachi, and the pro-hero Sir Night-Eye. He stressed that Izuku could not discuss this with anyone else, not even his closest friends. Izuku agreed to keep it a secret and asked if he could leave to continue his training. Nedzu cheerfully wished him a nice day, and Izuku left to prepare for the sports festival. As the final days before the sports festival passed, Class 1A found themselves in the preparation rooms, getting ready to enter the arena. Uraraka remarked that Izuku was allowed to use his equipment, to which he replied that he could only choose 4 items. When she asked what he had selected, he mischievously grinned and said she would have to wait to find out. Soon, the signal to enter the arena was given, and they stepped out into the enormous stadium. Present Mick's voice boomed across the stadium as he introduced Class 1A, highlighting their experience in battling villains. He also mentioned Class 1B, who may not have been in the spotlight yet but were still formidable. Other classes from the general education and support departments were introduced as well. The students gathered in the center, where the 18-plus hero Midnight stood on a podium. With a swift crack of her whip, she commanded silence and called Bakugo to the podium to make the first-year pledge. Bakugo confidently declared his intention to become number 1, igniting a mix of cheers and jeers from the crowd. Midnight eventually managed to quiet the audience and announced the first event, an obstacle course. The students were instructed to complete a full lap around the arena, with the freedom to use any means necessary as long as they stayed on the track. As the countdown began, Izuku immediately activated his ODM gear and soared through the tunnel, leaving many behind who struggled to keep up. He slowed down on the flat ground, where the gear was less effective. Behind him, some students were frozen in place by Todoroki's ice, while others managed to break free and followed closely. Distracted by the chaos behind him, Izuku barely avoided crashing into a robot ahead. He quickly used his staff to dislodge a sheet of metal, which he picked up and strapped to his back for potential later use. As he secured the metal, several of the 0-pointers from the entrance exam stood frozen. Izuku attempted to use the height of the robots to advance, but they collapsed, forcing him to rely on another robot. This made him go faster, though not as quickly as he could have if the 0-pointers had remained intact. After navigating through the chaotic scene, the contestants faced a chasm with stone pillars connected by ropes. Izuku thought it was the perfect opportunity and glanced at Todoroki, who was skillfully maneuvering over the ropes. Taking a leap, Izuku jumped into the chasm, eliciting gasps from onlookers who feared he would fall. After a brief descent, he shot out a tether from his ODM gear and began swinging between the pillars at high speed, overtaking everyone. He noticed a girl with pink hair who also jumped down, using similar gear to navigate the pillars, though her equipment appeared less advanced. At the end of the course, Izuku encountered a minefield. Instead of wasting time avoiding the mines, he devised a plan. He began to dig up the mines without triggering them and piled them up. As he worked, Todoroki passed him with a puzzled expression, while Bakugo was too focused on catching up to Todoroki to notice. When Todoroki and Bakugo were halfway across the field, a massive explosion erupted at the beginning. From the smoke, Izuku soared on the sheet of metal, flying over their heads. He dropped the sheet before landing and used his ODM gear to propel himself over the final stretch, finishing well ahead of the others. Present Mike announced Izuku's victory with enthusiasm, and the crowd erupted into applause. Not long after Izuku finished the race, Todoroki claimed second place, followed closely by Bakugo in third. Bakugo, however, was far from calm about being beaten by someone without a quirk. He shouted angrily at Izuku, expressing his frustration and charging at him. As Bakugo approached, Izuku swiftly took out his staff, activated the noose at the end, and hooked it around Bakugo's right arm, using his momentum to fling him aside. Izuku reassured Bakugo that if he performed well enough, he would have the chance to fight him later, before walking away to wait for his friends to finish. Once the first 42 contestants completed the race, preparations began for the second event. Midnight stood next to a spinning wheel that determined the next challenge. When it stopped, she announced a cavalry battle, allowing teams of 2 to 4 members to form. Each team's point value would be based on the points earned in the previous event, with the first place receiving a staggering 1 million points. All eyes turned to Izuku, as everyone would be eager to target him for those valuable points. Izuku felt a wave of dread wash over him as he watched others team up without anyone approaching him. Just then, he felt a tap on his shoulder and turned to see Uraraka smiling at him. She asked if she could join his team, and he agreed, surprised that anyone would want to team up with him. Uraraka acknowledged the danger but reassured him that as long as they stayed out of sight, they would be fine. Izuku felt a surge of confidence and mentioned that he had a plan, but he needed one more teammate. Ida, however, declined their invitation, stating that he needed to grow as a hero and could not do so while in Izuku's shadow. He walked over to join Todoroki's team instead. As Izuku and Uraraka searched for another teammate, they encountered Mei Hatsum, a girl with pink hair and large red goggles. She asked to join their team and explained that she was from the support department, using her inventions to enhance their abilities. Izuku was intrigued and shared that he had created his equipment over several years to compensate for being quirkless. Mei expressed her interest in seeing how his inventions worked, and they began to discuss their gear enthusiastically. Suddenly, another voice interrupted them. A boy with messy purple hair approached and asked to join their team. Izuku recognized him as Hitoshi Shinso, who had previously declared war against the hero course. Despite this, Izuku agreed, curious about his abilities. Hitoshi explained that his quirk allowed him to control others' actions if they responded verbally to him. He seemed apprehensive about how Izuku would react, but Izuku reassured him that all quirks could be used for good, even if they had a villainous aspect. Hitoshi smiled slightly, appreciating the understanding. They then proceeded to devise their strategy. Present Mike announced the start of the cavalry battle, urging everyone to put their plans into action. Most teams charged straight for Izuku's team, aiming for the 1,000,000 points, but they were well prepared. Ochako activated her quirk to negate gravity, while Mei utilized one of her inventions to gain altitude. As they soared above the other teams, Izuku skillfully maneuvered with his ODM gear, evading any attempts to reach them. When they landed on the far side of the field, they used Mei's hover boots to cushion their descent. Shortly after touching down, a tongue lunged for their headband, accompanied by purple projectiles whizzing past. Izuku deftly dodged and identified the source. Shoji was using his dupli arms to shield Tsuyu and Mineta, resembling a makeshift tank. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku threw a flashbang, temporarily blinding Shoji and his teammates. With their vision impaired, Izuku and his team dashed in to snatch their headband, quickly distancing themselves from the other teams that had caught up. Izuku and his team maintained this strategy for a considerable time, avoiding confrontation unless absolutely necessary. Eventually, most teams had lost their headbands, leaving only a few with the majority of points. As Izuku's team soared across the field once more, Bakugo descended from above, declaring that their headband was his. He propelled himself with explosive bursts, but Shinso calmly taunted him, suggesting that his pride would lead to his downfall. Bakugo growled in response, but was silenced as Shinso's quirk took effect, causing him to plummet toward the ground. Just before impact, Siro's tape pulled him back to his team. With 2 minutes remaining, Izuku felt confident about securing another first place. However, fate had other plans. As they prepared to leap across the field, a surge of ice shattered their hover boots, rendering them unable to jump without risking injury. Izuku turned to see Todoroki's team comprising Todoroki, Ida, Kaminari, and Momo launching the icy assault. Todoroki then unleashed a massive wall of ice, encasing both teams. Ida activated his special move, Recipro Burst, causing blue flames to erupt from his exhaust pipes. The team surged toward the 1,000,000 points at breakneck speed, leaving Izuku little time to react. He called out for Uraraka to make them weightless and cover her eyes. She complied immediately. Izuku then threw a flashbang, but Momo countered it with a protective barrier. Undeterred, he activated his ODM gear, pulling his now weightless team along with him. The two teams pursued each other for a minute, even after Ida's burst of speed diminished. Kaminari unleashed a powerful jolt of electricity aimed at the 1,000,000-point team. Izuku, gripping his staff by the non-conductive parts, flipped his entire weightless team over the wave of electricity. However, this maneuver altered their trajectory, sending them directly toward the opposing team with no room to adjust. Shinso taunted Todoroki, comparing him to his father and highlighting his powerful quirk. Todoroki, visibly angered, began to respond, but Shinso's quirk took effect, allowing Izuku and his team to slip past the other team without risking their headbands. As the countdown reached its final moments, Present Mike announced the end of the cavalry battle, declaring it a thrilling experience. All the students from the cavalry battle gathered around the podium to hear the results. Present Mike announced in his loud voice that Team Midoriya had secured first place, followed by Team Todoroki in second, Team Bakugo in third, and Team Tetsutetsu in fourth. Midnight then informed the students about the upcoming 1v1 battle tournament, displaying the first round of matches on a screen. The matchups were as follows: Midoriya vs. Kirishima, Shinso vs. Ishido, Siro vs. Todoroki, Ida vs. Hatsum, Tokoyami vs. Yaoyorozu, Kaminari vs. Shiozaki, Aoyama vs. Bakugo, Uraraka vs. Tetsutetsu. Midnight announced a lunch break before the tournament began, allowing students to refuel and prepare for the matches ahead. During lunch, most of the girls spent their time playfully chasing after Mineta and Kaminari, who had tricked them into wearing cheerleader uniforms. Meanwhile, the 16 competitors focused on calming their nerves, training, or, in Izuku's case, memorizing the quirks and weaknesses of his potential opponents. Eventually, the time came for the first battle. Present Mike introduced Izuku Midoriya, the quirkless student who had surpassed all expectations, as he entered the arena and ascended the stairs to the concrete platform. On the opposite side stood Eijiro Kirishima, known for his hard and tough demeanor, ready for the fight. Midnight explained the rules. If a contestant went out of bounds, was restrained, or knocked unconscious, they would lose. With a shout of, "Start!" the two opponents charged at each other. Izuku threw a flashbang, temporarily blinding Kirishima. He then shot a tether and flew across the ground, preparing to strike with his staff. Kirishima hardened his body, bracing for the impact. Although Izuku struck him in the abdomen, Kirishima felt no pain due to his quirk. Izuku realized that his electricity-based attacks were ineffective and decided to wear Kirishima down instead. The two continued to exchange blows, with Izuku dodging Kirishima's attacks while landing hits whenever possible. Eventually, Izuku managed to land a hit that made Kirishima flinch. He noted that quirks were like muscles, suggesting there was a limit to Kirishima's hardening. With renewed determination, Izuku shifted to a more aggressive fighting style. Present Mike excitedly announced that Midoriya's attacks seemed to have taken a toll on Kirishima, who struggled to keep up with the relentless pace. In a swift move, Izuku grabbed Kirishima's arm and flipped him out of bounds. Midnight declared that Kirishima was out of bounds, allowing Midoriya to advance to the next round. Concerned for his opponent, Izuku asked Kirishima if he was okay. Kirishima reassured him, expressing admiration for Izuku's strength and sportsmanship, which he deemed very manly. Afterward, Kirishima went to Recovery Girl, while Izuku joined Class 1A's booth to watch the remaining matches. The next match featured Shinso against Ishido. Ishido charged at Shinso, using her acid to enhance her speed. Shinso remained calm, standing still as Ishido attempted to taunt him. However, she fell victim to Shinso's brainwashing quirk, which compelled her to walk out of bounds. Midnight announced that Shinso would proceed to the next round, while Ishido, confused, returned to her classmates. The fight between Shiro and Todoroki was brief. Before any commentary could be made, Todoroki unleashed a glacier of ice that covered half the arena, leaving Shiro unable to move and resulting in Todoroki's victory. The audience was left in awe of Todoroki's power, speculating that he would reach the final battle. Izuku, however, could only think about how he would face Todoroki. Ida's match against Hatsum was even more humiliating than Ishido's. Initially, he was allowed to use some of Mei's gear, which seemed fair. However, Mei turned the entire battle into a commercial for her support gear. After a lengthy presentation, Ida felt utterly embarrassed, especially when Mei stepped out of bounds, granting him the victory. He was not in the best mood afterward. The match between Tokoyami and Yaoyorozu was one-sided, with Tokoyami using Dark Shadow to push Momo toward the boundary. Despite her desperate attempts to defend herself with shields, she was ultimately pushed out of bounds. Kaminari's match against Shizuki followed a similar pattern. Kaminari attempted an all-out attack but ended up short-circuiting his brain. Shizuki blocked his moves with a wall of vines, sending the now-dazed Kaminari out of bounds. He was carried away, still giving a thumbs-up with a goofy smile. Aoyama faced Bakugo in the first round and stood little chance. Bakugo used his explosions to dodge Aoyama's lasers and ultimately blew him out of bounds after suffering a stomach ache from overusing his quirk. Many believed Tetsu would easily win his match, but Uraraka managed to evade his attacks, sustaining only minor bruises. When Tetsu made a critical mistake, Uraraka cancelled out his gravity, rendering him unable to fight. She advanced to the second round, where she would face Bakugo next. Present Mike concluded the first round, announcing the results to the eager crowd. Present Mike announced the end of the first round, stating that they had seen some very interesting candidates for the next fights and that there would be a short break before the second round began. Izuku and Shinso approached the fighting arena, ready to face each other. Shinso received a slightly more impressive introduction than last time. Midnight called for the match to start, but neither of the two teens moved. Midoriya shot his tethers into the ground and pressed a couple of buttons. Shinso questioned what Izuku was doing, doubting that a quirkless person like him could become a hero. Izuku, seemingly unfazed, commented on the nice weather, which left Shinso confused and frustrated, especially since his quirk hadn't activated. Izuku explained that his experience as a quirkless individual and his observation of heroes had made him adept at analyzing quirks. Shinso, angered by the revelation of a weakness he had never considered, demanded that Izuku take the fight seriously. As Shinso's brainwashing quirk took effect, Izuku's eyes turned white. Shinso instructed him to step out of bounds with a smile. Izuku attempted to move but found himself stuck by the tethers anchored in the ground. Realizing Izuku's plan, Shinso's smile faded into a look of anger. He charged at Izuku and delivered a powerful punch, causing Izuku to bleed but failing to knock him out. Instead, the blow broke the effects of the brainwashing. With renewed determination, Izuku sprang into action, using his ODM gear to launch himself across the arena. Before Shinso could react, Izuku kicked him out of bounds. Midnight announced that Shinso was out of bounds and that Midoriya would proceed to the third round. Izuku approached his defeated opponent and offered his hand, encouraging him to keep pushing forward even when it seemed impossible. Shinso hesitated but eventually accepted the hand, standing up and promising to keep trying. As he left the arena, some of his classmates cheered him on. Izuku and Todoroki then faced each other, ready for their match. The crowd cheered, and Present Mike was ecstatic. Todoroki initiated the fight by shooting a stream of ice toward Izuku, who dodged with his ODM gear, using the height to enhance his maneuverability. He charged at Todoroki at incredible speed, wielding his staff, which he transformed into nunchucks, catching Todoroki off guard. Todoroki retaliated with another stream of ice, forcing Izuku to back off momentarily. However, Izuku quickly adapted, using the walls of ice to launch himself into the air and descending upon Todoroki like a whirlwind, landing several hits. Without giving Todoroki a moment to think, Izuku pressed the attack. Encouraging Todoroki to fight at his full strength, Izuku lowered his guard. This moment of vulnerability allowed Todoroki to seize one of the nunchucks, encasing it in ice. By the time Izuku realized what was happening, most of his left arm was covered in ice. Retreating from another barrage of ice, he felt the pace of the fight slow as both fighters struggled against their respective limitations. Izuku urged Todoroki to unleash his full potential, prompting a shift in Todoroki's mindset. For a brief moment, he forgot about his father, and his left side erupted in flames, melting away the frostbite and the ice from the battle. Amidst the audience, the number 2 hero could be heard, but the two fighters remained focused on each other. Todoroki warned Izuku not to blame him for what was about to happen as he approached with both his ice and fire activated. Izuku prepared for the incoming attack, readying his weapon. With a mutual acknowledgement of their strengths, the two clashed. A massive explosion erupted, sending shockwaves through the arena as the heated air expanded rapidly. The smoke obscured the view of the two contestants, leaving the audience in suspense. When the smoke cleared, both fighters were still within the boundaries. Todoroki was barely standing, while Izuku crouched behind a metallic shield that had emerged from a device on his forearm. The shield, shiny and made of foldable plates, showed signs of distortion from the explosion. After a moment, Izuku stood up and folded the shield away, launching himself across the ground for one final attack, knocking Todoroki out of bounds. Midnight announced that Todoroki was out of bounds and that Midoriya would proceed to the final battle. As Izuku walked toward Recovery Girl's temporary office with a slight limp, he encountered an angered Endeavor in the hallway. The flaming hero questioned how a quirkless kid could defeat his creation at full power. Izuku responded with confidence, citing hard work, craftsmanship, strategic thinking, and a desire to free Todoroki from the constraints placed upon him. Endeavor dismissed Izuku's achievements as mere luck, insisting that power was essential to becoming a hero and vowing that Todoroki would one day master his flames and defeat All Might, refusing to let a quirkless wannabe stand in his way. Endeavor warned Izuku that he should leave before getting hurt, flames flickering around him. Izuku chuckled, reflecting on All Might's belief in him, which had almost shattered his dreams months ago. He expressed his disdain for Endeavor, accusing him of seeking fame and money at the expense of his family, and vowed to prove both Endeavor and All Might wrong about his potential as a hero. As he walked past Endeavor, he reminded him that the power belonged to someone else, not him. When Izuku arrived at Recovery Girl's office, he was reprimanded for taking unnecessary risks and for his reckless fight against Todoroki. By the time he finished, Bakugo's match with Tokoyami had concluded, with Bakugo winning by exploiting Dark Shadow's vulnerability to light. Izuku retreated to his preparation room to strategize for his upcoming fight when Bakugo stormed in, frustrated to find Izuku in his space. After a brief exchange, Bakugo stormed out, demanding that Izuku give him a real challenge in their match. The time for the final battle arrived, and present mixed excitement was palpable. Bakugo charged at Izuku with fierce determination, his eyes burning with intensity. Izuku raised his arm to activate his shield, redirecting the force of Bakugo's explosion. He retaliated by striking Bakugo with his staff while discharging electricity. Despite the pain from an explosion that knocked him off balance, Izuku pressed on, throwing a flashbang to blind Bakugo and unleashing a flurry of attacks, combining his shield and staff for maximum impact. As Bakugo regained his sight, he unleashed a massive explosion, propelling himself toward Izuku with renewed vigor. Izuku skillfully used his gear to maintain distance, blocking Bakugo's attacks. A mistake from Bakugo allowed Izuku to spin past him and deliver a powerful kick, but Bakugo quickly countered with another explosion. Izuku adapted by transforming his shield into a projectile, which Bakugo initially dismissed as a miss. However, Izuku activated magnets, causing the shield to return and strike Bakugo in the head. Bakugo, now more furious than ever, released a torrent of explosions, launching himself into the air like a whirlwind. He shouted the name of his attack as it connected with Izuku, creating a massive explosion that filled the arena. When the smoke cleared, Bakugo stood panting, while Izuku lay on the ground, his shield deformed and his gear damaged. Bakugo approached, determined not to let Izuku win. However, Izuku smiled and rose to his feet, charging at Bakugo with incredible speed, delivering a series of quick blows that left Bakugo unable to respond. Eventually, Bakugo fell to the ground, unable to continue. Midnight announced Izuku as the winner of the sports festival, and the stadium erupted in applause. As the medal ceremony began, Todoroki and Tokoyami stood on the third-place podium, while Bakugo, tied to a pole with a muffler, stood in second place, still seething with anger. Midnight introduced Izuku, who stood proudly in first place. All Might made a grand entrance, announcing himself with enthusiasm and jumping down to the arena, much to the crowd's excitement. However, Izuku felt a mix of emotions. All Might approached the third-place winners, offering them constructive feedback on their quirks. He then moved to Bakugo, who was struggling to contain his frustration. After removing the muffler, Bakugo demanded a rematch, insisting that Izuku didn't deserve to be there. All Might acknowledged Bakugo's drive to improve, encouraging him to learn from this defeat and assuring him that he would have many opportunities to test his strength in the future. But for now, the pro hero reminded Bakugo of how far he had come and how much further he still needed to go. He attempted to place the silver medal over Bakugo's head, but it proved to be a challenge. Eventually, he resorted to placing the strap into the explosive teen's mouth. When All Might approached Izuku, a tense atmosphere developed between them. All Might's gaze shifted momentarily before he looked back and asked if there was anything he could do to earn Izuku's forgiveness. His voice was unusually low, ensuring that the cameras and microphones wouldn't pick up their conversation. Bakugo, however, managed to hear the exchange and remained silent as he listened. Izuku responded that forgiveness wasn't possible at that moment, but suggested that an apology for what All Might had said, along with genuine belief in Izuku's potential to become a hero, would be a good start. A small smile appeared on Izuku's face as he spoke. All Might agreed, expressing his heartfelt apology for his previous words and actions. He assured Izuku that he could become a hero with or without a quirk, and that he believed Izuku could be one of the greatest. Izuku felt tears welling in his eyes, but a profound smile spread across his face as he thanked All Might. The hero then placed the golden medal around Izuku's neck. Present Mic announced the conclusion of the sports festival, declaring it an incredible event and expressing excitement for the next year as people began to head home. Aizawa entered the classroom, his monotone voice cutting through the chatter. He informed the students that many heroes had seen their performances during the sports festival and had extended offers for internships. He activated a projection displaying the results, revealing Todoroki in first place with nearly 2,500 offers, Bakugo in second with almost 2,000, and Izuku in third with 893 offers. Other classmates also received offers, but the numbers quickly dwindled. Kaminari pointed out that Todoroki and Izuku's placements had switched since the sports festival, questioning why heroes would want a Quirkless student. Izuku reassured him that he took no offense. Aizawa continued, stating that those who didn't receive offers would still participate in internships and would receive a list of 40 hero agencies to choose from. He then shifted the topic to hero aliases, prompting cheers from the class. Midnight entered to assist with the naming process, emphasizing that a hero name should reflect one's values and image. She gave the students 15 minutes to come up with names and provided whiteboards for them to write on. As the students presented their names, they quickly fell into a rhythm. Most names were approved by Midnight, some were modified, and a few were rejected, including the more flamboyant suggestions. Ida and Todoroki opted to use their first names. When it was Izuku's turn, he stepped to the front of the classroom and shared his thoughts on his journey of perseverance despite being Quirkless. He revealed his hero name, Kaoru, the hero that never gives up. Midnight expressed her delight, encouraging him to return to his seat. Bakugo then presented his approved name, Ground Zero. After class ended, the students had free time to decide on their internship choices. Izuku sorted through his list of agencies, considering various factors. He was surprised to find an offer from Endeavor's agency, wondering if it was due to his victory over Todoroki or something else. As he muttered to himself, Bakugo approached him with an unusual calmness, asking him to follow. Curiosity piqued, Izuku complied. They stepped outside to a secluded area where they could speak privately. Bakugo initiated the conversation, mentioning that he had overheard All Might apologizing to Izuku during the medal ceremony. He noticed a change in how Izuku regarded All Might, sensing that it was different from the admiration he had shown in middle school. Bakugo inquired about the events that had led to this shift. Izuku explained that he had once asked All Might if he could be a hero despite being Quirkless, only to be told no, which nearly crushed his dreams. He admitted that he had resented All Might for not embodying the ideals he preached. He also recounted their conversation after the USJ incident, where he realized All Might still didn't believe in him. While he hadn't fully forgiven All Might yet, he acknowledged that the hero was beginning to redeem himself. Bakugo absorbed this information in silence before dismissing Izuku, telling him to return to his previous activities. As Izuku turned to go back to class, he was interrupted once more, this time by All Might himself. Young Midoriya was approached by All Might, who wore his trademark smile. He expressed a desire to discuss Izuku's internship. Izuku was curious and asked what it was about. All Might, visibly nervous, stammered as he explained that there was another internship offer that had just come in. He mentioned that it was from his former mentor, someone who had briefly worked at UA. All Might had thought the mentor had retired, but it seemed he had taken an interest in Izuku. He cautioned Izuku that this mentor was a strict teacher who would not go easy on him. After sharing this information, All Might, still shaking, hurried away. Izuku contemplated the opportunity, realizing that interning with someone who could intimidate All Might would provide him with invaluable experience. As the day began, Izuku woke up and prepared himself. He turned on his phone to catch up on the overnight happenings. He checked YouTube for new videos and then moved to Wattpad. To his delight, he discovered a flurry of comments on his story. Even more exciting was the revelation that his story had received 1,000 reads. This was far more than he had ever anticipated in such a short time. Grateful for the support, he hoped that readers would enjoy what was still to come. He appreciated the pleasant surprise and wished everyone a wonderful day or night. I expect that you all behave and use this time to its fullest, Aizawa stated as his students prepared to board their trains for their internships. The students responded enthusiastically, affirming their understanding. Aizawa then announced that he would be leaving the station. Izuku approached Ida, who had chosen to intern with Manuel in Hosu City. He expressed his concern for Ida, reminding him that he had friends who supported him during this difficult time. Ida thanked Izuku, assuring him that he was fine and would not act recklessly, allowing Izuku to focus on his own internship before boarding his train. As Izuku walked down the street searching for Grand Torino's house, he arrived at a building that appeared somewhat neglected. Upon entering, he noticed the lights were off. When he turned them on, he was taken aback by the sight of an elderly man in a white and yellow hero costume lying on the floor, surrounded by a pool of red liquid. Izuku exclaimed in shock, believing the man to be dead. However, the old man lifted his head, revealing that he was very much alive. The elderly hero explained that he had tripped while carrying sausages, spilling ketchup everywhere. He then asked Izuku who he was. Izuku introduced himself as a student eager to intern with Grand Torino and inquired about the hero's whereabouts. Grand Torino confirmed his identity and, after a moment of realization, Izuku expressed his hope to intern at Endeavor's office as well. Before Izuku could leave, Grand Torino swiftly moved in front of him, adopting a serious demeanor. He acknowledged Izuku's impressive achievements as the first Quirkless individual to enter a hero school, particularly UA, and challenged him to demonstrate how he would handle an unexpected situation. Grand Torino instructed Izuku to put on his hero suit and prepare for a test. Once equipped, Izuku awaited Grand Torino's next move. The old hero instructed him to survive for 5 minutes, then launched into action, moving at incredible speeds and attacking Izuku from various angles. Izuku defended himself using his shields, unable to counterattack effectively with his staff. He activated his ODM gear to maneuver around the room, trying to evade Grand Torino's relentless assaults. Grand Torino attempted to strike again, but Izuku anticipated the move and used a backup plan. As the old man closed in, Izuku ensnared him with a noose from his staff, bringing him to the ground. Despite Grand Torino's speed, he lacked the strength to escape as Izuku held him down. After a moment, Grand Torino called for an end to the sparring session, and Izuku released him. Grand Torino expressed his surprise at Izuku's abilities and shifted the conversation to a matter that had been on his mind. He mentioned receiving a call from Nezu regarding Izuku's knowledge of One for All and inquired if Toshinori had offered him the quirk. Izuku confirmed this but explained that he had declined the offer, wanting to prove that anyone could become a hero without relying on power. He also noted that his relationship with All Might had been strained for the past 11 months, though it had improved since the sports festival. Grand Torino acknowledged Izuku's perspective and suggested they work on his weaknesses, but first, he needed to replace his broken microwave. Once alone, Izuku began to ponder his weaknesses, contemplating how to enhance his strength and speed to better compete against quirks. He considered various strategies and combinations to improve his abilities. Outside, Grand Torino listened to Izuku's mutterings, impressed by his analytical skills. He wondered what had caused Toshinori to lose this potential successor and decided to head to the store for a new microwave. Meanwhile, in a secluded bar, Shigaraki expressed his frustration by turning a glass into dust. Kurogiri, standing behind the counter, mentally noted to only provide plastic cups when Shigaraki was in a bad mood. Shigaraki vented his anger, unable to understand why a quirkless individual like Izuku could infuriate him so much. Despite being quirkless, Izuku had managed to keep his distance from one of Sensei's nomes and even won the sports festival, leading Shigaraki to suspect that something was amiss. There was something familiar about Kurogiri's actions that stirred anger within Shigaraki, though he couldn't pinpoint the reason. He instructed Kurogiri to accompany him, stating they needed to speak with someone. Kurogiri inquired about the identity of that person, to which Shigaraki replied with a sadistic smile, revealing it was the hero killer. Kurogiri acknowledged the request and opened a portal. In a skyscraper housing the agency of the number 2 hero, Endeavor, Todoroki was beginning his internship. Endeavor expressed disappointment that the Quirkless boy hadn't shown up, as he wanted to understand how he had managed to defeat Todoroki. He attributed the loss to his son's poor control over fire. Todoroki interjected, reminding Endeavor that the boy's name was Izuku Midoriya and that losing to him had been a valuable experience. He asserted that the fire was his own, not Endeavor's, and asked what his father wanted to discuss. Endeavor's flames flared momentarily but then calmed as he stated they would travel to Hosu to confront the hero killer, Stain, with Todoroki following closely behind. Later that day, Grand Torino returned home to find an exhausted Izuku sprawled on the floor, drenched in sweat. Grand Torino exclaimed that Izuku was more like Toshinori than he realized, overexerting himself. Izuku, catching his breath, questioned what he meant, insisting he had simply made the most of his time. Grand Torino explained that during his training with Toshinori, he often pushed himself too hard, sometimes causing more harm than good. He decided they would take a break but advised Izuku not to act independently without permission in the future. Izuku agreed and was instructed to change into his normal clothes while Grand Torino prepared lunch. The remainder of the day was spent analyzing Izuku's abilities, with Grand Torino creating a schedule and a list of tasks for him to complete during and after the internship. As night fell, Izuku went to bed, ready for the challenges ahead. While Izuku drifted off to sleep, his mother was engaged in an important phone call. The male voice on the other end confirmed that Izuku had made it into UA. Inko expressed her joy, noting how happy her son was and how he had found true friends who accepted him despite his quirklessness. The voice inquired if Izuku was aware of the truth about their past, to which Inko admitted she hadn't found the heart to tell him, wanting to preserve his image of his father. The voice expressed a desire to visit during the summer vacation to apologize for past actions. Inko agreed it was time for Hisashi to make amends, revealing the burden of keeping the secret all these years. Hisashi acknowledged his failures and asked if there was a way for them to forgive him. Inko suggested that he could start by admitting his mistakes and being there for Izuku as a father. After a long pause, she said she needed to go to bed, ending the conversation. The next day, as Grand Torino and Izuku walked down the street, Izuku asked where they were headed. Grand Torino explained that if Izuku continued to fight with him, he would become too accustomed to it. He needed to face various opponents to adapt to different situations, especially since he lacked the sheer power of heroes like All Might. They entered a taxi, and Grand Torino clarified that they were going on patrol in Tokyo, where they were more likely to encounter villains. As the train passed through Hosu City, Izuku began to worry about Ida, who hadn't responded to his messages as quickly as usual. His concern deepened when he noticed flames in the city. Suddenly, the train stopped as a hero flew in, and outside, a winged Nomu soared through the air. Grand Torino shouted for Izuku to do what he could to save people but warned him not to act recklessly before launching himself after the Nomu. Izuku made his way toward the fire to assess the situation. Upon arrival, Izuku saw two more Nomus attacking heroes and civilians. He quickly rescued a couple from a muscular Nomu similar to one he had encountered before, ensuring their safety before moving on to evacuate more citizens. When he returned to the scene, he noticed Endeavor had already dealt a significant blow to one of the Nomus. Just as he was about to continue his efforts, he heard Manuel calling for Ida and immediately left to search for his friend. As he flew over the buildings, he thought about the victims of Stain, realizing they had all been found in secluded areas. He wondered what trouble Ida had gotten himself into. Hearing voices, he rushed toward the source, recognizing one of them and accelerating his pace. He arrived just in time to see Stain poised to attack Ida. In a split second, something shot past Stain and struck the ground. Stain looked up, catching a glimpse of Izuku before being struck in the face with a metal pole. The hero killer had no time to recover as Izuku unleashed a flurry of attacks, forcing him backward. He attempted to move one of his swords forward, but the attack was intercepted by a metal rod. Izuku quickly returned to Ida, not wanting to take any more risks with Stain. Stain expressed his admiration for the Quirkless boy who had triumphed in the sports event, asserting that Izuku must understand the injustices of society and the necessity for its purging. Izuku acknowledged that society could indeed be unjust and that no one is born equal. However, he firmly believed that eliminating what one dislikes is not the path of a hero. A hero should strive to do what is right, save everyone they can, and distinguish between right and wrong. He also held the conviction that anyone could change, for better or worse. Therefore, if Stain believed that no one could change, he was no better than those he sought to purge. Stain regarded Izuku as someone worthy of the title of hero but insisted that the only way to change people was by eliminating the scum of society. He declared that if Izuku stood in his way, he would have to confront him. With that, the hero killer charged at Izuku. Izuku attempted to deploy his net, but Stain effortlessly sliced it in two. He then had to parry the strikes delivered by Stain. As the hero killer began to gain the upper hand, Izuku threw a flashbang, buying himself time to switch to his shields for better defense. Stain quickly recovered and launched another attack. Eventually, Izuku used two spikes at the edge of his shield to snap one of Stain's swords in half. A shard grazed Izuku's cheek, but he was too caught up in the heat of battle to notice. Stain, however, saw the small trickle of blood and feigned an attack, using the moment to lick the blood from Izuku's cheek. Instantly, Izuku's limbs locked up, rendering him immobile. Stain acknowledged Izuku as someone worth keeping but stated he had a job to do, which involved eliminating fake heroes like Ida and Native. He began to walk toward them, sword ready to strike. Just as he was about to stab Native, a stream of fire erupted toward him, forcing him to retreat. As he backed away, a slope of ice lifted the paralyzed heroes and slid them toward the newcomer. Todoroki urged Ida to leave, not wanting him or Izuku to get involved. Ida insisted that he needed to avenge his brother. Todoroki retorted that if Ida wanted them to leave, he needed to get up and do something about it. Stain criticized Ida for blocking his own sight of the opponent, slashing through the wall of ice Todoroki had created. Ida growled for them to go, stating that this had nothing to do with them and he didn't want them to get hurt. Stain was pushed back by another wave of fire, but he managed to throw two knives that grazed Todoroki's left cheek. The hero killer attempted to lick the blood, but Todoroki quickly covered his left side in flames. Izuku reminded Ida that they couldn't leave him because he was their friend. He quoted someone who had told him that getting involved in others' business was the essence of being a hero, which prompted Ida to realize that he had only tarnished his brother's reputation by his actions. He resolved to help take down the hero killer, not out of revenge, but because that was what a hero would do. After Ida expressed his determination, Izuku began to regain control over his body. Native inquired how he had managed to regain control, and Izuku speculated that Stain's quirk was likely blood paralysis but had its limits, possibly related to the amount of blood ingested or a person's blood type. Stain confirmed that it was based on blood type but insisted it wouldn't help them. He then threw two knives into Todoroki's left arm. While Todoroki dealt with the pain, Izuku threw a concussion mine toward the hero killer. Stain boasted that Izuku had missed, but Izuku activated the mine right beside him, sending Stain crashing into the wall. Izuku charged at Stain with his ODM gear, delivering several blows with his staff. He then paused to observe the vigilante, who struggled to rise and attack but found himself restrained. Stain yelled in frustration, unable to move. Izuku revealed that he had fastened several tethers to the wall, binding Stain. He pressed a button, causing Stain to shake violently as electricity coursed through him. When the shock subsided, Stain was left tied to the wall, unconscious. As Izuku subdued the hero killer, Ida regained control of his body. He apologized for putting them in danger, but Izuku reassured him that everyone makes mistakes and that the important thing was to learn from them. They needed to deliver Stain to the police, and Izuku pointed to the unconscious vigilante, now properly restrained with capture tape and stripped of his weapons. As they carried Stain out of the alley, several other heroes arrived, including Grand Torino, Manuel, and Endeavor. Grand Torino scolded Izuku for his reckless actions, but Izuku explained that he couldn't leave his friend alone with the hero killer. Before they could continue their conversation, a winged Nomu swooped down toward Izuku, ready to seize him. Izuku quickly threw a bomb filled with capture foam, immobilizing the creature as it fell to the ground. While the heroes were occupied with the Nomu, a pair of hands seized Izuku and pulled him away from the group. Stain had managed to free himself with a hidden knife and had now taken Izuku away from the others. He declared that they were all fakes, asserting that the only true hero among them was Izuku. He proclaimed that society needed to be purged of the false heroes who sought only fame and fortune, his voice filled with conviction that left everyone frozen in place. "I will only be defeated by one hero, All Might." The hero killer paused, suddenly silent, as a broken rib compromised his lung. Stain was taken to a secure hospital, where he underwent surgery for his injuries. Following a brief trial kept away from the public eye, he was sent to a high-security prison. Meanwhile, Ida, Izuku, and Todoroki were also hospitalized. Izuku was fortunate, having sustained only minor injuries during the fight. Ida suffered nerve damage in his left arm, while Todoroki required stitches for the cuts inflicted by thrown knives. The trio sat in their hospital beds when Manuel, Grand Torino, and the chief of the Hosu police force entered the room. Kenji Tsuragame introduced himself and expressed gratitude on behalf of the police for their role in capturing the hero killer. However, he reminded Ida and Todoroki that they had used their quirks to attack someone without a hero license or permission from their mentors. As for Izuku, he found himself in a unique situation, as he did not possess a quirk. Grand Torino had advised him to save people, which he had accomplished, so he would not face any charges. The chief presented three options. They could tell the story as it happened, which would lead to public praise but potential charges for Ida and Todoroki. They could modify the story to say that Midoriya and Endeavor captured Stain, which would bring praise to Midoriya but could result in stricter regulations on heroes, or they could simply state that Endeavor had captured Stain, keeping the truth hidden and avoiding any consequences for the trio. After a moment of consideration, they chose the safest option. Izuku was released from the hospital the following day and resumed his internship. Grand Torino continued to train him, highlighting his weaknesses and how to improve them. Todoroki was discharged 2 days later but was unable to participate fully in the training and patrolling Endeavor had planned due to his injuries. Ida was released on the final day of the internship, having declined surgery for his nerve damage, choosing instead to keep it as a reminder until he felt worthy of his brother's name. As Izuku walked away after saying goodbye to Grand Torino, the old man called out to him, asking who he was. Izuku began to respond but was interrupted. Grand Torino insisted on knowing his identity, and after a moment of confusion, Izuku proudly declared himself as Dikairu. Grand Torino nodded in approval, and as Izuku walked away, the old man thought to himself that if the boy maintained his current drive, he could become a great hero. He then returned home, contemplating a conversation he needed to have. Upon returning from their internships, Aizawa addressed his class in his usual monotone voice, reminding them that final exams were approaching. There would be both a written and practical component, and those who did not pass would have to spend the summer taking extra classes while the others attended summer camp. He expected everyone to do their best and instructed them to put on their hero costumes and meet at Field Gamma for a test. Once Aizawa left, many students began voicing their concerns about the written exam, particularly those who ranked lower, like Mina and Kaminari. Fortunately, Yaoyorozu offered to help them study. When the class gathered at Field Gamma, they were greeted by All Might. He announced that they would be participating in rescue training, explaining that he would be stationed at a designated point and the students would race to reach him. The first race would include Midoriya, Mina, Ojiro, Ida, and Shiro. As the contestants took their starting positions, the students speculated on who would win. Kaminari believed Shiro had the advantage due to his quirk, while Kirishima thought Ida's speed would still be a factor despite his injury. Todoroki surprised everyone by joining the conversation, suggesting that Izuku might take the lead, though he was unsure how he would navigate the environment. With a loud announcement, All Might signaled the start of the race. The contestants surged forward, each employing their unique abilities. Mina glided along the pipes using her acid, while Ojiro utilized his tail to leap between gaps. Ida raced across the pipes with his engine quirk, and Shiro believed he had the victory secured as he swung through the area. However, Izuku suddenly surged past him at an astonishing speed, executing a flip before diving back into the maze of pipes. He skillfully maneuvered through the obstacles, occasionally rising to find a new path. Kirishima watched in awe, exclaiming that Midoriya was incredibly fast. It wasn't long before Izuku reached the finish line in first place. All Might congratulated him, expressing pride in his performance. Izuku beamed back at his former idol, grateful for the recognition. Zero, exhausted from his efforts to keep up, asked Izuku how fast he could go with his gear. Izuku explained that he wasn't entirely sure, as he hadn't tested its full potential since the last upgrade, but May had suggested he could match All Might's speed under ideal conditions. Zero lamented that he could never compete with that. After Zero came Ida, then Ojiro, and lastly Mina. When the class finished their exercise, it was time for lunch. Zero wondered what they would do in the practical exam. Kirishima mentioned that he had heard from some seniors that it would basically be a repeat of the entrance exam. Mina exclaimed that if they would only be fighting robots, it would be super easy, but then slouched into her chair, remembering the written exam they still needed to worry about. Izuku reassured her that she would be just fine, but his encouragement was cut short when Monoma crashed a tray into his head. Monoma smirked and apologized sarcastically, claiming there wasn't enough room to maneuver his tray around Izuku's quirkless head. He continued to mock Izuku, belittling his accomplishments and calling him an ignorant hero wannabe. Izuku had heard enough and felt a surge of anger. He gripped his cutlery tightly, feeling the metal bend under his grasp. He warned Monoma that he had 30 seconds to apologize before he would make him regret being born. Bakugo, sensing the tension, whispered to the others with a hint of fear in his voice, recalling a past incident where Izuku had made someone tremble in fear for months after a similar threat. The members of Class 1A wished they would never be on the receiving end of Izuku's rage. Monoma continued his taunts, but was abruptly silenced by a swift chop to the neck from Itsuka. She apologized for her classmates' rudeness and expressed hope that they could still treat each other as equals. Izuku glanced at the unconscious Monoma and then back at Itsuka, simply acknowledging her with a nod before returning to his meal. The table sighed in relief, even Bakugo, glad they didn't have to witness a confrontation escalate further. 2 weeks later, May and Izuku were discussing upgrades to his equipment. May suggested improving the protective plating since they had increased the size of the power supply. Izuku agreed, noting that while the power supply was strong, a well-aimed attack could still immobilize it. He was also working on various triggering mechanisms for his gadgets when he received a message from Ochako, asking for help studying for the written exam. He told May he had to leave, reminding her not to make any modifications he hadn't approved yet and to avoid any explosions. May assured him she wouldn't do anything stupid, claiming it had been 3 days since her last mishap. Izuku arrived at Ochako's house, located in one of the poorer parts of the city. It was small but well kept. When he knocked, he was greeted by Ochako's father, who seemed tall and well-built. Izuku introduced himself, explaining he was there to help Ochako with her homework. Mr. Uraraka, initially suspicious, welcomed him in and mentioned that he and his wife would be out shopping, advising them to behave. Upon entering the living room, Izuku greeted Ochako, who hoped her father hadn't been too harsh. He reassured her that he understood their protectiveness, sharing a bit about his own mother's worries. They then began studying, focusing on math and English. As time passed, they grew hungry and decided to make some food. Ochako was pleasantly surprised by Izuku's cooking skills, praising the katsudon he had prepared. Izuku explained that his mother had taught him to cook, and katsudon was his favorite. Their conversation turned to family, and when Ochako asked about Izuku's father, he revealed that he didn't know him well, as he had left when Izuku was 4. Ochako felt bad for bringing it up, but Izuku reassured her that it was fine and suggested they continue studying. As it got late, Izuku prepared to leave when Ochako stopped him. She expressed her gratitude for his kindness, holding his shoulder. Izuku turned to her, saying it was nothing special, just the right thing to do. He acknowledged that she was one of the nicest people he had met and shared that she was his first real friend since he was 4. Ochako revealed that he was also her first real friend in a long time, sharing her struggles with bullying at school. Izuku comforted her, encouraging her to learn from the past and reminding her that no one had the right to dictate who could become a hero. He promised to always be there for her as a friend. After a moment of silence, they let go of each other, and Izuku left, feeling a sense of warmth from their connection. One thought lingered in both of their minds as they parted ways. They wished they could be more. The day for the practical exam had finally arrived, and many students looked forward to it after the written exam a few days prior. To their surprise, all the teachers were present. Just as the students were about to inquire about the unusual gathering, Nezu popped out of Aizawa's capturing gear. "It is I, the principal," the small white-furred animal exclaimed with excitement. "You probably have heard about the practical exam from the older students, haven't you?" he asked. Kirishima responded enthusiastically, recalling that it was similar to the entrance exam where they smashed robots. Nezu confirmed that it used to be a fight against faux villains, but due to the recent rise of the League of Villains, they had decided to change the exam. The students would be paired up to fight the teachers instead. The class erupted in disbelief at the announcement. Aizawa confirmed that they would indeed be fighting the teachers and began listing the pairs. Eventually, only Izuku and Bakugo remained. They then saw All Might descending from above, making a dramatic superhero landing. "Young Bakugo and Midoriya, you will be fighting me," All Might declared, looking down at his two students. Izuku felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, internally questioning how he could possibly defeat All Might. He felt slower and weaker, and All Might had years of experience. The only thing he could do better was to strategize, but he was unsure how to utilize that. Aizawa explained that the teachers would wear compressed weights made by the support department to level the playing field. When All Might donned his weights, his arms dropped slightly due to the unexpected burden. Aizawa instructed everyone to head to their assigned areas for preparation and planning. As Izuku and Bakugo walked in silence toward their exam location, the tension was palpable. Izuku attempted to speak, suggesting they needed a plan, but Bakugo snapped back at him. Izuku, fueled by frustration, confronted Bakugo about his treatment of him and others, demanding to know why he acted that way. Bakugo stood silent, taken aback by Izuku's outburst. Izuku pressed on, expressing his exhaustion with Bakugo's behavior and the years of being pushed away. Bakugo finally responded, revealing his anger at Izuku's persistence. He felt that Izuku's determination to succeed was a constant obstacle in his path. He admitted to losing at the sports festival to someone he had always viewed as a hindrance. He questioned why Izuku couldn't just leave him alone, as he was meant to be number one. Izuku took a moment to gather his thoughts before carefully addressing Bakugo. He clarified that he never looked down on him. He explained that one cannot move forward while constantly looking down on others. To rise higher, one must look up. Izuku shared his own struggles, having to forge his own path without a quirk. He had always admired All Might, but Bakugo was the one he had looked up to, representing the power he wished he had. Izuku expressed that he would never reach the number one spot, but he would continue to do his best. He hoped they could move past their differences and push each other to excel. Bakugo contemplated Izuku's words, muttering to himself about the idea that Izuku never looked down on him. He eventually took Izuku's hand, agreeing to support each other moving forward. They discussed their advantage over All Might, noting that he couldn't maneuver in the air as well as they could, and speculated about a potential weak spot. As the exam began, a robotic announcer's voice echoed through the speakers. Izuku and Bakugo walked down the main street, with Izuku using his goggles to enhance his vision. Suddenly, Izuku spotted a whirlwind of destruction approaching them. He shouted for Bakugo to get behind him and raised his shield just in time. The wind pressure from the chaos caused significant damage to the surrounding buildings, but they remained unharmed. All Might emerged from the chaos, declaring himself a villain and showing little concern for the city. Izuku and Bakugo immediately sprang into action, launching their plan. All Might jumped toward them at incredible speed, but they skillfully dodged him midair. When All Might turned, he saw Izuku approaching from the right. As he reached out to grab Izuku, his hand passed right through him, revealing a projection. Bakugo seized the opportunity, aiming his gauntlet at All Might's injury and firing. He didn't have time to stop, quickly turning to follow Izuku, who was heading toward the exit. Meanwhile, All Might clutched his abdomen, coughing slightly, and wondered if Midoriya had informed Bakugo about his injury before standing back up. He then charged full speed towards his students. When he reached them, they began to outmaneuver him midair. All Might grew impatient and leaped towards Bakugo with immense speed, managing to grab him and destroy his gauntlet. He wondered where the other student had gone. His question was answered when a massive explosion struck his back, causing him to lose his grip on Bakugo. All Might acknowledged the two as they fled, noting their newfound cooperation. Izuku and Bakugo had little time to rest, as All Might was upon them again in mere seconds. This time, he destroyed Bakugo's remaining gauntlet before it could be used against him. With determination, he punched Bakugo straight into a wall. Shifting his focus to Izuku, he launched a series of attacks. Izuku desperately attempted to use his shields to block the punches, but with each strike, the shields became increasingly deformed. Eventually, he was forced to discard one shield after another. When the next punch came, Izuku had no choice but to catch it with his exoskeleton. A second punch followed, which he blocked with his other arm. Izuku found himself being pushed backward, away from the exit. After several meters, he managed to dig his feet into the ground, halting All Might's advance. A small wave of air was released as they stopped. All Might continued to increase his power, causing the concrete beneath them to crack and forcing Izuku's feet deeper into the ground. The exoskeleton struggled against the pressure and began to bend. As a part of it covering his hands broke, Izuku let out a cry of pain. All Might questioned what Izuku would do when faced with an insurmountable power. Izuku replied that he would keep smiling, to make people feel safe, no matter the circumstances, looking up at All Might with a determined smile that mirrored the hero's own. Just as the exoskeleton was about to fall apart, Bakugo suddenly appeared and unleashed an explosion right in All Might's face. He urged Izuku to run and reach the exit while continuing to bombard the hero with explosions. Izuku freed himself from the exoskeleton and sprinted toward the exit. Meanwhile, Bakugo struggled to keep All Might at bay, using powerful explosions that caused him pain. Eventually, All Might gained the upper hand, delivering a punch that sent Bakugo crashing into the ground, rendering him unconscious. Izuku was on the verge of escaping through the exit when he spotted All Might holding his unconscious childhood friend. Without hesitation, he turned back and charged at All Might, determined not to leave Bakugo behind. He declared that one should never leave someone behind and struck All Might across the face with his staff. All Might attempted to grab him, but Izuku had already vanished. A powerful blow struck All Might from behind, and once again, Izuku had disappeared before the number one hero could react. Izuku continued to dart in and out, attacking faster than All Might could respond, utilizing all of his equipment to gain an advantage. Eventually, All Might was knocked to the ground, and before he could rise, he found himself ensnared in a net and covered in capture foam. A surge of electricity coursed through him, and it took him a few moments to free himself. Once he was free, he immediately pursued Izuku and Bakugo. Izuku moved with a speed rivaling Grand Torino, and All Might tried to chase them, but they changed direction with incredible agility. He noticed that whenever Izuku shot out a tether, it had no effect on the environment. Too late, All Might realized it was a projection and turned just in time to see the duo escape through the exit. The robotic voice announced that Team Midoriya and Bakugo had passed. All Might acknowledged to himself that Izuku had outsmarted him. Later, in Recovery Girl's office, All Might faced her reprimand. She expressed her anger over the injuries sustained by Bakugo and Izuku, noting that Bakugo had broken ribs and Izuku had a broken wrist along with severe damage to his hands. Recovery Girl emphasized how fortunate Izuku was to only have light scarring. All Might attempted to defend his actions, stating he couldn't make it too easy for them. Recovery Girl pointed out that while challenges were acceptable, it was another matter entirely to cause such harm. However, she noted that the two had set aside their differences and transformed their relationship into something better. All Might remarked on how they had apparently been friends in their youth, pleased to see them treating each other with respect. Later that day, Izuku and Bakugo were released from the infirmary and left the school with their classmates. Ida complimented Izuku on managing to win against All Might, to which Izuku clarified that they hadn't won but had simply gotten past him, crediting Bakugo for his help. Ochako asked if they had worked together, and Izuku confirmed that they had talked and could potentially become friends again, though he suspected Bakugo would prefer a friendly rivalry. Ida suggested they celebrate passing the exam by going out to eat, and both Izuku and Ochako agreed. Izuku then called out to Bakugo, who was walking a few meters behind, inviting him to join them. Bakugo agreed, prompting Ida and Ochako to exchange surprised glances at their classmates' unexpected behavior. As Bakugo approached, he urged them to hurry, expressing his hunger. The two snapped out of their surprise and joined Izuku and Bakugo, who were engaged in a lively debate over who would win between Todoroki and Bakugo. Ida and Ochako shared a confused look, marveling at the newfound camaraderie between the two. Izuku was walking to UA, and for the first time in over a decade, he walked alongside his childhood friend Bakugo. Bakugo inquired about the end of their fight with All Might, expressing his confusion about what had happened after he was knocked out. Izuku explained that he had seen Bakugo lose consciousness. Then he had attacked All Might and used his devices to hold him down long enough to pick Bakugo up and create a projection. All Might had chased after the projection, allowing them to reach the exit. Izuku also mentioned that it was nice to see Bakugo behaving more like he used to. Bakugo questioned what Izuku meant by used to, and Izuku clarified that he was referring to Bakugo's explosive, angry, and impulsive nature from their childhood, before Izuku was diagnosed as Quirkless. Bakugo protested, insisting he was not impulsive, which only made Izuku calmly point out that Bakugo's reaction proved his point. Most of Class 1A was waiting for Aizawa to arrive. Ashido, Kaminari, Sato, and Kirishima were especially nervous since they had failed the practical exam. Shiro was uncertain about his own results, as he hadn't done much during the exam. The class was surprised when Izuku and Bakugo entered together, chatting without any hostility. Bakugo was passionately arguing that Hawks could not defeat Endeavor, while Izuku countered that Endeavor's ranking was due to his relentless ambition. Their debate continued until Bakugo suggested they agree to disagree, and they took their seats. Kaminari, still in shock, remarked that he couldn't believe Bakugo and Midoriya were actually talking without conflict. Kirishima confirmed that it was indeed a surprising moment, while Shiro, perhaps a bit too loudly, commented on Bakugo's behavior. Bakugo, reacting explosively, shouted at Shiro, who quickly backtracked. Aizawa then entered, instructing everyone to sit down and be quiet as he had announcements to make. Once everyone was settled, Aizawa began with the announcements, stating that all students had passed the written exam. However, he informed Shiro, Kirishima, Sato, Kaminari, and Ashido that they had failed the practical exam. The students who had failed cheered when Aizawa mentioned they would be attending summer camp, but the cheer quickly faded when he added that they would have to attend extra lessons, which he promised would be more challenging than summer school. He concluded by announcing that a new guest would be joining them for summer camp before retreating into his yellow sleeping bag. The class received a list of items they needed to bring for the camp. Since everyone missed at least one item, they decided to go shopping. At the mall, the group quickly dispersed to gather their supplies. Izuku stood by a fountain, contemplating where to buy what he needed, muttering to himself. He didn't notice a hunched figure in a black hoodie approaching him. The figure addressed Izuku, acknowledging him as the Quirkless student from UA and expressing admiration for his accomplishments. Izuku, curious, asked who the stranger was. Suddenly, the man wrapped his hand around Izuku's neck, holding him firmly. He expressed his admiration for Izuku's ability to match the Nomu created by Sensei, but his tone turned menacing as he warned Izuku to be cautious, suggesting he could cause significant harm before a hero arrived. He then led Izuku to a bench by the fountain. Izuku, maintaining a serious demeanor, confronted the villain, asking what he wanted. The man, revealing himself as Shigaraki, claimed he only wanted to talk. He expressed frustration over the media's focus on Stain while ignoring the actions of the Nomus. He questioned why people were more interested in Stain than in him, suggesting that both he and Stain sought to destroy what they disliked. Izuku responded by explaining the difference in their motivations, emphasizing that Stain aimed to create an ideal society while Shigaraki seemed to destroy for the sake of destruction. He pointed out that people understood Stain's ideals, which garnered him support, unlike Shigaraki, whose intentions remained unclear. Shigaraki tightened his grip on Izuku's neck, making it difficult for him to breathe, and reiterated that everything revolved around All Might. Just as he was about to continue, Ochako arrived, interrupting the conversation. She noticed Shigaraki's grip on Izuku and quickly assumed a defensive stance, realizing he was not a friend. Shigaraki released Izuku, who gasped for air, and attempted to appear non-threatening by raising his hands. He declared that he would leave, walking away into the crowd. Izuku, curious, asked about Shigaraki's leader, prompting Shigaraki to pause and acknowledge Izuku's cleverness, suggesting that Sensei would have appreciated him. Be careful. The next time they met would be when he had decided whether he wanted to eliminate him or not. With that, he walked into the crowd and vanished. The police arrived after the incident and the mall was closed, but Shigaraki was nowhere to be found. Izuku was taken in for interrogation by Tsukachi. The detective asked if Izuku had gathered any information during his encounter. Izuku responded that he believed the League of Villains was being controlled by someone in the background. He had his suspicions and had asked Shigaraki, who remarked that Izuku was too clever for his own good and mentioned someone he referred to as Sensei, who would have appreciated Izuku's intellect. Tsukachi quietly confirmed their suspicions about Shigaraki. When Izuku inquired further, Tsukachi explained that he couldn't disclose much but suggested that Toshinori might have more information. He mentioned it was related to Toshinori's injury and concluded the conversation, allowing Izuku to leave. In the alley, Izuku was greeted by his worried mother and All Might in his true form. Inko rushed over, expressing her concern for her son. She nearly squeezed him in a tight embrace, and Izuku managed to reassure her that he was fine, though he requested she ease up on the hug. He then turned to Toshinori, asking why he was there. Toshinori explained he wanted to check on Izuku and was also curious about what Tsukachi had said. He advised them to head home as it was getting dark. Izuku agreed and bid Toshinori farewell as he and Inko left. Inko was alone in her apartment, having just seen Izuku off with some friends to the pool. A knock on the door drew her attention, and when she opened it, her expression quickly turned cold upon seeing the man standing there. Hisashi, with black hair and blue eyes, greeted her. Inko acknowledged him with a curt response, and he suggested they had much to discuss. She agreed and offered to make some tea, inviting him inside since Izuku would be gone for a few hours. Hisashi stepped inside, closing the door behind him. The apartment had not changed much since his last visit. As he walked toward the living room, he noticed Izuku's room with the door slightly ajar. The first thing he observed was that the All Might-themed sign had been replaced with a regular one. He remembered buying that sign when Izuku got his own room at 3.5 years old, and the memory brought a bittersweet smile to his face. It pained him to see the sign gone. Curiosity got the better of him, and he opened the door fully to see the rest of the room. He was shocked by the dramatic transformation. Even when Izuku was 4, the room had been filled with All Might posters and figures, but now there was nothing left. Hisashi recalled the happiest day he had with Izuku, which was on his 4th birthday when he gifted him the latest All Might action figure. The joy on Izuku's face had been so radiant that Hisashi feared his heart would melt. That figure had held a place of honor on Izuku's desk, and it was the same one he had taken to the Quirk specialist 3 months later. Hisashi regretted his actions from that day more than anything else. He had intended to give Izuku a framed selfie he had taken with All Might, but when Izuku and Inko returned home, Izuku had gone straight to his room and turned on the computer without a word. When Inko shared the news, Hisashi had reacted poorly. He yelled, he punched, he used his quirk, packed his things, and left. Outside, he had thrown the picture and unleashed his quirk on it but ultimately stopped. Tears filled his eyes as he thought about that day, and he pulled out the old, burnt, and crumpled picture he had taken with All Might. Inko stood in the doorway, observing Hisashi as he looked around. She mentioned that one day, Izuku had removed everything related to All Might and discarded it. When she asked about the picture he was holding, Hisashi explained it was a reminder of his past mistakes, intended for Izuku when they discovered his quirk. Inko announced that the tea was ready, and they both moved to the living room to talk. Meanwhile, Izuku was at the pool with Kaminari and Mineta, who had invited him to join them. Sensing their mischievous intentions, he brought along the other boys, thwarting any plans they might have had. They engaged in some exercises and eventually held a swimming contest. Izuku struggled without his equipment, and just as the final round was set to begin with Todoroki, Bakugo, and Ida, Aizawa arrived to announce that their time at the pool was over. After chatting with his friends for a while, Izuku headed home. Upon entering the apartment, Izuku called out that he was home. Inko asked if he had enjoyed his time with friends, to which he replied affirmatively, though he noted he had lost the swimming competition due to not having his equipment. Inko then requested that he come to the living room, as they had a guest who wanted to speak with him. As Izuku approached, he asked who the guest was, but his question halted when he saw who it was. Hisashi had returned after a long absence. Izuku was filled with excitement as he ran over to his father, embracing him tightly. Hisashi, however, urged him to calm down and take a seat, as he had something important to share. After years apart, Izuku was overjoyed to see his father again. Taking a deep breath, Hisashi let out a sigh, small flames flickering from his mouth. He expressed his deep regret for leaving Izuku and his mother. Izuku, unaware of the past, asked what he meant. Hisashi explained that when Izuku was 4, he had wanted his son to become a hero and mistakenly believed that a quirk was essential for that. When he discovered that Izuku was quirkless, he became fixated on that detail and forgot that Izuku was still his son. Hisashi admitted to having hurt Inko during a fight, using his quirk in a moment of anger. Tears streamed down Hisashi's face as he continued, confessing that he had left out of shame, abandoning both Izuku and Inko when they needed him the most. He expressed his desire to make amends and be part of Izuku's journey to becoming a hero, pleading for forgiveness. Izuku, feeling overwhelmed, stepped out of his father's embrace and calmly stated that he needed some time alone. Before walking into his room, Hisashi called after him, desperate for his son to stay, but Inko intervened, urging Hisashi to give Izuku space to process everything he had just learned. They both sank to their knees, embracing each other in shared sorrow. Hisashi lamented his failures as a father, while Inko reassured him that he could only focus on the future and that she had already forgiven him. Meanwhile, Bakugo was jogging along Dagoba Beach, which had recently been cleaned up. He overheard Izuku's voice filled with anger, shouting about betrayal and his determination to become a hero without a quirk. Bakugo rushed to find his childhood friend, discovering Izuku attacking a metal training dummy with reckless fury, his technique suffering from his emotional turmoil. Bakugo called out to Izuku, demanding to know what was wrong, insisting that this behavior was unlike him. Izuku snapped back, but after a moment, he acknowledged Bakugo's concern and suggested they sit down to talk. Izuku revealed that Hisashi had returned home, wanting to reconnect after abandoning them years ago. He explained that Hisashi had left because he was disappointed that Izuku was quirkless, leading to a fight with Inko. Now, Hisashi thought he could simply apologize and be forgiven, which infuriated Izuku. As they sat in silence, Bakugo processed the information. He recalled a time when Hisashi had gone out of his way to apologize for a minor incident, suggesting that perhaps Hisashi's intentions were sincere. Izuku, still conflicted, expressed doubt about whether he could forgive his father after everything. Bakugo then took a moment to apologize for his own past behavior, acknowledging the bullying and discouragement he had put Izuku through. Izuku smiled, assuring Bakugo that he had already forgiven him. Bakugo then challenged Izuku, asking why he couldn't extend the same forgiveness to Hisashi. This question made Izuku reconsider the situation in a completely new way. Bakugo continued, expressing his thoughts on forgiveness. He pointed out that while Izuku could forgive him, he struggled to forgive his father, who had left him in a difficult situation. Bakugo emphasized that family matters and that forgiveness should extend to those who are family, even when it's hard to admit. He wore a rare, genuine smile as he spoke. Izuku acknowledged Bakugo's words, realizing he should forgive his father and move on. He then looked up at the stars, captivated by the beauty of the night sky. He reminisced about their childhood, recalling the nights they spent gazing at the stars together. Bakugo confirmed he remembered those moments but teased Izuku for only noticing the stars now. Suddenly, Izuku panicked, realizing the time and hurriedly packed his things to leave. Bakugo bid him farewell, using an old nickname that made Izuku pause in surprise. Bakugo explained that since Izuku was no longer useless, he felt it was only fair to use the nickname. They confirmed their friendship once again before Izuku left. Inko felt a wave of worry wash over her as she heard Izuku come home. She greeted him and mentioned that his father was in the kitchen. Izuku expressed his desire to talk to his dad and walked toward the kitchen. Upon entering, he found his father sitting in a chair, looking at a picture. Hisashi acknowledged Izuku's presence and began to speak about the mistakes he had made, but he was interrupted when Izuku embraced him in a hug. Izuku expressed that everyone makes mistakes and that what mattered was Hisashi's realization and presence now. Tears welled up in both their eyes as they shared this emotional moment. Hisashi then remembered something and retrieved the picture he had been looking at. He explained that he had intended to give it to Izuku after his visit to the Quirk specialist. Although it was years late, he handed over a slightly burnt picture of himself with all might. Upon seeing the picture, Izuku was overwhelmed with emotion, allowing his feelings to surface. His father asked if he was okay, and Izuku reassured him that he was, but mentioned someone he needed to talk to when he had the chance. They embraced once more, solidifying their reconnection. In the doorway, Inko watched the two with a smile, reflecting on how Izuku had inherited his emotional tendencies from both parents. She realized that while it would take time for her and Hisashi to rebuild their relationship, they were making progress. She quietly stepped away, allowing father and son to continue their heartfelt conversation. As they talked about various topics, Inko couldn't help but smile, feeling grateful that her son had his father back in his life. Hisashi waved goodbye to Izuku as he prepared for summer camp, wishing him a good time. Izuku responded enthusiastically to his parents before heading to UA, excited for the adventure ahead. Upon arriving at UA, he spotted his classmates. Ochako greeted him with excitement, asking if he was looking forward to summer camp. Izuku noticed how close she was and felt a rush of flustered emotions. Ochako, realizing the proximity, blushed and stepped back, both of them caught off guard. Aizawa then announced that a special guest would be joining their class for the camp, who would also be a new classmate after summer vacation. Hitoshi Shinso introduced himself, stating his intentions to become a hero while expressing a lack of interest in making friends. Izuku noted the similarity to how Todoroki had been before the sports festival. Monoma chimed in, making a comment about Class A's performance, which prompted Kendo to quickly silence him with a swift gesture. She apologized on Monoma's behalf, hoping Izuku wouldn't judge the entire class by his behavior. Although Izuku felt a flash of irritation at Monoma's earlier remarks, he quickly moved past it. "Don't worry. It's okay," he responded. Both classes boarded their buses and began the journey to the training camp. Izuku sat next to Shinso, hoping to engage him in conversation. Shinso quickly stated that he wasn't interested in making friends. Izuku, puzzled, asked why. He pointed out that everyone in their class was nice and would welcome a new friend, even Kaken, who had his own way of viewing friendship. Shinso's frustration grew as he explained that people only saw him as a villain because of his quirk. He had always been told he should become a villain and that he could never be a hero. It was better not to get involved, he insisted, believing Izuku couldn't understand his situation. Izuku chuckled softly, which annoyed Shinso. When asked what was funny, Izuku shared his own experience of being quirkless for 10 years, feeling discarded by society. He reassured Shinso that everyone in their class would accept him and look beyond his quirk. Even Kaken had apologized for his past bullying, though Izuku asked Shinso not to mention it. Shinso fell silent, gaining a newfound respect for Izuku, realizing they had both faced societal rejection. He reluctantly agreed to give friendship a chance. Izuku beamed with a bright smile, promising that he wouldn't regret it. The rest of the bus ride was quiet, as Shinso quickly fell asleep. Izuku ended up chatting with Ida and Ochako until they stopped for a break. He noticed that Class B's bus didn't stop with them and that there were no bathrooms nearby. While the others stretched and searched for a restroom, he quietly gathered some of his equipment. As Izuku picked up his gear, two members of the Wild Pussycats, Mandalay and Pixie Bob, appeared. Mandalay informed them that their lodge was at the foot of a nearby mountain and that they had until noon to arrive for lunch. Aizawa confirmed this, but Pixie Bob blocked their way to the bus, declaring that training camp had begun. Suddenly, a wave of earth pushed the students off the cliff and into the forest below. You have 3 hours to reach the camp. We own the forest, so feel free to use your quirks, Mandalay shouted as they landed. Izuku was prepared and managed to land better than most. Mineta rushed into the forest, searching for a place to relieve himself, but quickly returned, chased by an earth beast. Todoroki, Bakugo, Ida, and Izuku sprang into action, combining their efforts to defeat the beast, causing it to crumble into pieces. While the rest of the class engaged with the earth beasts, Izuku dashed toward Shinso. He handed Shinso his staff, insisting that he needed it more than Izuku did at that moment. Izuku showed Shinso his shields and revealed that he had a second staff before rejoining the fight. Kaminari had pushed himself too far and was left dazed. Just as a beast was about to strike him, Izuku intervened, using his shield to knock the beast down. He quickly picked up his stunned classmate and brought him to safety, instructing others to watch over him while he continued to fight. Pixie Bob observed Izuku's impressive skills, noting that he had taken down several earth beasts in a short time. She expressed her curiosity about what Aizawa had been keeping hidden, suggesting that Izuku might need a real challenge. As Izuku searched for more beasts, he spotted a much larger one, its leg as thick as a tree. Undeterred, he charged at it, spinning like a tornado and causing it to lose balance. He climbed up its back, delivering significant damage before leaping over its head and crashing down with his shield, obliterating it. By 5 o'clock, Class 1A emerged from the forest, exhausted and covered in sweat and dirt. Mandalay noted that they hadn't made it in time for lunch but acknowledged their impressive performance against the earth beasts, especially praising Todoroki, Bakugo, Ida, and Izuku. Izuku then noticed a young boy watching them and asked who he was. Mandalay introduced him as her nephew, Kota, and called him over. Izuku extended his hand for a handshake, but Kota unexpectedly punched him, causing Izuku to stumble in pain. Ida rushed to Izuku's side, shocked by the boy's actions. Kota declared that he couldn't stand people who wanted to be heroes and walked away. Aizawa intervened, instructing the students to grab their luggage from the bus and take it to their rooms. He reminded them that dinner would be served soon and that they should use the rest of the day to relax, as training would begin the next day. After enjoying their meal, the students took a bath in the hot springs. While most of the boys wanted to relax in the warm water, Mineta had different plans. He approached the wall separating the girls and boys, and despite Ida's protests, he began climbing. Before he reached the top, Kota intervened, scolding him for his behavior and pushing him off the wall. Ashido expressed her gratitude from the other side, but Kota, startled by the sight before him, lost his balance and tumbled down. Ida was busy catching Mineta, but Izuku managed to catch Kota just in time. Kota had fallen unconscious, so Izuku took him to Mandalay. Mandalay noted that Kota must have passed out from the fear of falling. She explained that they had assigned him to watch over the wall because Aizawa had warned them about one of the boys being quite the pervert. Izuku acknowledged this but mentioned that Kota had potential and was relieved that no one had been hurt. He then expressed his curiosity about why Kota harbored such a strong dislike for heroes, sharing that he had grown up admiring them despite some negative experiences. Pixie Bob entered the room and offered insight into Kota's feelings. She revealed that Kota's parents were both pro-heroes who had died while defending civilians 2 years ago. While their deaths were honorable, Kota felt abandoned and struggled to understand the praise society gave them, leading to his resentment towards heroes and villains alike. Mandalay added that Kota likely didn't have much fondness for them either but cooperated since they were his only remaining family. She then encouraged Izuku to get dressed and join the rest of his class. The next morning at 5:30 a.m., Aizawa began instructing his class. He greeted them and announced that the training camp would officially begin, promising they would all emerge stronger and ready for their provisional licenses. He tossed a ball to Bakugo, reminding him of his previous record of 705.2 meters and challenging him to see how much he had improved. As Bakugo prepared to throw, the others speculated about how far he would go, with some believing he might exceed a kilometer. With a fierce shout, Bakugo propelled the ball forward with a massive explosion. Izuku thought to himself that Bakugo hadn't changed much. The ball landed deep in the forest, and Aizawa revealed the result, 709.6 meters. He acknowledged the students' growth over the past months but emphasized that their quirks had not improved at the same rate. He warned them that the upcoming training would be grueling, promising a challenge that would test their limits. When Class B arrived, they were surprised to see Class A engaged in intense training with their quirks. Izuku zoomed past them, moving so quickly he appeared as a blur before crashing into a tree. Tiger, observing the situation, issued a stern command for him to keep moving, and Izuku complied, darting through the forest despite the occasional collision with trees. After the demanding training, the students were relieved to prepare their own dinner. Ida delivered a speech about the importance of cooking for oneself, while Todoroki started a fire for the ovens and Bakugo attempted to create flames with his explosions. They began preparing the ingredients, and Ochako remarked on Bakugo's surprising skill with a knife. Bakugo snapped back, questioning how anyone could be bad at using one. Izuku brought up their first-year cooking competition, which Bakugo dismissed, insisting he was better now. This sparked a competitive cooking rivalry between the two, much to Ida's dismay as he tried to mediate their escalating banter. In no time, the food was ready, with most of it prepared by Izuku and Bakugo. Kirishima praised the curry, noting its spiciness, to which Bakugo responded defensively. Ida commented on Izuku's curry, surprised to learn he enjoyed spicy food. Izuku admitted he had always liked it and, seeking more heat, added a dried Carolina Reaper to his dish. Bakugo questioned how he could handle such spice, and Izuku explained that he inherited some fire-breathing traits from his father, continuing to eat without discomfort. While Izuku went for another serving, he noticed Kota walking away from the group and decided to follow him. Kota reached a cliff that overlooked the entire camp. Izuku approached, acknowledging the peacefulness of the spot and surprising Kota, who demanded to know how he had found it. Apologizing for following him, Izuku offered some food, but Kota rejected it, expressing his disdain for being around others who were focused on showcasing their quirks. Were they the water hoses by any chance? Izuku wondered if Mandalay had told Kota. Kota responded with frustration, asking if Izuku had spoken to her. Izuku clarified that he had just assumed they were Kota's parents after a conversation, recalling the tragic events that had occurred. Kota expressed his disdain for heroes, villains, and the way they showcased their quirks by fighting each other. Izuku acknowledged that Kota's feelings extended beyond just a dislike for heroes. He seemed to have a problem with quirks and the superpowered society as a whole. This left Kota visibly confused. Izuku shared his own experience of not having a quirk, despite both of his parents possessing them. He explained that while it was rare to be quirkless, it did happen, and he didn't resent the quirk society, though he was not fond of how it treated people like him. Despite this, he admired heroes for their actions. He recognized that while some heroes were not ideal, they still saved people and fought villains to protect others. This was part of why he aspired to become a hero himself, wanting to help those without a voice and show that anyone could be a hero. He cautioned Kota that pushing everything away would only lead to more pain. Before Izuku could say more, Kota interrupted him, demanding he leave. Izuku agreed to go but left some curry behind, warning Kota that it was a bit spicy. As Izuku walked away, Kota muttered to himself about the foolishness of everyone around him. The next day mirrored the previous one, filled with early wake-ups and rigorous training. Those who had failed the practical exam, along with Shinso, faced extra lessons. Pixie Bob announced that the classes would compete in a test of courage that evening, and Bakugo and Izuku found themselves in another intense cooking contest. After dinner and cleaning up, Pixie Bob declared it was time for the test of courage. However, Aizawa interrupted, informing Ishido that she would have extra lessons with him instead. Ishido protested as she was dragged away. Pixie Bob explained that Class B would be on the offensive first, while Class A would enter the forest in pairs every 3 minutes. At the halfway point, they would find cards with their names on them. As Class B prepared in the forest, Class A drew lots. Izuku realized that with Shinso and 5 others, he would be left alone. Ojiro tried to reassure him, noting that it was inevitable someone would end up alone. Shortly after, the 5th group entered the forest and noticed a section ablaze. In the area where Class B was, a purple fog enveloped the trees. Mandalay wondered about the smoke, and her question was answered when 2 villains appeared, incapacitating Pixie Bob. Izuku quickly grabbed his equipment, calling out to Mandalay that he knew where Kota was. She nodded, and he dashed toward the cliff. Izuku arrived just in time to pull Kota away before a villain could strike him. The villain, Muscular, recognized Izuku and revealed that he had been on a list, but he intended to have some fun first. As Muscular tore off his cloak, Izuku recognized him as the one responsible for Kota's parents' deaths. Muscular expanded his muscles and charged at Izuku with incredible speed. Izuku barely dodged the attack and countered with a blow to Muscular's head, but the villain remained unfazed. Muscular increased his muscle size further and charged again. This time, Izuku had to block the attack with his shield, which shattered upon impact. Muscular seized Izuku's arm with such force that it broke his bones, sending him crashing into the cliffside. Kota, trembling, confronted Muscular, asking if he had toyed with his parents before killing them. Muscular taunted Kota, revealing that he had not needed to kill them but had been forced to when they tried to act as heroes. He chuckled maliciously, promising to make it quick. Suddenly, Muscular felt something strike him from behind. Surprised, he turned to see Izuku, who was moving with incredible speed, evading Muscular's attempts to grab him. Izuku attacked relentlessly, making it difficult for Muscular to react. Muscular taunted Izuku, claiming he couldn't hurt him, but his bravado faltered when he felt something digging into his muscles, causing him pain. Izuku declared that he wouldn't let Muscular harm anyone ever again. The battle continued, with Izuku using small rods to inflict pain on Muscular. Eventually, the villain shifted tactics, lunging toward Kota. However, Izuku intervened, landing in front of Muscular and revealing that he had attached tethers to the villain's body. While they were easy to cut, pulling them apart would be a challenge. He stated that they wouldn't be going anywhere for hours, then pulled out his stun gun, suggesting it was time for a little nap. He sent a jolt of electricity through Muscular, rendering him unconscious. Once the villain was down, Izuku nearly stumbled over in exhaustion, the adrenaline wearing off. He began to feel the pain in his injuries and let out a yell. Meanwhile, Kota looked at him in awe, seeing his hero in action. Izuku suggested they return to Mandalay. Izuku eventually reached Aizawa and dropped off Kota, instructing him to watch over the boy while he informed Mandalay of his safety. Aizawa directed Izuku to relay a message. The students were the targets, and they needed to be told they were allowed to fight back. Izuku acknowledged the order and left. Upon reaching Mandalay, Izuku spotted a lizard-like villain dressed similarly to Stain, attacking her with a massive sword. He quickly threw a few bombs at the weapon, causing it to shatter. He informed Mandalay that Kota was safe and relayed Aizawa's message about the students being allowed to defend themselves. Mandalay agreed and sent out the telepathic message. Izuku hurried off to find the others. One of the villains attempted to attack him but was halted by the lizard villain. The villain questioned Spinner about his actions, noting that Izuku was on their list. Spinner replied that the hero had been deemed a true hero by Stain, regardless of the list. Their argument was cut short when Tiger took advantage of their distraction and knocked them both out. As Izuku navigated through the forest at a steady pace, he was suddenly knocked back by Dark Shadow. Shoji picked him up and whispered for him to be quiet. Izuku inquired about what had happened, and Shoji explained that they had been ambushed by a villain who had injured one of his dupli arms, causing Tokoyami to lose control of Dark Shadow. Izuku looked at Dark Shadow, noticing Tokoyami was nearly overwhelmed by his quirk. He asked Shoji if his dupli arms could create more dupli arms, to which Shoji confirmed they could. Izuku proposed a plan to calm Dark Shadow and defeat the villain. After explaining his strategy, they put it into action. Shoji began running through the forest, extending his dupli arms to attract Dark Shadow's attention while keeping them safe. They soon spotted Bakugo and Todoroki defending themselves against a villain with razor-like teeth. Izuku shouted a warning to them. The villain shifted focus to Dark Shadow, declaring he wouldn't allow anyone to take their flesh. Dark Shadow responded fiercely, grabbing the villain and throwing him deep into the forest. Once the villain was dealt with, Izuku threw flashbangs at Dark Shadow while Bakugo and Todoroki used their quirks. The bright flashes weakened Dark Shadow, allowing Tokoyami to regain control. He expressed gratitude for their help and apologized for losing control. Izuku reassured him that everyone makes mistakes and suggested they return to Aizawa and Vlad King. The group made their way through the forest and encountered Ochako and Tsuyu battling a villain resembling a deranged high school girl. Ochako was pinning the villain down when she noticed Izuku. The villain introduced herself as Himiko Toga, commenting on how cute Izuku looked with blood on him and suggesting he would look even cuter with more. She broke free from Ochako's grasp and charged at Izuku, but Todoroki intervened with a wall of flames. Toga pouted, stating they were no fun, and decided to leave, mentioning that they had already captured their explosive friend before running away. Izuku realized what she meant and called out for Bakugo, only to find he had vanished along with Tokoyami. A villain appeared, standing on a branch in a magician's outfit, holding 2 small blue marbles. He taunted Izuku, claiming he couldn't return them because they were people with free will. As he began to leap away, Izuku chased after him. Izuku was gradually closing the distance on the villain, though he couldn't go full speed due to his previous exertion. Suddenly, Ochako, Todoroki, and Shoji flew through the air, crashing into the villain and causing him to drop the marbles. Izuku quickly snatched them as they landed in a small clearing filled with other defeated villains. A villain in a black costume with gray stripes questioned who the marbles belonged to, while another, covered in scar tissue, ordered Mr. Compress to stay back. The scarred villain unleashed blue flames, but Todoroki countered with ice. Mr. Compress confirmed he had captured the explosive one and the bird person. Izuku held up the marbles, declaring they wouldn't be taken. Mr. Compress smirked, revealing the marbles had turned into ice cubes, explaining it was all part of the trick as he removed his mask to show he had hidden the marbles in his mouth. A portal began to open, and Mr. Compress started to retreat into it, saying his farewell. Just then, a laser from Aoyama struck the villain, knocking the marbles from his mouth. Shoji quickly grabbed one while Todoroki lunged for the other. Before Todoroki could react, an arm covered in scar tissue emerged from the portal and seized him. Dabi smirked, declaring, "Bad luck, Shoto Todoroki. You can release them now. I have the right one." Mr. Compress agreed, noting that the earlier distraction had ruined their act. With that, the 2 marbles transformed into Bakugo and Tokoyami. Bakugo was gripped tightly and dragged into the portal. Izuku called out to him, but Bakugo, sensing Izuku's distress, urged him not to intervene. In a desperate attempt to save his friend, Izuku charged forward with the last of his gas supply, pushing Bakugo away but inadvertently flying into the portal himself. The portal sealed shut immediately after, leaving the others alone in the forest. Bakugo stood in disbelief, murmuring Izuku's name, while Ochako felt tears welling in her eyes as she whispered his name softly. On the other side of the portal, Izuku found himself in a dire situation. The first thing he did was escape his equipment and activate the self-destruct function, determined to prevent his inventions from falling into the wrong hands. Shigaraki observed him with a chilling gaze, commenting on Izuku's preparedness. He ominously stated that their next meeting would be under his terms, but it seemed his master had plans for Izuku. With a sinister smile, he ordered Kurogiri to restrain Izuku and open a portal. Izuku was forcibly pushed through Kurogiri's portal and into a dark room. The only discernible feature was a table with 2 chairs. In one chair sat a shadowy figure connected to various wires and tubes, emanating an aura of intimidation that made Izuku's heart race. The man spoke in a chilling voice, instructing Izuku to sit. Feeling compelled, Izuku complied, remaining silent and fearful. As his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he noticed the extensive scar tissue covering the man's face, which seemed to bore into his very soul. The man reassured Izuku that he meant no harm yet. He introduced himself as All for One and presented an offer. However, his tone shifted to a darker note as he questioned why All Might had not yet offered Izuku one for all. Izuku flinched at the mention of All Might's quirk, revealing his knowledge. All for One noted this, expressing curiosity about Izuku's refusal of the quirk. Gathering his courage, Izuku explained that he wanted to prove that anyone could be a hero, even without a quirk. All for One found this intriguing and compared Izuku to his brother, revealing that he had heard of Izuku's rejection by All Might. He continued, explaining his own history with quirks and how he had tried to convince his brother to join him, ultimately leading to the creation of One for All. Returning to his offer, All for One emphasized the injustices of society and how power was the key to making a change. He extended his glowing hand, inviting Izuku to accept his offer. Izuku hesitated, acknowledging the truth in All for One's words but refusing to abandon his dreams and ideals. He declined the offer, prompting All for One's demeanor to darken. With a malicious smile, he threatened that Shigaraki would be less gentle in convincing Izuku. Izuku was then dragged back into the villain's lair through a portal. He was taken down a hallway and into a room that resembled a surgical facility, albeit dirty and stained. Strapped into a chair, Izuku felt helpless as Shigaraki picked up a tool, expressing excitement over the impending procedure. With a sinister tone, he declared that they would begin. Izuku had been trapped with the villains for a week, and the experience was beyond anything he could have imagined. He received only 2 meager meals each day and had just 3 hours of sleep. The rest of the time was filled with relentless torment. They subjected him to various forms of suffering, including pulling out nails and teeth, brutal beatings, and other forms of pain that left him in agony. Whenever his body could no longer endure, the doctor associated with All for One would come to patch him up, ensuring the torment could continue. By the end of the second day, he had lost his voice, and by the third day, he had lost all sense of time. During brief moments of respite, Shigaraki would ask the same question, whether he would join them now. Izuku would always refuse, and when he could no longer speak, he would simply shake his head. Shigaraki would respond with a chilling remark, implying that Izuku had not learned his lesson. About a week after his capture, Izuku sat in the cell provided for him. He had just received one of his daily meals, and the doctor had finished tending to his wounds, meaning he had a short window of time before the torment resumed. He heard faint sounds of commotion from the bar above. He wondered if they were fighting again but chose to ignore it. Izuku attempted to rest before facing more hours of suffering between his second meal and the little sleep he could manage. His moment of peace was shattered when the metal door to his cell was flung open. He quickly rose and walked toward the torture chamber, having learned that resistance only led to more pain. As his eyes adjusted to the bright light from the hallway, he stumbled over a surprisingly small figure in the doorway. He did not recognize the figure at first, as none of the villains he had encountered were this short. As his vision cleared, he saw an elderly man in a white and yellow hero costume. It was Grand Torino. Izuku managed to utter his name in a weak, hoarse voice. Grand Torino urged him to hurry, insisting they needed to get him to a hospital immediately. As they ascended the stairs, Grand Torino muttered to himself, expressing concern over what had been done to Izuku. Upon reaching the bar, Izuku saw the chaos. A wall had been smashed down, and furniture lay in ruins, with nomas scattered across the floor. While Izuku was being taken to the hospital, a fierce battle unfolded in Kamino Ward. All Might faced off against All for One, a clash between good and evil. All Might had rushed to the League of Villains hideout as soon as the nomas appeared. For a long time, the fight remained evenly matched until All Might managed to land a significant blow that shattered All for One's mask. However, the battle was far from over. The villain escaped All Might's grasp and unleashed 2 powerful air blasts, forcing All Might to defend himself to protect a civilian. This pushed All Might to his limits, and he began to transform into his true form. All for One taunted him, remarking on his declining power but acknowledging that it was only natural since All Might had not yet passed on his abilities. All Might, determined not to be defeated, charged at the villain. All for One caught his incoming fist and mockingly noted that something was missing from their fight. He then unleashed a terrifying attack, but All Might managed to evade it just in time. As All for One's arm morphed into a grotesque combination of metal and flesh, he declared that the game had gone on long enough. He charged at All Might, who managed to block the attack but was pushed beyond his limits. When the smoke cleared, cameras revealed a frail, deflated figure where the symbol of peace had once stood. All Might's true form was exposed to the world. All for One reveled in the sight of All Might's despair, taunting him about the loss of his powers and the failure to find a successor. He cruelly mentioned Izuku's suffering, claiming that despite the torture, Izuku still refused to join him. This revelation struck All Might deeply, especially when All for One revealed that Tamura Shigaraki was the grandson of Nana Shimura, All Might's former mentor. The truth sent All Might into a fit of anguish. In the midst of the chaos, a woman cried out for help from the ruins of a building behind All Might, while the people of Japan rallied behind their hero, not out of certainty of victory but from fear of what would happen if he failed. In a lonely hospital room, an exhausted Izuku watched the battle unfold, whispering encouragement for All Might to defeat his foe. Back in Kamino Ward, All for One was interrupted in his final attack. By Endeavor, Edge Shot, and Grand Torino, all rallying to support All Might. Grand Torino brought news of Izuku's liberation, which filled All Might with relief but also anger at the thought of what Izuku had endured. Memories flooded back to when he first met Izuku after rescuing him from the sludge villain and the painful moment he had rejected him on the rooftop. He reflected on the moment he felt he had failed Izuku as the symbol of peace after the USJ incident, trying to push him toward becoming the next holder of One for All. Yet, All Might also remembered Izuku's unwavering determination and the progress he had made. One particular line resonated with him: Izuku's response when All Might had asked what he would do when facing someone he couldn't defeat. He had said he would keep on smiling to make people feel safe, no matter the circumstances. In that moment, All Might knew he had to embody that same spirit. Transforming into his powerful form, All Might charged at All for One. As the villain attempted to counter with his array of quirks, All Might maneuvered around him and struck him on the side of the head. All for One remarked that such attacks were uncharacteristic and suggested someone had been influencing him, calling it weak. All Might retorted that he hadn't put his full effort into it. A fleeting expression of shock and fear crossed All for One's face as All Might lunged forward. With a thunderous shout, he unleashed his signature move. The impact of All Might's punch sent All for One crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater and generating a whirlwind that lifted nearby buildings. Standing triumphantly over the unconscious form of his nemesis, All Might raised his left arm in victory. Cheers erupted across Japan as the hero, larger than life, stood victorious over one of the most dangerous villains ever known. The following day, Izuku's parents and his classmates from Class A visited him in the hospital. Izuku and his mother, Inko, shared an emotional reunion, both shedding tears. Hisashi, Izuku's father, also had a few tears in his eyes. Class A quickly noticed the family trait of emotional expression and decided it would be a source of light-hearted teasing in the future. Izuku learned that Ida, Todoroki, Bakugo, Kirishima, Yaoyorozu, and Ochako had ventured to Kamino Ward to find him but had to leave when an elderly man appeared and chased them away. Izuku had a good idea of who that might have been. As the class members conversed with Izuku, even Shinso joined in for a pleasant chat. Eventually, one by one, they began to leave. Izuku's parents, Bakugo, and Ochako stayed the longest. Bakugo had to depart when his mother called him home for dinner. Hisashi left for work, and Inko decided to prepare the house for Izuku's return, leaving him alone with Ochako. Izuku inquired if she had anything else to do since she had been there for 4 hours. Ochako replied that she had no other plans and needed to share something with him that she preferred to keep private. Curious, Izuku asked what it was. She hesitated, her face turning red, and he mistakenly thought it was about the training camp incident. He reassured her that she didn't need to apologize, as he was the one who had gotten caught. Ochako clarified that it wasn't about that. She confessed that she liked him. Izuku was taken aback. She explained that since the entrance exam, she had developed feelings for him. She recalled how he had saved her from the zero-pointer and how brave, kind, and caring he was. She admired his determination to become a hero despite being quirkless, which inspired her every day. After the events at the training camp, she felt compelled to tell him, hoping he would understand. Izuku, still in shock, admitted that he liked her too, not just as a friend. He expressed how she was the first person, aside from his mother, to encourage him to pursue his dreams despite his lack of a quirk. He admired her kindness and her goal of helping her family. Overwhelmed with emotion, he shared how happy it made him to know she felt the same way, fearing she might reject him. Ochako reassured him that she could never reject him and playfully told him not to cry. He acknowledged her teasing with a smile. Then, as if caught in a moment of courage, Ochako leaned in and kissed him softly. After pulling back, she declared her love for him. Izuku, feeling a rush of affection, leaned in for another kiss, this one longer and deeper. Meanwhile, just outside the door, Inko had witnessed the heartfelt moment and felt a wave of joy, thinking about her son finding love. The next night, after Izuku had been discharged from the hospital, he received a message from All Might, asking him to meet at Dagoba Beach. Upon arriving, Izuku found All Might's true form gazing out at the ocean. He greeted All Might cheerfully and asked why he had summoned him. All Might expressed his happiness at seeing Izuku recovering and mentioned wanting to discuss matters related to his hero career. Izuku guessed it had something to do with One for All. All Might confirmed this, admitting he had never shared the origins of One for All or the details about All for One. Izuku explained that All for One had already revealed his intentions to him after his kidnapping, offering a quirk in exchange for loyalty. All Might acknowledged that it sounded like something All for One would do. Then, All Might took a deep breath and revealed that he would announce his retirement as All Might the following day. Izuku was taken aback, unable to believe what he was hearing. All Might explained that he could only use his power for 15 minutes a day now after their recent battle, and he couldn't risk exhausting his abilities before finding a successor. He paused, preparing to share something important. Izuku felt a mix of emotions as he listened to All Might express his regrets. All Might acknowledged that he had discouraged Izuku when he should have encouraged him, recognizing the heroic spirit within Izuku that surpassed even his own. While All Might had given up on his own journey to become a hero, Izuku had persevered, working tirelessly to overcome obstacles. All Might felt an overwhelming sense of failure as the symbol of peace and hoped for Izuku's forgiveness. He requested Izuku's help in training him to become a quirkless hero. Izuku was taken aback by the request. He understood the irony in All Might's words, recalling how he had always believed that losing the power of One for All would signal his retirement. However, witnessing Izuku's growth and determination despite being quirkless had reignited All Might's hope not to continue as the symbol of peace, but to keep helping and saving people. He earnestly asked Izuku if he would accept his request. Izuku agreed to help All Might become a quirkless hero but warned him that the training would be incredibly challenging. All Might acknowledged this, and Izuku reassured him that he forgave him for his past mistakes. He embraced All Might, expressing that everyone makes mistakes, and what mattered was learning from them and moving forward. All Might, overcome with emotion, began to sob quietly, prompting Izuku to tease him gently about being the crybaby. All Might apologized, explaining that the burden of his past had weighed heavily on him. Izuku comforted him, reminding him that he was no longer All Might but simply Toshinori Yagi. Izuku waited at home for the teachers to arrive, who were there to discuss the approval for moving students into the newly built dorms. He anticipated that Toshinori would be the one visiting them. When the knock came, Izuku and his parents opened the door to find Toshinori, still bandaged from his recent battles. Hisashi welcomed him inside, and Izuku's parents were in awe of having the former hero in their home. As Toshinori entered the apartment, he noticed a door slightly ajar with Izuku's name on it. Curiosity piqued, he peered inside. Since accepting All Might's request for training, they had shared several conversations and met at the beach. Toshinori recalled how Izuku's room had once been filled with All Might merchandise, but he had since learned to let go of that. However, he spotted a single All Might action figure on Izuku's desk, alongside a photo of them taken a few days prior. Izuku had crafted a set of ODM gear for Toshinori, demonstrating how to use it for their upcoming training. Another photo caught Toshinori's attention. It was one of him and Hisashi. He recognized Hisashi as the father who had spoken passionately about his son's dream of becoming a hero. Toshinori noticed the burnt edges of the photo but chose to set that thought aside as he closed the door and continued into the living room. Once seated, Toshinori explained the purpose of his visit. He informed them that UA was planning to introduce a dormitory system for the safety of the students, which required the approval of their parents or guardians. Inko, however, firmly stated her disapproval. This shocked both Hisashi and Izuku, who had thought she was on board with the idea. Inko expressed her fears, recalling the dangers Izuku had faced since joining UA, especially when he had been captured by villains. She revealed that she often heard him having nightmares at night, and her heart was heavy with worry for his safety. Hisashi, incredulous, questioned Inko's sudden change of heart after all the support she had shown Izuku. He felt a surge of frustration, smoke beginning to escape with his breaths as he struggled to contain his emotions. He had promised Izuku that he would support him no matter what and couldn't bear the thought of his dream being crushed again. Inko, feeling equally passionate, stood up and confronted Hisashi about his absence in their son's life. Their heated exchange was interrupted when Izuku, feeling overwhelmed, dashed into his room. Inko called after him, but he soon returned, holding a letter he had received while in the hospital. It was from a child he had saved during the training camp, someone who had once despised quirks, heroes, and villains but had written to thank him. In that moment, Izuku felt like a true hero, and he declared that it didn't matter whether he attended UA or another school, he would become a hero regardless. Hisashi and Inko approached him, ready to respond, but they were all taken aback as they witnessed Toshinori beginning to transform into his heroic form. He then went down on his knees and placed his forehead on the floor. He acknowledged Mrs. Midoriya's concerns, understanding her reasons. He admitted to having failed her son on several occasions. When Izuku looked to him for hope, he found disappointment. His attempts to make things right only made matters worse. He had taken Izuku's admiration, determination, dedication, and potential for granted. As the former symbol of peace and a teacher, he wanted to apologize for how Izuku had been treated. He believed that Izuku could become one of the greatest heroes to ever live, a true symbol of hope. On behalf of UA, he promised to do everything in his power to ensure Izuku's safety until he reached his full potential. He vowed to devote his life to helping him become that symbol of hope. Inko fell to her knees, pleading with him not to sacrifice his life. She reassured him that, despite his doubts, Izuku held him in high regard and had spoken about him often. She urged him to live and ensure Izuku's safety so he could achieve his dreams. If he could do that, she would give her consent. He assured her that she had his word. Izuku confirmed his commitment to staying safe, promising that she wouldn't regret it. Shortly after, Toshinori left, with Izuku following him outside. Toshinori remarked on how good Izuku's parents were. Izuku agreed, and Toshinori reminisced about meeting Izuku's father long ago, recalling how he spoke proudly of his son wanting to become a hero. He noted that Inko reminded him of his mentor, sharing that they had similar hairstyles and strength. Izuku inquired about Toshinori's arm, pointing to the bandages. Toshinori replied that it was healing and he would be able to remove the bandages in a few days. Izuku was relieved, knowing they could start equipment training soon. He bid Toshinori goodbye and returned to his apartment, while Toshinori headed toward the next house. A few weeks later, it was time for Izuku to move into the dorms. Inko reminded him to reply to their texts and call occasionally, to which he agreed. Hisashi added a reminder for him to eat well, and Izuku reassured them that he would. Before he left, Inko called out to him, expressing their love. He returned the sentiment and left for UA. When all the members of Class 1A arrived at the UA dorms, they were greeted by their teacher, Aizawa. He expressed his gladness at their arrival in his usual monotone voice. He was supposed to show them how the dorms operated, but first, he became serious. He called out several students: Kirishima, Todoroki, Bakugo, Ida, Uraraka, and Yaozu, making them tense. He reprimanded them for going on a mission alone to rescue Midoriya, explaining that it was reckless and could have endangered the entire operation. After a sigh, he noted that, fortunately, no one got hurt, and he wouldn't impose any punishment this time. However, he warned that he would not tolerate another stunt like that, addressing everyone who knew about it and didn't intervene. The students nodded in agreement. With that out of the way, Aizawa led the class into the dorm. After Aizawa showed them around and pointed out their rooms, the students spent the rest of the day furnishing their spaces. Eventually, they gathered in the common room for casual conversations. The girls decided to hold a room contest, starting with Izuku's room. Despite his protests, they barged in. On his bookshelf stood the All Might action figure he had brought with him when he was diagnosed as Quirkless, next to a relatively new Eraserhead figure. His desk held a few family photos, including one with Yagi and another with Hisashi and All Might. The walls were adorned with several hero posters, primarily featuring Eraserhead. Mina commented on Izuku's admiration for Eraserhead, and he explained that he had become his idol after All Might. Hagakure noticed the photo with All Might and asked how he got it, to which Izuku simply suggested she ask him. The class then moved on to the other boys' rooms, skipping Mineta's and finding Bakugo asleep. Some rooms were surprising, to say the least. Todoroki had renovated his entire room through hard work, as he claimed. Shinso's room was a revelation. If Izuku was an Eraserhead fan, Shinso was a fanatic. Despite the lack of merchandise for the underground hero, Shinso had amassed as much Eraserhead merchandise as Izuku once had for All Might. Izuku remarked on the scale of Shinso's collection, recalling his own past enthusiasm for All Might. Meanwhile, Todoroki pondered whether they were related. Shinso, feeling tired, called out for them to finish as he rolled up in a yellow sleeping bag on his bed, quickly falling asleep. After all the rooms had been visited and the votes counted, Sato emerged as the winner, having received all the votes from the girls, possibly due to his cake offerings. Shortly after, Izuku received a text from Toshinori asking for his help. He was about to leave when Ochako stopped him, inquiring about his destination. He explained that Yagi needed assistance. Realizing who he meant, she asked why he had All Might's number. Izuku promised to explain later and hurried off, bidding her goodbye and expressing his love as he ran away. When Izuku arrived at the location where Toshinori was supposed to be, he found no sign of him. A voice called from above, prompting Izuku to look up and see Toshinori humorously tangled in a combination of branches and tethers. Izuku struggled to hold back his laughter as he asked how Toshinori had gotten stuck there. Toshinori explained that he was training with the ODM gear provided to him when he crashed into a branch. He tried to get out quickly but ended up tangled in it. Izuku chuckled lightly, commenting on how the symbol of peace was bested by a branch. Toshinori, however, requested to be freed with a serious tone. Izuku assured him that he would help but needed to retrieve his own equipment first, as climbing the trees was not something he could manage. While Toshinori remained stuck in the tree, Aizawa passed by during his patrol. He glanced at Toshinori but continued on his way, expressing that he was not interested in the details at that moment. He mentioned wanting to know more at a later time, but for now, it was not his concern. Shortly after, Izuku returned with his ODM gear and began the process of untangling Toshinori. He noted that there was still much to teach him about maneuvering and advised that forests were not the best practice areas. Cities were much better suited for training. He recommended ground beta for their practice session. Finally freeing Toshinori, Izuku watched as he fell to the ground with a thud. Toshinori acknowledged the advice, agreeing to keep things simple. With some time left before curfew, Izuku suggested they head to ground beta to continue working on his maneuvering skills. Izuku arrived back at the dorms just before curfew. Upon entering the common room, he noticed only a few classmates remained, as most had already retreated to their rooms. Ochako quickly pulled him aside, eager for details about his day with All Might. She asked what they had been up to, assuring him it was fine if he didn't want to share. Izuku reassured her that he could tell her, as the rest of the class would eventually find out. He explained that he had been training Toshinori as a quirkless hero, and Ochako laughed when he recounted the story of Toshinori getting stuck in a tree. As he wrapped up his explanation, Izuku noted that it was quite cool how Toshinori had initially doubted his potential to be a quirkless hero, yet here he was, training him to become one. Izuku admitted that it was a bit impressive but mentioned he was tired after demonstrating how to turn properly in the air. He wished Ochako good night, expressing his affection for her. She returned the sentiment, and they shared a brief kiss before saying good night again. Izuku then headed to his room, where he quickly fell asleep. The day after moving into the dorms, Class 1A began to prepare for the challenges ahead. Aizawa explained that they would be working towards acquiring their provisional hero licenses. He noted that their training at the summer camp was intended to prepare them for this moment, but due to a villain attack, their training had been cut short. Therefore, they would need to work harder in the upcoming weeks, starting with the development of their ultimate moves. Ectoplasm, Cementos, and Midnight joined Aizawa to elaborate on the importance of ultimate moves. Ectoplasm stated that these moves act as finishing techniques that can secure victory. Cementos emphasized that these moves are unique to each student and reflect their individual strengths. Midnight added that pro heroes without ultimate moves are becoming rare. For the remainder of the summer vacation, they would assist the students in training their quirks and developing at least 2 ultimate moves. Aizawa also suggested considering modifications to their costumes to enhance their performance. After training, Izuku decided to visit the support department to work on his equipment, and Ochako and Ida chose to accompany him. Upon reaching the metal door leading into the workshop, Izuku paused and knocked on the door, only to quickly pull back his arm as the door was blown off its hinges. He pointed at Mei, who had been propelled out along with the door. Power Loader, in a strict tone, reminded Mei about the dangers of explosions in the workshop. Noticing Izuku and his friends, he greeted them and informed Izuku that his equipment was in the usual place. Mei, excited to see Izuku, asked for his help with one of her inventions. Izuku agreed and entered the workshop with her, while Ida and Ochako followed after a moment of hesitation. Inside the workshop, Ida and Ochako found Izuku scolding Mei for her reckless handling of circuit boards. He expressed his frustration over the explosion, while Mei explained her attempt to reduce power usage by bypassing safety measures. She promised to redo her work and reconnect the safety features. Mei then noticed Ida and Ochako and enthusiastically greeted them, assuming they were there for costume modifications. She rushed back to her workstation, eager to find suitable inventions for their quirks. Izuku warned them to be cautious, as they might end up on the wrong end of one of Mei's tests while he began working on his own equipment. Ida approached Power Loader to discuss potential upgrades for his leg radiators. Mei then presented a pair of gauntlets with exhaust pipes, claiming they would fit perfectly. However, Ida was confused about the purpose of the boosters attached to his arms. Without waiting for a response, Mei pressed a button, launching Ida into the ceiling before he fell back down. Mei commented that the design still needed improvement as she removed the gauntlets. Ochako rushed to check on Ida, who reassured her that he was fine. Power Loader scolded Mei for her reckless behavior, explaining that while Izuku meticulously plans his projects, Mei fearlessly experiments with her ideas. He emphasized the importance of building a good relationship with inventors like her, as they would be vital support when they became pro heroes. Over the following days, nearly every student modified their costumes and developed their ultimate moves. Meanwhile, Toshinori was following the training Izuku had suggested, jogging around the campus to acclimate to the weight of the ODM gear. He decided to check in on the students and asked Aizawa how they were progressing. Aizawa confirmed that they were doing well but inquired about the equipment Toshinori was carrying, which resembled Izuku's gear. Toshinori promised to explain later and continued to observe the students' training. As Toshinori watched, a boulder fell after one of Bakugo's ultimate moves, heading straight for him. He quickly dodged to the side using the ODM gear but lost control and tumbled while trying to land. Just then, Izuku intervened, using his quirk to destroy the boulder before it could crush Toshinori. After landing beside him, Izuku checked if Toshinori was all right. Toshinori reassured him that he had simply misjudged his landing. Izuku advised him to use the tethers more frequently to control his descent. Toshinori acknowledged the advice and encouraged Izuku to return to his training. Eventually, the day of the exam arrived, and Class 1A expressed their worries about passing. Kirishima attempted to uplift their spirits, unaware of Inasa sneaking up behind him. Inasa suddenly shouted, startling everyone. Another student reminded him that sneaking up on others wasn't polite. Inasa apologized profusely, demonstrating his enthusiasm for Yue. It was an honor to compete with them, he thought as he walked back to his group, ignoring the blood trickling from his forehead. Aizawa reflected on Inasa Yurashi, a strong student who had joined Yue under a special recommendation. Hagakure inquired if he knew him, and Aizawa explained that Inasa had top grades but chose to attend Shiketsu High instead. Siro commented on the oddity of someone claiming to love Yue yet turning down the opportunity to join. Aizawa warned them to be cautious around Inasa, as he was a formidable opponent. A woman approached their group, calling out to Aizawa. She mentioned seeing him at the sports festival and remarked on how long it had been since they last met. With a playful tone, she suggested they should get married. Aizawa responded with his usual deadpan demeanor, declining her proposal. She teased him, urging him to just go along with it, and Aizawa acknowledged her as Ms. Joke, known for her quirky humor. Bakugo, curious, asked Izuku who she was. Izuku explained that Ms. Joke was a hero whose quirk, outburst, made people laugh, often leading to unique methods of subduing villains. Ms. Joke continued her playful banter, suggesting that marriage would lead to a happy family filled with laughter, to which Aizawa replied that it didn't sound happy to him at all. Ms. Joke chuckled and introduced her class, waving over a group of students. The students from Ketsubutsu Academy were excited to meet the heroes from the sports festival. One student, Shindo, approached Izuku, expressing admiration for Yue and shaking hands with several members of Class 1. Bakugo, however, was less welcoming and dismissed Shindo's friendly gesture. Kirishima urged Bakugo to be more polite. Meanwhile, one of Ms. Joke's female students rushed over to Izuku, asking for his autograph and praising his performance at the sports festival. Aizawa interrupted, reminding them they needed to change into their hero costumes before the exam began. After a while, Class 1A gathered in their hero costumes at the briefing hall, surprised by the number of participants present. A man who appeared more sleep-deprived than Aizawa took to the podium, announcing the provisional licensing exam. He expressed his exhaustion and the challenges of being understaffed, emphasizing the importance of the upcoming competition. He explained that all 1,540 participants would engage in a massive free-for-all exercise, highlighting the increased standards for heroes in society since Stain's capture. The man stated that only the first 100 to meet the requirements of the first test would pass, prompting gasps from the crowd. He continued, explaining the passing requirements involving targets and ball. Each participant would receive 3 targets to place on their bodies, which would light up when hit. If all targets were activated, they would be disqualified, and passing would require defeating 2 other players. As the participants received their targets and ball, the roof and walls of the hall opened, signaling the start of the exam in 5 minutes. The man encouraged them to find areas that suited their abilities as everyone began to disperse in different directions. After a significant time skip to the end of the 3rd year at UA, the students prepared for their final hero license exam. Most of Class 1A decided to team up, with a few exceptions. Todoroki preferred to work alone, as his quirk functioned best that way. Bakugo had the same reasoning and was accompanied by Kaminari and Kirishima. The remaining students ventured into the rocky area, searching for a strategy to succeed. Just moments after the exam began, they found themselves under attack from all directions by other participants. Izuku deployed a device on the ground, instructing his classmates to stay close as a transparent force field with a blue hue enveloped them. When the projectiles struck the force field, they ricocheted back in various directions. Ochako inquired about the device, and Izuku explained that it was his latest invention, a shield designed to repel projectiles back to their source, although it still required some refinement. Their conversation was cut short when Shindo, a participant they had encountered earlier, unleashed a shockwave that disrupted the ground, scattering Class 1A across the rocky terrain. This left them to fend for themselves or form small groups. Izuku found himself isolated and surrounded by steep, jagged rocks. He muttered to himself, hoping his classmates were safe, and climbed above the rocks. To one side, he spotted a group of about 14 unfamiliar students, while the other side was empty. Choosing caution, he moved away from the other participants. Soon after, one of the Shiketsu students unexpectedly targeted Izuku. He quickly jumped aside to avoid triggering another target, but when he glanced back, she had vanished. Confused, he wondered where she had gone. Just then, he heard someone approaching from behind and narrowly dodged, maintaining eye contact this time. The girl playfully acknowledged his awareness of her trick, explaining that her ability allowed her to remain hidden and make others overlook her presence. Before Izuku could respond, another group of participants interrupted them, diverting his attention. When he looked back, the Shiketsu student had disappeared again. Just then he heard Ochako calling out to him. He hurried over and helped her to a safer location. Concerned, Izuku asked if she was all right, to which she replied that she felt a bit nauseous. He reassured her and peered around the corner to check for pursuers. Aware that their quirks were known from the sports festival, Izuku began to strategize. Meanwhile, Ochako stealthily moved a ball towards one of Izuku's targets while he was distracted. Just before the ball made contact, a blinding light caused her to stumble backward, and Izuku quickly pinned her down. He questioned her identity, realizing she was not really Ochako, as the real one would not have felt nauseous so soon. The girl from Shiketsu, revealing her true form, attempted to scratch him, but he evaded her attack, focusing solely on dodging as he noticed her unusual state. Fortunately, Shiro and Ochako arrived just in time. Shiro used his tape to restrain the Shiketsu girl, while Ochako called for Izuku to join them. Without hesitation, he flew to his friends, and they made their escape. As they hid from other participants, Shiro asked Izuku how they would pass the exam. Izuku explained that the goal was to hit others' targets, but that method only tested aim and was not a reliable strategy. He suggested that immobilizing opponents first would be a more effective approach, aligning with real-life scenarios where heroes restrain villains. Ochako and Shiro quickly gathered boulders and attached them to Shiro's tape. Ochako then made the boulders weightless before Shiro hurled them across the battlefield. Once the boulders fell and trapped unsuspecting participants, they activated their targets one by one, ignoring the pleas for help. After a short while, they successfully passed the exam. As Izuku walked toward the waiting room for those who had passed, he heard Bakugo's voice behind him, demanding to know if he had succeeded. Izuku confirmed his success and assumed Bakugo had passed as well. Bakugo, indignant at the suggestion he might fail, followed Izuku into the waiting room. Once inside, Ochako pulled Izuku aside, questioning why the other girl had been in such a state. Izuku explained that it was part of her quirk, which allowed her to transform and disguise herself. He reassured her that he would never betray her trust. Ochako turned around with a bright smile, inviting everyone to join her in seeing who else had passed the test. As time went by, the rest of Class 1A entered the waiting room, and to their delight, all of them had successfully passed. However, before they could celebrate, the sleep-deprived instructor who had explained the first test made an important announcement. He requested that those who had passed look at the screens, which flickered to life, displaying various areas of the arena they had just been in. Suddenly, explosions echoed across the screens, resembling the aftermath of a significant villain attack. The instructor explained that their second test would focus on their rescue capabilities. They had just experienced a major villain attack, and the students would act as first responders. Professional rescuers from the Help Us Company, or HUC for short, would portray real victims with injuries, and the students were to treat the situation as if it were real. The exam was set to begin in 10 minutes, prompting discussions among the 100 participants who had passed. Shinso approached Midoriya, expressing his curiosity about rescue techniques since they had not covered it in class yet. Midoriya readily agreed to help, sharing everything he had learned about rescuing. Before they realized it, the 10 minutes had flown by, and the second test commenced. As the entire room opened, the participants dashed in different directions, ready to face the challenges ahead. Class 1A was once again running together towards the nearest metro area. Bakugo veered off in a different direction, with Kirishima and Kaminari following him. It wasn't long before they encountered a young boy in distress. He cried out for help, saying his grandpa was trapped under rubble and in danger. Izuku quickly asked where the boy's grandpa was located. The boy, breathing irregularly and covered in blood, pointed out that Izuku's response was inappropriate for the situation. He explained that the first thing they should hear in a crisis is reassurance, not panic. Izuku took a moment to reflect on the boy's words before breaking into a big, reassuring smile reminiscent of All Might. He declared that he was there now and everything would be all right. The boy, returning to his act, continued to scream for help. Izuku assured him they would save his grandpa and decided to take the boy to the evacuation center, instructing the rest of the class to keep moving. Upon arriving at the evacuation center, Izuku was met by another participant. He explained that the boy was breathing irregularly and had a head injury. The other participant acknowledged the situation and took the boy from Izuku. Just as Izuku was about to head back into the metro area, an explosion erupted nearby. From the smoke emerged Gang Orca, the current number 9 hero, accompanied by several sidekicks. Izuku prepared to engage the foe villains but paused as Shindo stepped in first, asserting he would handle the situation. Shindo unleashed a shockwave that disrupted the ground beneath the foe villains. Seeing that Shindo had it under control for the moment, Izuku shifted his focus to moving the victims to safety. However, Shindo's control was short-lived. Gang Orca quickly incapacitated him with a powerful sound wave. Izuku's attention was drawn back as Todoroki and Inasa launched their attacks against Gang Orca. Izuku noticed their efforts were conflicting, so he decided to take out the sidekicks first. Izuku charged into the foe villains, taking them down one by one. He noticed they were equipped with devices that fired a cement-like substance. His suspicions were confirmed when one of the sidekicks hit him with the substance, causing him to drop one of his rods. As one of the sidekicks attempted to boast about their success, Izuku swiftly silenced him with an uppercut. He then retrieved a spare rod and continued to fight. Eventually, Shindo regained consciousness and dealt with the remaining sidekicks. He complained about the number of villains Izuku had taken out, to which Izuku replied that Shindo had been unconscious. Shindo expressed frustration over Izuku's interference with his plan, muttering insults under his breath. Izuku, feeling provoked, closed the distance between them and firmly told Shindo that he was fortunate this was a rescue exercise, as he couldn't retaliate. He demanded an apology, warning Shindo that he would make him regret his words later. The intensity of Izuku's presence made Shindo comply, and he quickly apologized, fearing for his safety. Izuku accepted the apology and moved on, leaving Shindo shaken. While Izuku had been engaged with the sidekicks, he had kept an eye on Todoroki and Inasa's struggle against Gang Orca. Their attacks were ineffective, continually canceling each other out. Gang Orca seized the opportunity to paralyze both of them with a sound wave. Finally, they decided to combine their efforts. Inasa created a tornado of wind around Gang Orca, while Todoroki amplified its power with fire, weakening the hero. However, Gang Orca was prepared, dousing himself with water to extinguish the flames and countering with another sound wave. As Gang Orca approached Todoroki, Izuku intervened. He attempted to strike Gang Orca, but the hero blocked the attack. Izuku dodged and landed a hit, but Gang Orca tried to paralyze him as well, only to find it ineffective. Izuku taunted Gang Orca, revealing he had anticipated villains with sonic abilities. Just as he charged again, an alarm sounded, signaling the end of the exam. Izuku lost his balance and collided with Gang Orca, apologizing as he got back up. Gang Orca reassured him that he had fought well before walking away. After a brief intermission, all 100 participants gathered in front of a podium in the stadium. The announcer explained that they had been evaluated on their crisis response skills and would soon see the results. He indicated the large screen behind him, which lit up to display the names of those who had passed. Celebrations erupted as many saw their names, including Izuku and most of Class 1A, except for Todoroki and Bakugo. Todoroki remained calm, while Bakugo appeared ready to explode with frustration. The announcer mentioned that sheets with further information and provisional licenses would be distributed to those who passed. When Bakugo received his sheet and saw he was just 1 point away from passing, his anger intensified. He demanded Kaminari switch sheets with him, but Kaminari hesitated, explaining that it didn't work that way. Bakugo's frustration reached a boiling point, but another announcement reassured those who hadn't passed that they would receive special courses at a later date. When the overworked instructor announced that the participants would receive their provisional licenses, excitement filled the air. Those who had struggled in the past felt a wave of joy wash over them. He concluded the session, instructing everyone to head home, before succumbing to exhaustion and falling asleep on the spot. As the participants exited the stadium, Izuku gazed in awe at his newly acquired provisional license. He felt an overwhelming urge to share the news with his parents immediately. Ochako noticed his enthusiasm and commented on it. Izuku explained that achieving this milestone was a lifelong dream, and he wanted his parents to know their support had been worthwhile. Ochako found his sentiment sweet and shared a brief moment of affection with him. They hurried to the bus, knowing Aizawa would prefer they not linger. Upon entering, Izuku thought he caught Aizawa offering them a faint smile. That night, the dorms of Class 1A buzzed with celebration. However, 2 students left early. Bakugo claimed he needed rest, though it was evident he was frustrated about not receiving his license. Todoroki lingered for a while but eventually retreated to his room, stating he needed time alone to think. Later, when most of Class 1A had settled in for the night, Izuku quietly slipped out unnoticed. He made his way to one of the training facilities designed for Toshinori sessions. When Toshinori arrived, Izuku suggested they focus on hand-to-hand combat. Toshinori, less graceful than Izuku, picked up his staff, and they began their training. However, it wasn't long before Toshinori had to stop. He fell to his knees, coughing heavily. Concerned, Izuku asked if everything was all right, noticing it seemed worse than usual. Toshinori managed to assure him he just needed a moment to recover. As Izuku observed the retired hero, he realized Toshinori had been overexerting himself. Izuku pressed him about following the training schedule, to which Toshinori admitted he had trained beyond it. Izuku expressed his disappointment, reminding Toshinori of the dangers of overworking himself, especially given his injuries. Toshinori's somber expression revealed deeper concerns. He had visited All for One in Tartarus and felt the weight of not having a successor for One for All. He needed to grow stronger to prepare a worthy heir. Izuku understood but insisted that Toshinori must not push himself too hard. He promised to help him regain his strength in time for graduation. Curious, Izuku inquired if Toshinori had found any candidates for the successor. Toshinori mentioned a third-year student named Mirio Togata, suggested by his former sidekick, Sir Night Eye. Although he seemed like a good choice, Toshinori felt uncertain. Toshinori explained that Izuku would intern at the same agency as Mirio to better assess his suitability as a successor. Izuku agreed, eager to take on the challenge. They resumed their training, with Toshinori returning to a fighting stance. A few days later, after most of Class 1A had received their provisional licenses, the second semester at UA began. Following the opening ceremony, Aizawa had important announcements for the class. He congratulated the students on their achievements, prompting celebration among most, except for Bakugo and Todoroki. Aizawa quickly silenced the room with a stern look. He informed them that they would soon begin internships, which would differ from their previous experiences. Instead of explaining the details himself, Aizawa introduced 3 third-year students, the top 3 at UA, to share their insights. One of them, Amajiki, captured everyone's attention with an intense gaze, but his nervousness soon took over, leading him to express his struggle with communication before retreating awkwardly. He expressed a desire to go home, leaving the class in confusion. The girl next to Amajiki remarked that he acted like a chicken despite being human, which she found odd. She introduced herself as Hadu Nijire and introduced Amajiki Tamaki before announcing that they were there to discuss internships with great enthusiasm. Hadu then approached Shoji and asked about his mask. He began to explain but was quickly interrupted as she moved on to the next student. She asked Todoroki about his scar, inquired if Ishido's horns could grow back if broken, wondered how Mineta got a haircut, clarified Ajui's species, and questioned Midoriya about his equipment, all without allowing anyone to respond. Meanwhile, Aizawa observed the scene with evident annoyance and asked Mirio if he could handle the situation. Mirio, full of confidence, declared himself the main act and turned to Class 1A, prompting them to respond to his question about the journey ahead. When no one answered, he humorously pointed out their failure to grasp the point. He explained that seniors were there to discuss internships that weren't mandatory, noting the enthusiasm of the freshmen. After his introduction seemed to falter, he suggested they all fight him, leaving the class slightly shocked. Aizawa simply replied that Mirio could do as he wished. Soon, everyone gathered in Gymnasium Gamma, and Class 1A was uncertain if Mirio was serious about fighting them. Amajiki stood apart, wishing for it to end, while Hadu continued to engage everyone, and Todoroki showed reluctance to participate. Mirio invited them to come at him whenever they were ready. Before anyone could respond, Izuku launched himself at Mirio, aiming for his head. However, his attack passed right through Mirio as if he were made of air. Soon after, long-range attacks from the class also went through him, and Mirio's pants began to slip, causing confusion as he attempted to pull them up. Apologizing for the difficulty of fine-tuning his quirk, Mirio then dashed toward the class but suddenly fell through the ground. Moments later, he reappeared behind them, causing Jiro to gasp in shock. In a matter of seconds, Mirio had taken down all of Class 1A's long-range fighters, standing over them triumphantly and exclaiming about his power. Aizawa warned the class that Mirio Togata was one of the closest to being number one, even among the pros. Those who remained standing began to discuss Mirio's abilities, noting the strength of his phasing and warping quirks, and how he seemed invincible. Bakugo scoffed at the idea of invincibility, declaring it a challenge as he charged at Mirio. As with the others, his explosions passed through Mirio without effect. Mirio then approached Bakugo, teasing him with a move called Blinding Touch, which involved his finger phasing through Bakugo's head before he delivered a punch to his stomach. While Bakugo engaged Mirio, Izuku took the opportunity to test his plan. He activated his goggles and switched to heat vision mode, reasoning that if everything passed through Mirio, the same should apply to light and heat signatures. To his surprise, he detected heat signatures radiating from certain parts of Mirio while others remained blank. As Bakugo fell, Izuku anticipated Mirio's next move and prepared for his reappearance. Izuku's prediction proved correct when Mirio emerged from the ground behind him. He noticed that Mirio's feet were solid and aimed for them. Mirio recognized Izuku's intelligence and adjusted his quirk's activation point. However, Izuku quickly adapted his attack and managed to strike one of Mirio's knees, causing him to wince. Mirio swiftly countered, phasing his arm through Izuku's body before delivering a punch to his stomach. Despite Izuku's success, the rest of Class 1A soon fell to Mirio, who stood over them, exclaiming about his power once more. After some time, the class recovered and awaited Mirio's words. He asked if they thought his quirk was strong, prompting a chorus of complaints about its overwhelming power. Hadu asked if he was a hybrid like Todoroki, and Amajiki urged her to let Mirio speak. Mirio clarified that he only had phasing, explaining that when he activated his quirk, his entire body could fall into the ground. Upon deactivation, he was propelled out of the ground due to the laws of physics, which he could manipulate by adjusting his body position. Tsuyu commented on the quirk's overpowering nature, and Mirio was about to respond when Izuku began to mutter loudly about potential negative side effects of quirks. He theorized that since Mirio's body did not emit heat signatures, light might pass through him as well, which should make him invisible. However, he considered that this might affect his ability to see, hear, or breathe. Mirio confirmed Izuku's deductions, explaining that he could neither see nor hear while phasing, only experiencing the sensation of falling. He emphasized the need for careful use of his quirk, as even simple actions like walking through a wall required precise steps that could be challenging under pressure. It must be difficult to move without feeling anything, Kaminari thought. Mirio had fallen behind quickly, and in the blink of an eye, he had dropped to the bottom. He couldn't allow himself to be slow and fall behind. He had to think and predict faster than his surroundings, sometimes even using deception. But prediction was the most important aspect, and he used his experiences to make those predictions. This was the reason for their fight, to showcase his experiences. During these internships, they would not be treated as guests but as sidekicks, allowing them to experience the world of professionals. It would be terrifying. Sometimes, they might even witness someone's death. However, they would gain invaluable experience that couldn't be obtained at school. Mirio had taken his experiences and turned them into his greatest strengths. That was why they had to face it, even if it was frightening. His enthusiasm earned him applause from Class 1A, and Yaoyorozu commented on how he managed to explain everything so succinctly. It was time for everyone to return to their regular classes. Aizawa noted that he hoped they had learned something as Class 1A began their walk back, with the top 3 students heading to their own classes. As they walked, Hadu started talking as usual, expressing her surprise that Mirio had gone overboard but was relieved that everyone was fine. She rambled on about whether anyone had caught his interest, mentioning that everyone was on her mind. Mirio responded that he was particularly interested in the Quirkless student, Izuku Midoriya. Even Sir had told him to keep an eye on Izuku for some reason. Not only had Izuku predicted where Mirio would show up based on his previous moves, but he had also found a way to see where he could land a hit. Mirio thought that Izuku would impress Sir and considered recommending him. As they walked through the building of Sir Night-Eye, Izuku asked Mirio why he had decided to recommend him. Mirio explained that Sir had wanted him to introduce Izuku after his battle with the class. He had told Sir that out of everyone, only Izuku had made predictions based on his actions, which was something Sir valued. Izuku understood. Mirio then mentioned that All Might had also asked him to recommend Izuku, which surprised Izuku since Toshinori hadn't mentioned it. Mirio assured him that All Might was serious about wanting him to succeed. Before they reached Sir Night-Eye's office, Mirio added that Sir appreciated humor, and if Izuku wanted the internship, he needed to make Sir laugh at least once. With that, Mirio pushed Izuku inside the room and wished him good luck. Izuku looked around the room he found himself in. One thing immediately caught his attention: the walls were adorned with All Might merchandise. It wasn't as much as he used to have, but it was still more than the average fan. A voice from behind a desk instructed him to sit down, or else he would just be standing there all day. Izuku took a seat, feeling slightly nervous as he faced the former sidekick of All Might, Sir Night-Eye. Sir began by addressing Izuku, acknowledging him as the star student at UA and Quirkless. Izuku tried to downplay the star label, but Sir interrupted him, listing his accomplishments: winning the sports festival, surviving the hero killer, passing an exam against All Might, and defeating the villain Muscular, all while being Quirkless. Sir emphasized the last word, making it clear how significant it was. Izuku remained silent. Sir reiterated that Izuku was indeed a star student at UA and Quirkless before shifting the conversation to Mirio. He asked Izuku for his thoughts on Mirio. Izuku noted that Mirio had a charisma similar to what Toshinori had when he was All Might. He believed Mirio wanted to be a hero for all the right reasons but felt he couldn't make a decision yet. Sir questioned why he couldn't simply tell Toshinori that Mirio was the right choice, suggesting that if Mirio received one for all, Izuku could keep his internship. He even provocatively asked if Izuku wanted one for all for himself. Izuku quickly denied that notion, explaining how he had spent years dreaming of a quirk appearing and how, when he was finally offered one, he had changed. He understood the importance of passing down one for all but had promised Toshinori he would witness Mirio perform a pure act of heroism first. Until that happened, they would have to wait. Sir Night-Eye proposed a plan. He would give Izuku an internship at his agency so he could observe Mirio in action. When Izuku saw Mirio perform a heroic act, he could inform Toshinori. Mirio would receive one for all, Izuku would have his internship, and everyone would be satisfied. Izuku agreed to the deal, and Sir welcomed him to the agency, informing him he would be contacted when it was time for patrols or other activities. It quickly became clear to Izuku that Sir Night-Eye was eager for Mirio to receive one for all. The day after accepting the internship, Izuku was assigned to patrol with Mirio, and this continued for several days. The only exceptions were during weekends. Every other day involved patrols. Sometimes, they would respond to minor incidents, and more often than not, Izuku would be sent to handle them alongside Mirio. However, much to Sir Night-Eye's dismay, nothing occurred that allowed Mirio to truly showcase his abilities. In fact, nothing really happened at all, until one day. Izuku and Mirio were patrolling as usual when a little girl ran out of an alleyway and collided with Izuku, causing her to fall back. She had white hair and a single horn on the right side of her head, and she couldn't have been older than 6. Dressed in simple white clothes, her arms and legs were covered in bandages. Izuku expressed concern for the frightened little girl, noting how much the fall must have hurt her. Just then, a man emerged from the same alleyway, his most notable feature being the bird-like beak mask he wore over his mouth. Eri, the little girl, backed away from the man and clung to Izuku, trembling in fear. Mirio's expression turned serious as he assessed the situation. The man apologized for the inconvenience, explaining that Eri sometimes ran away. He urged her to come to him, but Izuku, sensing something was off, inquired if he was her father, noting how scared she seemed. The man claimed he was taking care of her and had merely scolded her for something. Izuku, however, was not convinced and suggested they take her to a hospital, preparing himself to protect her. He could see Mirio getting ready for a confrontation. The man insisted that Eri was just clumsy and that her injuries were normal. But Izuku, examining one of Eri's arms, noticed the bandages and how the girl winced at his touch. The man then began to remove one of his gloves slowly, his voice dripping with menace as he urged Eri to come to him. Before Izuku could react, Eri ran to the man and walked away with him. The man apologized again and disappeared into the shadows with Eri. Izuku was about to chase after them when Mirio stopped him, revealing that the man was Overhaul, the leader of a Yakuza group that Sir was investigating. They were known as the 8 Precepts of Death and had ties to the League of Villains. Izuku protested, insisting they couldn't leave the girl alone with such dangerous people. Mirio acknowledged the situation was not ideal but warned that pursuing them could make things worse. With a heavy heart, Izuku fell silent as they began to walk back. Fortunately for Izuku's conscience, the investigation progressed quickly. Sir Night-Eye encountered one of the Yakuza members, allowing him to glimpse the future using his quirk, which provided a rough layout of their base. Meanwhile, Kirishima and Amajiki, under Fatgum's internship, discovered a villain dealing drags from the 8 precepts. Amajiki was injected with one of the substances and lost his quirk for several hours. The remaining drag was found to contain human blood and DNA, presumably belonging to Eri. This revelation elevated her rescue to a top priority. After a debriefing, a team was assembled to raid the Yakuza hideout, consisting of Izuku, Mirio, Sir Night-Eye, Kirishima, Amajiki, Fatgum, Ochako, Tsuyu, Hadu, Ryukyu, Aizawa, and the police. Following the meeting, everyone returned to their activities, and the UA students headed back to the dorms. Once inside UA, Aizawa addressed his students. He informed them that he would not be their teacher the following day but rather a fellow hero. He encouraged them to view him as such and reassured them that if anyone chose not to participate, they would not face punishment. Izuku immediately declared his determination to help Eri, stating he couldn't abandon someone in need. Kirishima supported him, emphasizing that it was not right to leave a child with dangerous individuals. Ochako and Tsuyu expressed their willingness to follow Izuku as well. Aizawa acknowledged their resolve but reminded them that they still had time to reconsider. He instructed them to return to the dorms as curfew approached, with the exception of Izuku, whom he wanted to speak with privately. Aizawa and Izuku walked around the campus until they were alone. Aizawa then asked if Izuku remembered what he had said during their first meeting. Izuku recalled how Aizawa had encouraged him to believe in his potential as a hero, a moment that had meant the world to him. Aizawa, however, revealed that he had been mistaken. Izuku was taken aback, struggling to comprehend Aizawa's words. Aizawa urged him to calm down and explained that while he believed Izuku would become a hero, he had underestimated the kind of hero he could be. Initially, Aizawa had envisioned Izuku as an average hero, but now he believed Izuku had the potential to become one of the greatest heroes to ever live. Izuku stood in stunned silence, overwhelmed by his teacher's faith in him. He expressed his gratitude, but Aizawa insisted he should not thank him and reminded Izuku to return to the dorms before curfew. Izuku complied and hurried back, while Aizawa watched him go, muttering to himself about the problem child he had taken under his wing. A great feeling of suspense hung in the air around the Yakuza base. The raid group had assembled just a few minutes prior, but they couldn't enter yet. Sir Night-Eye inquired about the arrival of the warrant from one of the police officers, who assured him it would be coming soon. Just then, a man approached the building with a sheet of paper. He stated that once he finished reading the warrant, they would attack the base. As he reached out to ring the doorbell, a massive figure, towering several meters high and wearing a bird beak mask, smashed the door open, sending several policemen flying. The figure shouted angrily, demanding to know their purpose there. Izuku, Aizawa, and a couple of other heroes rushed to save the policeman who had been struck, while Ryukyu transformed into her dragon form to confront the villain. She commanded her group to handle the situation while the rest of the team pressed on into the building. They encountered several Yakuza members who attacked, but the heroes quickly subdued them. Eventually, they discovered a secret entrance to the underground part of the base. Sir Night-Eye pulled a book from a bookcase, revealing a hidden door. 2 more Yakuza members emerged from behind it, but they were swiftly dealt with by Sir Night-Eye's sidekicks, allowing the raid team to descend underground. For a time, things were eerily quiet. After several minutes without any encounters, the walls and halls began to shift and move. Kirishima exclaimed in surprise, and Sir Night-Eye explained that one of the 8 precepts had the ability to manifest objects and alter them at will, likely enhanced by a drag. He urged the team to keep moving. As they pressed forward, the hallway began to close in on them. Mirio phased straight through, and Izuku quickly followed, throwing explosives into the narrowing passage to create a larger opening before it sealed behind him. Once free from the shifting hallway, he spotted Mirio running ahead and hurried to catch up. Soon, Izuku reached an intersection in the hallway, with paths leading left and right. Mirio dashed straight ahead and phased through a wall, leaving Izuku alone. Feeling slightly panicked without Sir Night-Eye to guide him, he contemplated his options before choosing the right path. It seemed to stretch on endlessly. Even with his ODM gear, he struggled to make progress in the cramped space. Deciding to turn back, he was surprised to find himself on a rooftop. As he stepped onto the rooftop, a familiar voice echoed behind him, questioning whether he could become a hero without a quirk. He turned to see a different version of himself, while All Might looked down on him, expressing doubt about his dreams. The real Izuku felt tears welling up at the memory. He shouted in defiance, reminding himself that All Might had apologized and that those doubts were in the past. He searched for a way out as the scenery shifted again. Now, he found himself witnessing another painful memory. His 4-year-old self watched an All Might video repeatedly, tears in his eyes, while his mother looked on with sadness. Young Izuku asked if he could become a hero like All Might, and his mother rushed over to hug him, expressing her sorrow. The real Izuku shook his head, insisting that this wasn't how it happened. His mother had always supported him. The scene changed once more, and Izuku saw himself lying exhausted on one of UA's training grounds, burn marks visible on his skin, while his classmates and Aizawa observed him. He muttered that he didn't remember this moment. He overheard his classmates whispering doubts about him, questioning how he had even made it there, and expressing their belief that quirkless individuals could never be heroes. Aizawa approached him, stating that he should give up, suggesting that one more training session like this would lead to his dismissal. The real Izuku watched in shock, backing away until he stumbled and fell. When he stood up, the scenery had shifted again. Now, he stood amidst the ruins of a city, surrounded by rubble and debris. As he looked around in disbelief, someone grabbed his leg, causing him to turn quickly. Bakugo grumbled his name before collapsing. Izuku's heart sank as he noticed the bodies of people he knew, friends, classmates, and heroes scattered around. As he walked through the devastation, he spotted Ochako lying lifeless on the ground. Overcome with grief, he fell to his knees and let out a heart-wrenching scream, crying until he could cry no more. A familiar voice, one he couldn't quite place, taunted him from behind, lamenting the loss and suggesting that if he had been more useful, things might have turned out differently. The voice mocked him, suggesting that if only he had a quirk, perhaps she would have survived. Izuku closed his eyes, trying to block out the tormenting words. He yelled for silence, but the voices only grew louder, echoing his fears and doubts, urging him to give up and calling him useless. Izuku felt as though his mind was on the verge of breaking when everything quieted down, leaving only the faint sound of a child's weak cries. Slowly, he opened his eyes and saw the source of the crying, himself at around 6 years old. It must have been after one of Bakugo's confrontations, he concluded. The young Izuku gradually stopped crying and wiped his tears away with his hand. He quietly assured himself that one day he would become a great hero for everyone. The real Izuku, observing his younger self, smiled and reminded himself that this was just a bad dream. He pulled out one of his flashbangs and activated it right in front of him. In an instant, the blinding light and sound pulled Izuku out of his nightmare. Thanks to his past experiences with flashbangs, he recovered much faster than whoever was responsible for the illusions. Looking up, he saw one of the 8 precepts recovering from the effects of the flashbang. The Yakuza member was taken by surprise before Izuku knocked him out cold. He stated firmly that such tricks should not be repeated before moving on to find Mirio. Finding Mirio turned out to be easier than Izuku had anticipated, as he could hear Mirio engaged in a fight ahead. As he approached, he passed another of the 8 precepts, who was knocked out, likely by Mirio. Izuku mumbled to himself about Mirio's strength. Further down the hallway, he heard Mirio shout that he wouldn't let anyone hurt Eri. Without wasting another moment, Izuku rushed toward the large room where the battle was taking place. He noticed that the floor had transformed into large spikes due to Overhaul's quirk. At one end, Mirio was protecting Eri with his cape while Overhaul stood at the opposite end. Just as Izuku was about to assist Mirio, he heard a gunshot and noticed something flying toward Mirio. Fortunately, Mirio remained unharmed due to his quirk. Izuku quickly located the source and saw one of the 8 precepts loading a gun with a dart containing a liquid. It had to be the quirk-destroying drag, he thought. To his shock, the Yakuza member aimed the gun at Eri. Mirio dashed in front of the little girl just as the gun was fired, but Izuku intervened, stepping in front of Mirio and taking the hit from the dart. Despite the situation, Izuku smiled, thinking that Mirio was worthy. Overhaul expressed annoyance at Izuku's actions, questioning the point of sacrificing his quirk. Izuku replied with a smirk, revealing that he was already quirkless. He charged at the Yakuza member, knocking him out and destroying the remaining drags with a small bomb. He declared that it was bad enough to be forced into a quirkless life and that he wouldn't allow anyone else to share that fate. Overhaul retorted that they were ignorant children who knew nothing of the world, insisting that quirks needed to be eradicated. Izuku countered that Overhaul was a monster who abused an innocent child for his own gain and that it was his duty as a hero to protect her. He and Mirio prepared to take on Overhaul together. Overhaul placed his palm on the ground, transforming the floor into small pebbles before reshaping it into spikes, forcing Izuku to halt. Mirio, however, phased through the spikes and charged at Overhaul. The Yakuza leader attempted to touch Mirio, but his hand passed right through him. Mirio unleashed a flurry of punches before retreating. Overhaul taunted Mirio about not protecting the little girl, then prepared to use his quirk again. However, before he could act, Izuku detonated explosives around him, turning the floor into pebbles. Izuku reminded Overhaul to keep track of his opponents as he threw more explosives at him. Overhaul absorbed the blast but used his quirk once more to restore himself, insisting that there was no point in continuing. The battle raged on for several minutes, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Overhaul was unable to harm Mirio, while Izuku maintained his distance. They struggled to inflict lasting damage on Overhaul, who continued to dismantle and reassemble his body. Izuku asked Mirio to distract Overhaul for a moment, revealing he had a plan that required Overhaul's focus on Mirio. Mirio agreed and charged at Overhaul again. While Mirio kept Overhaul occupied, Izuku seized the last dart of the quirk-destroying drag. He positioned himself behind Overhaul and charged at full speed. Just as he was about to throw the dart, Overhaul turned around and attempted to grab him. Izuku threw the dart, and in a desperate attempt, Overhaul reached for it. However, Mirio intercepted the dart and injected Overhaul with his own drag. Overhaul's cry of despair echoed as he felt the liquid enter his body. Izuku taunted him, reminding him that he wanted to remove quirks. When Overhaul tried to use his quirk one last time, nothing happened. Izuku declared that this was how being quirkless felt before knocking him out cold. Shortly after Overhaul's defeat, all members of the 8 precepts of death were taken to prison. Eri and the heroes involved in the raid were transported to a hospital for treatment. Among them was Sir Night-Eye, who had sustained fatal injuries during the raid. A few hours later, he passed away. Before his death, Izuku managed to inform him that Mirio would receive one for all. Surrounded by Izuku, Mirio, and Toshinori, Night-Eye left this world with a smile. In the hospital hallway, Izuku told Toshinori that Mirio was worthy. Toshinori questioned his certainty, and Izuku explained that he had witnessed Mirio's willingness to sacrifice his quirk to save Eri without hesitation. He recalled Toshinori's advice to look for a moment of true heroism, and he had seen it in Mirio. There is no better alternative, Izuku explained, noting the sadness in his voice as he mentioned Sir Night-Eye's final wish. Toshinori asked if Izuku was sure he didn't want it, emphasizing that once he gave it away, there would be no turning back. Izuku reiterated that he didn't want it. Toshinori, wanting to be certain, mentioned that he would give it to Mirio at the beach and suggested that Izuku should join them, believing Mirio would want him there. The next day, Izuku and Toshinori waited on Dagoba Beach for Mirio. Mirio arrived, apologizing for the delay due to getting lost. He asked what they wanted to discuss. Toshinori inquired if Mirio understood how his quirk worked. Mirio responded that he thought it was a strength enhancer. Toshinori clarified that it was more complex. His quirk was like a sacred torch passed down through generations, growing more powerful each time. It was called One for All. Mirio was confused and questioned why Toshinori was sharing this information. He realized Toshinori intended to give him the quirk and wondered why it wasn't going to Izuku instead. Mirio felt he had no reason to receive it since he already had a quirk. Izuku explained that there was a reason for giving Mirio One for All. Mirio embodied the spirit of a true hero, always bringing smiles to those around him. His act of bravery in protecting Eri from Overhaul, even at the risk of losing his own quirk, was a testament to his heroism. It was also Sir Night-Eye's dream to see Mirio use it and become a great hero. Mirio considered this and still felt that Izuku deserved One for All since he was quirkless. Izuku shared that he had been offered a quirk before but had declined, wanting to prove that those without quirks could also be valuable. Mirio ultimately agreed to take the quirk, and Toshinori was thrilled to hear this. He transformed into his hero form for the last time and presented a strand of hair, instructing Mirio to eat it. The following day, Toshinori asked Izuku if he was ready for the big day ahead. Izuku expressed a mix of nerves and confidence, feeling both insecure and proud. This was a culmination of his lifelong preparation. He acknowledged that if he failed, he would be lost, but if he succeeded, he would become the world's first quirkless hero. Toshinori, after a moment of silence, reminded Izuku that there was one more thing he wanted to teach him. Izuku quickly got up, recalling that he had shown Toshinori all the settings on the ODM gear except for one, plus Ultra Mode. This mode pushed the equipment beyond its limits, granting immense speed and strength but also posing significant risks, especially for Toshinori due to his medical condition. Izuku warned that the gear would malfunction after a few minutes, and the protective shield would activate to cushion any hard landings. Demonstrating the mode, Izuku activated it and vanished, reappearing behind Toshinori, who flinched in surprise. Encouraged to try it himself, Toshinori activated Plus Ultra Mode but immediately crashed into a wall, knocking himself out. Recovery Girl stormed in, scolding Izuku for what had happened. She chastised him for teaching Toshinori that setting, pointing out that he had broken several bones and worsened his condition. Izuku apologized and promised to ensure Toshinori would never use that setting again. Recovery Girl instructed him to return to his dorm since an important day awaited them. That night, loud music filled the dorm of Class 3A. The entire class had passed their final exam and were now certified heroes, which called for a grand celebration. After a while, Izuku needed a break from the party and took a walk around the UA campus. That was when he ran into someone. Aizawa asked him if he wasn't supposed to be with the rest of the class. Izuku replied that he just needed some time for himself. Aizawa then stated that he hoped Izuku wouldn't mind if he joined him. As they walked in silence for a while, Aizawa let out a small snicker, leaving Izuku confused. Aizawa remarked that it was funny how they often had important conversations while walking around the campus. Izuku guessed that Aizawa wanted to talk about the exam, to which Aizawa confirmed. He mentioned that he wasn't supposed to reveal the scores yet, but just between them, Izuku had the highest score out of everyone. Izuku was shocked and stuttered, expressing disbelief that Bakugo had performed better in the physical part. Aizawa acknowledged that Bakugo had indeed excelled physically but explained that there was a secret criterion, similar to the entrance exam. He emphasized that UA measured students based on heroism rather than just fighting abilities, which set them apart from many other schools. Izuku responded with understanding, and Aizawa suggested he return to the others, mentioning that his girlfriend was likely waiting for him. Izuku, slightly flustered, agreed and began heading back to the dorm. Aizawa called out to him, expressing pride in his achievements. Izuku thanked him and walked away, trying to hide his emotions. Aizawa quietly remarked to himself that Izuku would do great things. A few months later, Ochako marveled at their new home, exclaiming how big it was. She asked Izuku how they could afford it, and he explained that he had saved up money and received help from a friend. When she inquired about the friend, he revealed it was Tashinori. Ochako suggested they invite him over for dinner to show their appreciation, and Izuku agreed, mentioning he had a perfect date in mind. Just then his phone rang, interrupting their conversation. He explained it was his parents and asked Ochako to check if everything was in order while he took the call. On the other end, Hisashi asked if they had moved in yet. Izuku confirmed they had just settled in and were making sure everything was in place. Hisashi expressed curiosity about Izuku's life as a hero, noting the challenges of being number. Izuku shared his pride in having a fanbase in the Quirkless community and how people were more accepting than he had anticipated. He mentioned the significant increase in applications to hero schools from Quirkless individuals. Hisashi then passed the phone to Inko, who complained about how long it had been since their last call. Izuku apologized, explaining he had been busy. Inko shared that she and Hisashi were enjoying their vacation and expressed her eagerness for grandchildren, which caught Izuku off guard. He quickly excused himself, saying Ochako needed him, and ended the call. 3 weeks later, Izuku stood on top of a building with Tashinori, asking if he was ready. Tashinori replied that he was as ready as he could be. Izuku explained that he had chosen this date for Tashinori's re-debut as Whirlwind, but before he could elaborate, they noticed 2 trucks speeding down the street. Izuku decided they would discuss it later, as they had a job to do. He jumped off the roof, falling toward the streets below, with Tashinori following closely behind. As they approached the ground, they activated their ODM gear and began chasing the trucks. It didn't take long for them to catch up, and they each entered a truck, Izuku the rear one and Tashinori the front. Upon entering the rear of the truck, Tashinori was confronted by villains. One villain shouted in confusion about who he was, while another attempted to attack him. Tashinori skillfully dodged and quickly subdued the attacker. He then deployed a smoke bomb, taking advantage of the confusion to incapacitate the remaining villains. Once they were dealt with, Tashinori moved to the front of the truck and kicked the driver out, causing the vehicle to swerve and topple over, halting just in front of a crowd. As Tashinori stood atop the truck, Izuku joined him, and they were met with cheers from the crowd. Izuku leaned in and whispered that it was the anniversary of All Might's debut, prompting Tashinori to mumble that he had almost forgotten. Izuku then mentioned that he and Ochako had prepared a dinner for Tashinori at their home and invited him to join. Tashinori accepted the invitation. 2 years later, Izuku raced through the streets toward a specific hospital, panicking about taking on a mission so close to Ochako's due date. He berated himself for not delegating the task to Tashinori or another capable hero. As he sped past, he caught sight of the messages on his phone, cursing himself for his oversight. Almost an hour later, he burst into a hospital room, exclaiming for Ochako, but he quickly halted at the sight before him. There in the hospital bed was Ochako, cradling 2 newborn babies. Izuku quietly removed his gear and approached her side. Ochako reassured him, saying it was all fine now and that they were parents. Izuku slowly processed the information, repeating to himself that he was a father. He then asked what they should name the twins. Ochako lifted one of the babies and announced that his name would be Yuto. She then lifted the other baby and encouraged Izuku to name her. He decided on the name Yuriko. They shared a warm embrace as they gazed fondly at their children. 4 years later, Izuku was having dinner with his wife and 2 kids when Yuto accidentally dropped his knife. As Izuku reached for it, he noticed Yuto extending his hand toward the knife with a puzzled expression. Izuku exclaimed that Yuto had a quirk, startling him and causing the knife to fall to the ground. Yuriko asked if her brother really had a quirk, and Yuto confirmed it excitedly. Izuku speculated that Yuto's quirk was similar to Ochako's but noted that he hadn't touched it with all his fingers like she did. Ochako interrupted, reminding him to let Yuto discover his own quirk. Izuku apologized with a nervous chuckle. Ochako encouraged Yuto to try it out, and he approached one of his toys. As he focused, the toy began to levitate, defying gravity. However, it suddenly fell at an unnatural speed and squished upon hitting the floor. Yuto stopped using his quirk, and the toy returned to normal. Izuku marveled at the discovery of Yuto's gravity manipulation quirk, lifting him up and expressing pride in his potential as a hero. Yuriko then asked when she would get her quirk, and Izuku promised they would visit a quirk specialist the next day. The following day did not go as they had hoped. After visiting the quirk specialist, they learned that Yuriko would never develop a quirk, leaving her just as quirkless as her father. She took the news hard, retreating to her room and remaining silent. Ochako expressed her concern, and Izuku reassured her that he would handle it. When he entered Yuriko's room, he was heartbroken to see her watching a video of his debut as Dikairu, tears streaming down her face. She turned to him, asking if she could still be a hero despite being quirkless. Izuku rushed to embrace her, affirming that anyone could be a hero. He reminded her that he was the number 5 hero and that being quirkless didn't define her potential. He encouraged her not to let anyone deter her from her dreams, assuring her that he and Ochako would support her every step of the way. With a light-hearted joke about dinner getting cold, he led Yuriko out of her room. A few months later, while working in his agency, Izuku received an urgent call on the emergency line. His face paled as he listened to the message, which warned of a massive incident at Tartarus prison involving the League of Villains and the possibility that All for One had breached containment. Without hesitation, he activated his agency's emergency protocols and rushed to Tartarus. Upon arrival, Izuku was met with chaos. The prison had been completely destroyed, and many prisoners were attempting to cross a bridge that was supposed to retract in emergencies. A police officer greeted him and explained the situation, noting that they had no information about the prison itself and that All for One was likely among the ruins. The officer suggested holding the bridge until Lemillion arrived, and Izuku agreed, heading toward the bridge. He quickly realized that the prisoners of Tartarus were not ordinary criminals. They were some of the most dangerous villains alive. While some were manageable, Izuku soon encountered a formidable foe. One villain taunted him, using his telekinesis to slam Izuku against the handrails of the bridge. Izuku shot back, reminding the villain that he had defeated him before. The villain, Muscular, charged at him, determined not to make the same mistake again. Izuku quietly muttered to himself as he prepared to dodge, but a stream of ice suddenly emerged, freezing Muscular in place and trapping Mindstorm completely. Todoroki remarked that Izuku needed a little help, to which Izuku agreed, quickly incapacitating Muscular with a taser before he could react. Concerned, Izuku asked when Lemillion would arrive, and just then, a streak of yellow dashed past them, taking down all the villains in its path before heading into the remains of Tartarus. Todoroki commented on the timely arrival of their ally as they made their way toward the chaotic sounds of battle within Tartarus. While the exterior of Tartarus appeared ruined, the interior resembled a scene from an apocalypse. There were no recognizable structures left, only mountains of rubble scattered across the ground. Among the debris lay remnants of the prison staff, unidentifiable fragments that hinted at the violence that had occurred. Only a few prisoners had survived, and in the midst of the destruction, 2 powerful forces clashed. One was the embodiment of chaos, all for one, and the other was Mirio Togata, the new symbol of peace, known as Lemillion. Their battle was fierce, with all for one unleashing a barrage of quirks while Mirio skillfully evaded and countered. The intensity of their fight created powerful gusts of wind that pushed others away. Todoroki noted that getting close to those two would be difficult, but Izuku pointed out another target, a member of the League of Villains standing aside from the main conflict. With determination, Izuku readied his staff and prepared to engage. However, Bakugo suddenly charged past them, shouting in his usual explosive manner as he aimed for the villains. Izuku commented on Bakugo's continued intensity despite his growth, and Todoroki agreed as they followed Bakugo, who was focused on taking down Shigaraki. Izuku found himself facing arguably the tougher challenge. While Bakugo battled Shigaraki and Todoroki matched Dabi, Izuku was left to contend with Toga, Twice, and Compress. After several minutes of dodging attacks, an opening presented itself. Izuku managed to hold Toga and Compress at bay with a flashbang and was about to strike twice when Toga and Compress recovered faster than he expected. Just then Ida arrived, delivering a powerful kick to Compress, while Ochako tackled Toga, forcing her to drop her weapon. Twice expressed his usual duality of emotions before Izuku swiftly knocked him out with a decisive blow. Izuku greeted his friends with relief, asking if more heroes were on the way. Ida informed him that other heroes were occupied with prisoners on the bridge when they arrived, but it seemed that he, Todoroki, and Lemillion were managing the situation. As Izuku scanned the battlefield, he noticed Dabi encased in ice and Bakugo standing over a subdued Shigaraki. Just as he began to feel hopeful, Lemillion came crashing down into a pile of debris, revealing a serious injury. He looked up at them and simply urged them to run before collapsing. The reality of Lemillion's fate hit hard. He was gone. All for one emerged from the chaos, brushing off dust as he commented on the unexpected difficulty of the fight. He taunted the heroes, claiming that he had anticipated Mirio's quirk and had countermeasures in place. Todoroki, enraged, charged at All for One, but Izuku shouted a warning too late. All for One effortlessly deflected Todoroki's attack, sending him flying. He mocked the heroes, comparing their efforts to a disappointing story. Bakugo and Izuku decided to confront All for One together. As the villain prepared to attack, the heroes struck first. Bakugo unleashed a powerful explosion while Izuku delivered a forceful kick, causing All for One to kneel. Bakugo followed up with another explosion, pushing All for One onto his back. Izuku then ensnared the villain with a net, activating it to anchor him and deliver a surge of electricity. They both charged in for a final attack, declaring their moves in unison. As the dust settled, they wondered if their combined effort had succeeded. Unfortunately, their answer came in the form of slow clapping from within the cloud. All for One expressed his admiration for their attack but revealed his intent to make Izuku suffer. He ominously raised his arm, threatening to harm someone dear to Izuku. In a moment that felt like slow motion, Izuku saw the deadly blast heading toward Ochako, who was assisting Ida. As the blast struck her, Izuku rushed toward her, filled with dread, while Bakugo lost control, charging at All for One in a blind rage. She looked just as she had in the vision Izuku experienced during the raid on the 8 precepts of death. Her body bore the marks of battle, with severe wounds and limbs twisted at unnatural angles. Izuku collapsed to his knees, overwhelmed by grief. Once Izuku fell silent, Bakugo landed beside him, murmuring his name before losing consciousness. All for One observed the scene with a dry laugh, expressing disdain for their efforts. He taunted Izuku, suggesting that if he had a quirk, things might have turned out differently. Izuku remained silent, slowly rising to his feet, his hair obscuring his eyes. All for One continued, relishing in the despair of the situation, listing the fallen heroes and asserting his superiority. Izuku stood resolute, his determination unyielding. He acknowledged his lack of quirks but revealed a hidden set of swords from his gear. He declared that he had never allowed his limitations to stop him before. His goal was to become a hero who could bring safety and smiles to others, and he vowed never to give up, no matter the odds. In an instant, Izuku vanished, leaving All for One bewildered. He swiftly dodged a green blur racing toward him, but then felt a sharp pain along his back. Panic surged through All for One as he realized the threat was real. He attempted to retaliate with a shockwave, but Izuku was too quick, striking at his ankles and bringing him down. After a relentless flurry of strikes, All for One collapsed, defeated. Izuku stood over him, emotionless. The villain taunted him, questioning what he would do next. Izuku retorted that All for One's threats were meaningless if he were dead. The villain's fear became evident as he reminded Izuku of his heroic code. Izuku responded that good men didn't need rules and decisively ended the confrontation. Exhausted from the battle, Izuku removed his gear and succumbed to the stress of his Plus Ultra mode. As darkness enveloped him, he whispered an apology to Ochako. When Izuku regained consciousness, the sterile scent of a hospital filled his senses. He opened his eyes to find himself in a hospital bed, his arm in a cast. Tsukachi was present, relieved to see him awake. Izuku's first concern was for Ochako, prompting him to rush through the hospital halls despite Tsukachi's warnings about his recovery. Finally, he reached her room. Ochako lay connected to various machines, her body covered in casts. She faintly called his name, and he assured her he was there, tears welling in his eyes as he gently stroked her bandaged head. She smiled weakly before drifting off to sleep. Tsukachi spoke from behind Izuku, reassuring him that she would survive but would need therapy to regain full use of her limbs. It could take months or even a year, but she would recover enough to continue her journey as a hero. Izuku nodded, tears streaming down his face, finding solace in the hope that everything would be all right. 1 week later, Izuku pondered the future, wondering what would happen now that a successor had never been chosen. Tashinori, standing beside him, reflected on the situation. He acknowledged the loss of One for All and All for One, both now gone. Together, they gazed at the grave of Mirio Togata, the last holder of One for All. Tashinori expressed his thoughts about retiring as a hero. Izuku was taken aback and questioned the decision. Tashinori explained that age was catching up with him, and his health was declining, compounded by his old injuries. He reminisced about his journey, noting that despite everything he still wished Izuku had become his successor. In many ways he felt that Izuku had taken on that role, especially now that he was recognized as the #1 hero and a symbol of hope. A somber expression crossed Tashinori's face as he lamented the loss of Mirio and wished for a different outcome. Izuku shared his own feelings of sorrow, acknowledging that many felt the same way during such difficult times. He quoted a wise saying, reminding Tashinori that while they could not control fate, they could choose how to use the time they had. This thought brought a faint smile to Tashinori's face, and he agreed, recognizing the truth in Izuku's words. Ochako called out to Yuto and Yuriko as they prepared for their first day at UA, urging them to hurry. They responded that they were aware, finishing up their packing. Izuku smiled at them, wishing them good luck. They thanked their dad and stepped out the door. Ochako then asked Izuku if he had informed the kids about their teacher. He replied that he hadn't, wanting to keep it a surprise. Ochako expressed concern that he might be too strict, but Izuku reassured her that no one could instill fear in students quite like Aizawa. He noted that this year's class was special, featuring 2 Quirkless students, including Yuriko, along with Todoroki's and Bakugo's children. With a final expression of love, he left the house. Izuku approached Class 1A, hearing their chatter from a distance. Reflecting on how little they had changed since his own time at UA, he reminded himself that he had a class to teach. Upon entering the classroom, he took charge immediately, telling a student lingering in the doorway that if they were there just to make friends, they should leave. He quickly added that heroes needed to trust one another, lightening the mood with a chuckle as he moved to the front of the room. The students settled into their seats, though 2 in particular appeared quite embarrassed and wished to hide. Izuku introduced himself as their homeroom teacher, also known as the #1 hero, Dikairu, and noted that 2 of them would recognize him as their dad. At the mention of dad, all eyes turned to Yuto and Yuriko, who blushed even more. He instructed them to change into their gym uniforms and meet him outside, eager to assess their potential. The end. Izuku found himself staring at a scene that filled him with an emptiness he had never experienced before. All Might's voice called out weakly behind him, stirring a flicker of emotion within him. Anger began to swell as he turned to face his former idol, a frown forming on his face. He questioned All Might about what he was apologizing for, his voice laced with bitterness. All Might expressed sorrow for not saving someone important to Izuku. As Izuku processed this, his expression twisted with fury, and he confronted All Might about his priorities, accusing him of neglecting the dangers around them. Tears streamed down his face as he expressed his pain and frustration, feeling as though his dreams had been shattered. In a moment of despair, he began to laugh, a sound that turned increasingly manic. He shouted about the crushing weight of his experiences, questioning whether it was not enough to break his spirit but that All Might had to take away someone he cared for. As he stood, he declared his intent to dismantle the entire system, vowing to create something better in its place. With a chilling smile, he threatened All Might before running away, laughter echoing behind him. That was a glimpse into the next chapter of Izuku's journey, hinting at the challenges and transformations to come. The identity of the one lost would be revealed in time, leaving readers in suspense. Gratitude was extended to all who supported the story, and hopes were expressed that they had enjoyed the journey as much as the author had. A new story titled A Villain's Rise, featuring a different side of Izuku was announced, inviting readers to explore this new narrative.